As a former tech tycoon betrayed by my inner circle, I figured reincarnation would at least grant me some peace. Instead, I found myself trapped in the womb, listening to a doctor panic because my mom was experiencing a difficult labor. The genius twin sister sharing my real estate was too chicken to move, and since her hesitation was threatening to dry up the amniotic fluid and suffocate us both, I did what any reasonable tech overlord would do. I delivered a swift kick and booted her straight out. With a resounding cry, the outside world finally let out a collective sigh of relief, prompting me to make my grand entrance. The lighting was blinding, but before my retinas could adjust, someone grabbed my tiny foot. Why isn't this boy crying? A nurse wondered aloud. I had a terrible premonition, and sure enough, a sharp sting landed on my backside. Ow, what the hell? I let out a yell and snapped my eyes open. The nurse nearly dropped me like a hot potato, staring at my glare in horror. Why does this kid look like he's about to foreclose on my mortgage? Let me see the baby, a gentle voice intervened. My body felt lighter, and I tumbled into a warm, inviting embrace. Looking up, I locked eyes with the most stunning face imaginable. Hi, sweetie, I'm Mommy. Welcome to the world. My eyes stung. In this new life, I was finally done being an abandoned orphan. Once the nurse finished cleaning my cowardly sister and me, she carried us out of the delivery room, where a firing squad of eyes instantly locked onto us. Seriously, why did this entire claque of young ladies look identical? My precious little grandson, let Grandpa see. Patriarch Lin Jiangguo sprinted forward with the speed of an Olympic athlete. Trailing behind him were 3 teenage girls and 2 pint-sized elementary schoolers. Ew, he's wrinkly and ugly, one of the girls piped up. Looks like a shaved monkey. I shot a death glare toward the voice, accidentally locking eyes with a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes. She looked pretty decent, gazing down at me with supreme nonchalance. Little bro is so cute. Before I could mentally bookmark her for revenge, another identical face squeezed in. The two of them chimed in unison. Grandpa, let me hold him too. You're too old. Don't strain yourself. Lin Jiangguo sidestepped with ninja-like agility. My bones are fine. I could hold him all day. As the family banter bounced around, I took stock of my new situation. The Grand Patriarch was my doting grandfather, completely thrilled to finally have a boy in the family. Upstairs, I had 6 older sisters, the mature and steady eldest sister Lin Shiyuan, the frosty and taciturn second sister Lin Ruoxue, and the sharp-tongued third sister Lin Shuing, who had just called me a monkey. Fourth sister Lin Ling Yue and fifth sister Lin Qing Yue were the 2 6-year-olds, while my cowardly twin sister rounded out the lineup as number 6. I came to a horrifying realization. This entire house was packed to the gills with gorgeous women, and I was surrounded by sisters. Talk about a prime real estate portfolio where looking was strictly permitted and touching was a federal offense. Speaking of the cast, where was my dad? I later found out that while I was the long-awaited male heir to a certified wife guy like Lin Dad, my mom was the ultimate priority. Fast forward a bit. Trapped in a pink and blue crib next to my twin sister Lin Jiahe, I stared blankly at the ceiling while Jiahe wailed her lungs out. Let me tell you, being a baby is humbling when your top-tier skill set is limited to drooling and staring at the ceiling. Hey ugly, we came to see you, a voice chirped from above, carrying maximum psychological damage. Naturally, it was third sister Lin Shuying. Every time I saw her, my gums itched for vengeance. The moment my very first milk tooth sprouted, I latched onto her arm and gave her a serious bite. Mom thankfully rescued her just in time for me to make a tactical retreat. Rumor had it, she scrubbed her arm for 3 hours and could still smell baby drool, turning the whole incident into family legend. After surviving infancy, my first birthday rolled around, and the Lins planned a massive celebration. Naturally, I threw a magnificent tantrum and refused to leave the house, grabbing random household objects like a peasant. Please, I was a tech king. This was beneath my dignity. Right as everyone was losing their minds, eldest sister Lin Shiyuan pushed open the door. My gaze immediately snagged on a pair of deep, mesmerizing eyes behind her. Standing right there was a woman who made my older sisters look like warm-up acts. Seeing me reach out with bright eyes, Xu Nianduchu took 2 steps back. Wow, rejected by a toddler. From the day I was born, nobody had ever dared give me the cold shoulder. Congratulations, lady, you successfully caught my tech lord attention. Noticing my downturned lip, Shi Yuan efficiently scooped me up and shoved me straight into Xu Nianduchu's arms. I immediately plastered myself all over her like an octopus, flashing a smug internal grin. Hold her steady, Nianduchu, this is our little young master, Shi Yuan warned. Xu Nianduchu instinctively caught me, instantly realizing I felt like a marshmallow laced with an expensive milk fragrance. Right then, a hostile glare pierced into my personal space. Looking toward the doorway, I spotted a handsome little boy staring daggers at me. I looked from him back to Xu Nianduchu, put 2 and 2 together, and decided to assert dominance. Squish. I planted a very proud, very deliberate kiss straight onto Nianduchu's cheek. Take that, buddy. Hands off the merchandise. The entire room short-circuited. Everyone knew I threw a fit if anyone even brushed my face, yet here I was making aggressive romantic overtures. Instantly, multiple gazes locked onto Xu Nianduchu like heat-seeking missiles. Shiwan gritted her teeth. Xu Nianduchu, I thought we were friends, and yet you're trying to poach my baby brother. Second sister, Lin Ruoxu went dead silent, her eyes turning so sharp, the room's thermostat dropped 10 degrees. Third sister, Lin Shuing flashed a jealous, sarcastic smile. What gives? Even the baby treats an outsider better than us. Xu moved to yank me away, but I clung to Nianduchu like barnacle on a hull. Beneath her icy facade, a rare hint of pampering flickered across Nianduchu's face. Fang Yuan, standing nearby, nervously twisted his hem and stepped forward with a forced smile. Xu Jiaji, this little brother is so cute, can I hold him? I shot him a premier-grade toddler side-eye and stuck out my lip in pure provocation. Fang Yuan froze mid-step, his hand hovering awkwardly in the air. Wait, did a baby just mentally roast him? Grandfather Lin Jiangguo finally intervened to break the tension, herding everyone toward the banquet hall. At the party, Grandpa, Lin and Dad carefully placed Jia He and me onto a massive mahogany table for the traditional grasping ceremony. I immediately plotted a straight line towards Xu Nianduchu, only to feel a tug on my shirt. Jia He was clinging to my clothes like a lifeline. I gave her a polite educational kick, then scrambled across the table with breakneck speed and clamped my tiny hand straight around Xu Nianduchu's finger. The entire venue dropped into absolute silence. Instead of choosing wealth, power, or intellect items, the Lin family's young master had chosen a person. Grandpa Lin blinked, deadpan. Are you proposing? I nodded vigorously. Grabbing mundane objects was for amateurs. Life was boring without a challenge. Gran burst into a booming laugh, his gaze shifting to Nianduchu. This actually reminds me of an old story. Turns out, the Lin and Xu families were old family friends. When both wives were pregnant at the same time, they joked about arranging an engagement if they had a boy and a girl. Tragically, Xu's mother passed away during childbirth, and since Mom kept popping out girls, the plan was shelved. Hearing the backstory, Mom suddenly remembered. Xiyuan buried her face in her hands, groaning, I brought a wolf right into the henhouse. The sisters exchanged frantic whispers, regretting their life choices as they watched their precious family cabbage get targeted before it even sprouted. Grandpa grinned mischievously, turning to the young woman. Nianduchu, what do you think? Shall we make Ranran your groom? Before Xu Nianduchu could reply, a squeaky voice piped up. We looked over to see Fang Yuan nervously clutching his clothes. Good grief, the kid had mastered green tea manipulation at toddler age. Wait, you can't do that, Fang Yuan blurted out, summoning his courage. They shouldn't be engaged, because I'm Xu Nianduchu's boyfriend. The venue erupted into a flurry of whispers. Judging by the looks, everyone was thinking Fang Yuan was a much better match for Nianduchu. I felt profoundly offended. What kind of looks are those? Sure, I'm a decade younger than her, big deal. I let out an indignant sequence of baby gurgles. Naturally, nobody spoke fluent infant. Fang Yuan leaned over, pinched my chubby cheek, and smiled sweetly at Grandpa Lin. Babies don't know anything about choosing a spouse, do they? Lin, don't play matchmaker like this. Feeling fingers assault my face and staring at his fake smile, my gums started itching. Spotting my opening, I channeled every ounce of my newborn strength and chomped down hard. Fang Yuan shrieked, flinging me away as a clear set of teeth marks bloomed on his arm. Nianduchu blinked, surprised that a tiny tot could pack such feral energy, and glanced down at me. I bared my teeth right back with a look that clearly communicated. You better confess, or I'm taking your kneecaps. Softly, Nianduchu stated, I have nothing to do with him. Fang Yuan's face drained of color. He stared at her in utter betrayal. Nianduchu Jiiji, how can you? Meanwhile, I threw both hands up in absolute victory, giggling nonstop. Amidst the varied gazes of the guests, Fang Yuan felt like he was walking through a public execution. Nianduchu Jiiji, you knew I wanted to help you. Why? Nianduchu raised her gaze, deadpanning. Sorry, Mr. Fang. I'm terrible at lying. Nianduchu Jiiji, I hate you. Fang Yuan wailed, bursting into tears as he bolted from the room. Nobody dwelt on the hiccup for long before the celebration resumed, save for a few sisters wearing expressions that could sour milk, and Nianduchu, who looked equally frozen. I'd prefer we discuss the engagement later, Nianduchu stated with faux maturity. Ranran is still too young. What if he finds someone he truly loves down the road and this holds him back? Su Qingchen found the rigid defense mechanism adorable and pulled her down to sit nearby. All right, whatever Nianduchu says. Consider this your home from now on. Don't be strangers. Grandpa Lin chimed in with grandfatherly affection. Nianduchu is a bit too thin, we'll have to fatten her up. Suddenly dethroned as the household's prime mascot, I sat abandoned on the side, blinking in shock. Gurgle gurgle. Meanwhile, Lin Jiahe was swarming Nianduchu without throwing a single glance my way. What is happening? I engineered a power play and managed to split my own harem's attention? Classic backfire. Luckily, Lin Shuing possessed laser-focused vision for my misery. My cheeks puffed out like an angry blowfish, looking utterly ridiculous. Why are you making that frog face? She poked my squishy cheek. What? You're the one who picked this woman, and now you're sulking. You'd better get used to sharing, Ran. She paused, her expression shifting. If Auntie Xu were still around. Catching Nianduchu's darkening expression, Shuing realized her blunder and abruptly changed tack. My heart skipped a beat. Wait, are her parents both gone? Since Xu's father hadn't shown up, a sudden wave of pity washed over the cold ice queen for me. I immediately thrust my tiny arms up in a universal plea for cuddles. Su Qingchen caught the cue, swiftly depositing me into Nianduchu's arms. Before she could process it, my soft lips planted a wet kiss right on her cheek. Grandpa Lin boomed with laughter. Look at that, he really loves Nianduchu. It's a match made in heaven. Someone go invite Mr. Xu over so he can witness his future son-in-law. A string of question marks drifted across my mental screen. Wait, her dad isn't dead? Then what was my pity party for? The moment Xu Chen walked through the door, Grandpa Lin beamed a welcoming smile. Yet, regardless of the warm reception, Xu Chen's face remained trapped in a perpetual blizzard. He marched straight toward his daughter, barking, "Nianduchu, apologize immediately for this ridiculous stunt." Just as Grandpa Lin had locked down our engagement, Xu Chen had materialized out of thin air. "I apologize on behalf of my daughter's lack of decorum. She completely ruined a proper grasping ceremony." The Lin's warm enthusiasm instantly chilled, and my inner fuse blew straight to atoms. We were securing a legendary romance here. Why is this ice statue trying to ruin my happiness? I tried to yell, but nobody spoke. Furious, I attempted to crawl forward, only to tumble straight off the edge of the table. Second sister Lin Ruoxue caught me midair like an absolute hero, checking me over frantically before letting out a massive sigh of relief. Only then did Xu Chen notice me. His eyes locked onto my face, freezing instantly. Those familiar peach blossom eyes, holding a world of unsaid depths, paired with an innocent yet profound gaze. It was a look he hadn't seen since she left. "Baba." I reached out, trying to grab his lapel. Grandpa Lin shoved me right into Xu Chen's arms. Cue third sister Lin Shuing's explosive laughter. "Ha! Finally, someone else gets the treatment." Everyone followed her gaze to find a suspicious wet spot blooming across Xu Chen's pristine designer suit. None of them expected my desperate plea for attention to manifest as a direct dump of baby drool and nasal secretions onto his wardrobe. Xu Chen's brow twitched into a permanent canyon as a dangerous glint sparked in his eyes. Nianduchu swiftly rescued me from his grasp. "Father, he's just a baby. Don't pick a fight with a toddler." I swung my tiny fists in righteous indignation from her arms. "Yeah, what kind of adult glares at an infant? Mom, why don't you take Cheng Jie to clean up so our families can sit down and finalize this properly?" Su Qingchen and Lin Mo shared a synchronized look, instantly reading each other's minds. Ordinarily, that would have smoothed things over, but Xu Chen stood rooted to the spot. Just as the tension threatened to snap, he finally spoke. "An alliance with the Lin family was my late wife's wish as well. How could I refuse? I was merely worried the Lin young master might suffer down the road given my lax parenting." Grandpa Lin's smile returned in full force. "Since Nianduchu has no objections, it's settled." With the matter officially sealed, I found myself facing a brand new existential crisis. At my age, normal kids were starting to talk, yet every sound escaping my lips was absolute gibberish. Did reincarnation hand me a defective vocal cord? Am I actually mute? "Mama." Spotting me hogging the spotlight, Lin Jiahe stretched his plump arms towards Su Qingchen. With supreme bias, she scooped him up instantly. "Did little Jiahe call me Mama again?" "Mama," Jiahe repeated smoothly. My heart skipped a beat. "You absolute traitor, you can talk already? That violates the laws of physics. We were born together, so why was he the only linguistic prodigy?" Overcome with an existential crisis, I opened my mouth to project pure static. I refused to be the family mute. Naturally, everyone's attention instantly swarmed around the newly verbal Jia, leaving me stranded on the bed like a discarded potato. I pouted fiercely. Complete betrayal. "Mama, big brother, second brother," Jiahe enunciated each word with terrifying clarity, driving my blood pressure through the roof. I felt like I was losing my mind. How could a tech tycoon lose a linguistic race to a baby? Just as I wanted to burrow into the floorboards, third sister Lin Shuing struck again. "Ran Ran, even the stinky Jiahe can talk. Let's hear a third sister from you." She leaned in close, weaponizing her smug grin. I wanted nothing more than to slap her, but under everyone's expectant stares, my self-esteem cratered. I lowered my head in total silence. Su Qingqian finally noticed my deflated posture. Handing Jiahe off to Shi Yuan, she scooped me into a tender embrace. "No matter if Ran Ran talks or not, you'll always be Mommy's favorite treasure." Breathing in her comforting scent, my nose stung. In my past life, I died completely alone. In this one, I had a family that loved me unconditionally. If trading my voice was the price for this warmth, I'd gladly stay silent forever, even if it meant disappointing their expectations. Lost in those thoughts, I drifted off to a sweet sleep in Su Qingqian's soft arms. When I woke up, night had fallen. The nanny had placed me on a soft daybed next to Lin Shuing while she went to mix formula. Shuing was wrestling with some unholy math homework. Stretching after finally finishing her last calculation, she accidentally bumped right into me. "Even a simple math problem took me this long. You're so dumb," I mentally roasted her. Shuing noticed me staring and assumed I was fascinated by her academic struggles. "Pretty smart, right? Once you learn to talk, third sister will teach you basic addition." I rolled my eyes so hard it hurt. Basic addition? Who needs tutoring for that? Seizing the moment when the nanny returned with my bottle, I took a massive gulp of milk, turned my head towards Shuing, and spat a strategic mist straight onto her designer shirt. My newly bought outfit. Lin Shuing hissed, her clothes soaked and reeking of formula. Giggle. I beamed at her, my eyes curving into tiny crescents. "I'm telling Mom and Dad." Dying to exact revenge but lacking the courage, she stormed upstairs to change. Vindicated, I handed the bottle back to the nanny. "Gurgle, make another one. This batch is empty." The nanny, naturally fluent in infant intuition, blinked and shuffled off to the kitchen. With the coast clear, I darted my eyes around, grabbed Shuing's math homework from the coffee table, and jammed it deep behind the sofa cushions. Let's see what excuse she used for class tomorrow. The next morning, Shuing tore her backpack apart in a full-blown panic. Realizing her homework had vanished into the shadow realm, she had no choice but to stand facing the wall for 2 entire class periods. When Su Qingchen and Lin Mo brought Jiahe and me downstairs, they caught Shuing tearing the living room apart like a caffeinated raccoon. "Young lady, what on earth are you doing?" Dad boomed, stepping in like an absolute boss. "Looking for trouble the second you get home?" I giggled silently behind my pacifier. "That's my dad." "I'm looking for my homework." Shuing stood at attention, too guilty to meet his eyes. I didn't fail to do it, it just vanished. I finished everything. Catching sight of me grinning from ear to ear, the puzzle pieces clicked in her head. "I know. Ran, sprayed me with milk last night. He must have hidden my homework." "Not bad, third sister. Took you long enough." Of course, I wasn't sweating it. To the adults, I was just a 1-year-old who couldn't spell diaper. Who would believe a baby framed his sister? Stop deflecting blame for your own carelessness. Go face the wall. Dad's verdict was final. Spring rolled into summer, summer into autumn, and before I knew it, I was celebrating my 2nd birthday. Staring at my reflection in the mirror, I wanted to cry. I was 2 years old and still couldn't string together a single coherent syllable. Was I destined to be the family mime? Meanwhile, Grandpa Lin's 70th birthday was a week away, and my siblings had gathered to brainstorm gifts. "What if we just wrap Ran up as a birthday present and give Grandpa a heart attack?" Shuing suggested. Smack. I reached out and gave her hand a solid, vengeful bite. "Ow. Ran, are you part pit bull?" She cradled her hand, glaring at me. "Serves you right for treating me like a parcel. Besides, giving me as a gift was way too cliché. It was Grandpa's big 70. He deserved an actual masterpiece." That night, I cracked my eyes open. Sneaking into the study, I dragged a chair over, climbed up, and laid out paper, ink, and a calligraphy brush. Back in my past life, my calligraphy had won national awards. 1 minute later, a slightly wobbly but legible character meaning Grandpa sat proudly on the page. Man, that looks sloppy. I massaged my aching left hand. Oh well, it was the thought that counted, and a 2-year-old writing like a master calligrapher would have raised way too many awkward questions. Slipping down from the chair, my foot caught, and I took a less than graceful tumble to the floor. I bit back a sob, but the squeak of the shifting chair caught the attention of Lin Shiyuan in the hallway. "Ran, are you okay?" Fearing the worst, she threw the door open, only to find a tear-stained toddler sitting on the floor. "What happened? Let big sister blow on it." Suddenly, her eyes locked onto the paper fluttering on the floor. She picked it up, her gaze scanning the calligraphy, then dropped her eyes to my ink-stained fingers. "Ran, did you write this? You're a literal genius. I'm telling Mom and Dad right now." I lunged forward, grabbing her collar and shaking my head like a frantic windshield wiper. Shiyuan locked eyes with my wide, watery gaze and instantly decoded my message. "You want me to keep it a secret and surprise Grandpa at his birthday banquet?" I nodded vigorously, then shook my head just as hard, pointing a chubby finger at the paper with furious gurgles. "No, I mean keep it a secret from Grandpa. Don't hand him the raw evidence." Shiyuan looked at the paper, then down at my dramatic face, a fond smile touching her lips. "Got it. Your secret is safe with me, little guy." I mentally facepalmed so hard I nearly rattled my teeth. When the day of the grand celebration finally arrived, the banquet hall was packed to the gills. I scanned the crowd for Xu Nianduchu. Don't tell me she ghosted. My enthusiasm plummeted. "Ran, remember your favorite uncle?" A giant face suddenly filled my field of view, scaring half a year's growth out of me. Xu Chen coughed awkwardly, realizing he'd nearly terrified a toddler. I didn't care about Xu Chen's existence. My radar had locked onto Nianduchu, standing right beside him, 1 year apart, and the ice princess had leveled up her aura significantly. "Child bride, you're finally here." I waddled over on chubby legs, babbling a string of untranslatable toddler noises. To my surprise, Nianduchu didn't back away this time. Looking down at the kid who used to require full-body carrying, a soft smile curved her lips. I grabbed her hand and flashed a goofy grin. Then Fang Yuan stepped out from behind her. "Nianduchu Gigi, let's go over there." "Oh look, the human mosquito is back." I planted my feet and squeezed Nianduchu's hand tighter. "Back off. She's mine." I directed a torrent of furious gurgles at Fang Yuan, who shot me a condescending look of pure pity. "Why you little?" Deciding words were useless. I dramatically lunged to hug Nianduchu's leg, turning on the waterworks. Panicking at the sudden threat to his spotlight, Fang Yuan stage tripped and crashed into a side table. Clatter. A crystal glass shattered across the floor. Just as I turned to look, Nianduchu scooped me up. A dark, ugly stain suddenly bloomed across my carefully chosen outfit. My favorite clothes, ruined. "Nianduchu Gigi, are you okay?" Fang Yuan asked, dusting himself off while shooting me a sideways glare of pure malice. "Oh, so you chose violence." Reviewing the physics of the crash, Fang Yuan had conveniently tripped right next to the unattended juice glass. It was a setup. Thinking I was an easy target, Fang Yuan offered a theatrical apology to the room while flashing a victorious smirk behind Nianduchu's back. "All right, bet." Just as Fang Yuan tried to step closer to Nianduchu, his ankle conveniently clipped an invisible snag. Gravity betrayed him, and he crashed hard onto the polished marble floor. As the room dissolved into snickers and whispers, Fang Yuan scrambled up, his knees scraped raw, and fled the hall in tearful humiliation. Nianduchu stared down at me, taking a subtle step back. Her piercing gaze told me she had caught my little judo sweep. Apparently, my reputation as a petty mastermind was spreading. My goodness, Ran, what happened to your clothes? Su Qingqian and Lin Mo rushed over, horrified by the stain. A nearby attendant quickly summarized the drama, prompting Mom to sigh. Come on, sweetie, let's get you changed before the cake cutting. Mom scooped me up, cutting off my sad little puppy dog reached toward Nianduchu. Once we reached the upstairs dressing room, Mom set me down. The door clicked shut, but before I could process my tragic separation from my child bride, the door burst open. Seeing Xu Yuan and Nianduchu step inside, I instinctively hid behind Mom and let out an indignant huff. Frustrated beyond belief, the words ripped straight out of my throat with crystal clarity. Homewrecker. The three women froze in sheer, unadulterated shock. He spoke. He wasn't mute after all. And yet, for his very first linguistic achievement in 2 years of life, the kid had looked straight at the family's prized guest and called her a homewrecker. Xu Yuan caught her breath, pointing a trembling finger. Did you just hear that? He called us homewreckers. She looked at Nianduchu, only to notice a bright flush creeping up the icy beauty's cheeks. 10 minutes later, Su Qingqian marched me back downstairs. Grandpa Lin pinched my cheek. I heard our little man finally found his voice. Grandpa's eyes practically sparkled with joy. The rest of the family surrounded me like paparazzi, treating me like a newly discovered panda species. All right, Ran, pick your birthday gift. Grandpa nudged a table laden with antique treasures. I sighed internally. What was I going to do with ancient pottery? Still, for Grandpa's sake, I scanned the table until my eyes locked onto a familiar figure standing by the edge of the room. A wave of pure, unadulterated fury surged through my veins. It was Ouyang Jun. He actually had the audacity to show up here. In my past life, this bastard was the one who engineered my demise. Ran, what's wrong? Eldest sister, Lin Xiyuan asked, her voice laced with concern. Xu Nianduchu, standing nearby, noticed my murderous glare and tracked my line of sight. Over in the center of the room, a sharply suited Ouyang Jun was presenting an exquisite gift box to Grandpa Lin. Grandpa Lin's eyes flashed with dark suspicion. Ouyang Jun's appearance was a complete curveball. He hadn't even invited the Ouyang family. Smiling with practiced politeness, Grandpa watched as Ouyang popped open the box to reveal a high-end antique porcelain piece. The surrounding guests exchanged knowing glances. Everyone in the business world knew Ouyang Jun's shady reputation. Among the 4 major multinational conglomerates, his corporation was notorious for backhanded corporate sabotage. Instead of addressing the gift directly, Grandpa Lin noticed me staring intently at the porcelain and asked with mild amusement, Ran, do you like this piece? If you do, Grandpa will let you have it. I shook my head violently. I wasn't staring because I liked it. I was staring because it was a blatant, bottom-shelf fake. Was Ouyang Jun actively trying to humiliate the Lin family on national television? Before anyone could blink, toddler-sized me marched over, snatched the porcelain from the box, and hurled it straight onto the marble floor with all my might. Crash! The sound of shattering millions echoed across the silent hall. Jaws hit the floor. $100 million antique, destroyed in a single second. The Lin family's youngest son was clinically unhinged. Fake, I announced in a soft, milky voice, instantly capturing every pair of eyes in the room. Grandpa Lin's expression shifted instantly. He hurried over to inspect the shards, while Ouyang Jun's face drained of all color. The slimeball had planned to slip a counterfeit gift past the Lins as a subtle insult, figuring they wouldn't notice until it was too late. He never expected a 2-year-old toddler to violently smash the exhibit, forcing the patriarch to examine it up close. Catching Ouyang Jun's panicked stare, I met his gaze dead on and stuck out my tongue in a supreme act of disrespect. Mr. Ouyang, care to explain this? Grandpa Lin's voice dropped to a glacial temperature. By my estimation, this is a cheap knockoff. Sending a fake to my birthday celebration, is this how the Ouyang Corporation shows respect? With his sabotage scheme completely up in flames, Ouyang Jun forced a sweaty smile. Elder Lin, it's a complete misunderstanding. I'll have someone deliver an actual gift to make up for this unfortunate oversight. Grandpa Lin didn't even dignify him with a glance, scooping me up instead. Ran, you're truly Grandpa's lucky charm. Next time I go treasure hunting, I'm bringing you along. As the crowd chuckled at Ouyang's humiliating exit, I mentally bookmarked him for later. I had a long life ahead of me, and revenge was a dish best served with compound interest. With the Ouyang fiasco behind us, the birthday banquet resumed in full swing. Since I could finally speak, it was a double celebration, though Mom was still recovering from the heart attack I gave her earlier. Convinced I was some kind of ancient sage reincarnated, she refused to put me down for the rest of the evening. Mom, I love you, but I need to go secure my child bride. If I don't stake my claim on Nianduchu now, what's the point of living? Fortunately, Big Sister Xiwan rescued me, swooping in to say, Ran, time to give Grandpa your birthday present. Oh right, that. Dragged reluctantly toward the guest of honor, I cursed my sisters for interfering with my romantic pursuits. I was handed a rolled-up calligraphy scroll. With Xiyuan's assistance, I unrolled it across the table to reveal a slightly lopsided, painfully amateurish character meaning Grandpa. Grandpa Lin froze, his eyes widening in pure disbelief. Ran. Did you write this? The surrounding sisters gasped in unison. A kid who had just learned to speak was already practicing calligraphy. Was their baby brother an actual deity? Tears literally welled in the old man's eyes as he cradled the paper like holy scripture. Magnificent, truly worthy of our Lin family's young master. Mom and Dad stared at the scroll, then down at me, their brains short-circuiting. Ran, who taught you how to write? I batted my eyelashes in innocent confusion. Both parents slowly turned their gaze toward Grandpa Lin, who looked just as clueless. Suddenly, Grandpa's face lit up with a brilliant realization. He threw his head back and laughed. Ah, of course. He must have picked it up just by watching me practice. A genius. That's my grandson. I'm hanging this right in the living room for all of Business Town to see. My toes curled so hard inside my shoes I nearly dug straight to the earth's core. Grandpa, please, I have a reputation to protect. Naturally, the legend of the 2-year-old calligraphy prodigy who also possessed an innate talent for appraising fake antiques spread like wildfire through elite circles. Grandpa Lin, treating me like his personal lucky charm, started dragging me everywhere. One afternoon, while the parents were away, Grandpa took me to the bustling antique market. Hand in hand, we browsed the stalls until Grandpa picked up a jade bracelet, sighed, and put it back down. While Grandpa got cornered into a pointless debate with a vendor, my eyes snagged on a pile of literal garbage in the corner. I toddled over and poked a horribly ugly, basketball-sized gray rock. Grandpa noticed me staring. Ran, you want that? Being an antique fanatic with zero geological expertise, he looked entirely baffled. I nodded vigorously, my eyes practically glowing with dollar signs. That unassuming paperweight was actually top-tier raw jade from the famous Moshisa mines. How much for this rock? Grandpa asked. The vendor, still salty from losing an argument with the old man earlier, decided to gouge us by 10 times the price. Slap pricing a rock he bought for pocket change 3 years ago at 100,000. After paying the ransom, I hugged the heavy stone to my chest. Cut it, I commanded, with the authority of an absolute monarch. The vendor happily pocketed the cash, grinning ear to ear. Bought and paid for, kid. Whatever's inside, don't come crying to me if it's just gravel. Shut up and run the saw, old man. You think I'm about to split my millions with you? Following my precise hand gestures, the vendor nervously dragged the diamond saw across the stone. As he shaved off the outer crust, a brilliant stripe of high ice glowing green emerged. A crowd immediately gathered, gasping at the sudden splash of color. Grandpa Lin smirked triumphantly. Who said my grandson has no eye for treasures? Cut deeper, Grandpa urged. Just as the cutter prepared to make the third pass, I pointed a chubby finger. Horizontal cut here. The crowd muttered skeptically, whispering that the toddler was getting greedy. I ignored the noise, my eyes locked on the stone. Zizzed. As the blade sliced horizontally, the inner core was fully exposed. A pool of pure, luminous, flawless imperial green jade filled the center, clear as spring water and blindingly rich. The vendor collapsed onto his knees, staring in absolute horror. He had just thrown away tens of millions of dollars over a worthless-looking rock. Grandpa, I cooed, rubbing the silky jade surface with a grin. Let's make a full family jewelry set out of this. Meanwhile, back at Lin Corporation headquarters, Dad had just finished a grueling board meeting when his secretary sprinted in. Mr. Lin, your family is causing a riot at the antique market. Apparently, Grandpa had taken me on a tour of destruction. Not only did we publicly expose every fake artifact on the street, but my ruthless bargain hunting had practically driven the local vendors into collective depression. Desperate for survival, the entire market had officially filed a formal complaint with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau against Grandpa and me. As Dad arrived in a tailored suit, looking ready to commit murder, Grandpa and I were caught red-handed. I dropped the jade stone, scrambled over to Dad's legs, and buried my face in his trousers with a tearful, angelic smile. Daddy. Dad's fierce glare melted instantly. He scooped me up, shooting a profoundly exhausted look at Grandpa. Dad, why do you always take Ron to such chaotic places? Stop dragging my son out on your criminal excavation sprees. Grandpa scoffed defensively, refusing to back down. I'm just giving him some fresh air. He loves it. Do you have time to entertain him? Completely cornered, Dad sighed in defeat, hoisted me onto his hip, and escorted Grandpa out of the market before the authorities arrived. The news of our antique market rampage went viral by morning. To prevent me from single-handedly bankrupting the city's antiquities district, Mom and Dad decided it was time for some structured education. The next morning, a 25-year-old female instructor, clad in a crisp taekwondo uniform, stood in our courtyard. I stared at her through the living room window, my brain stalling out. Wait, are they trying to teach me martial arts? I'm 2 years old. Before I could process the absurdity, Dad had already zipped me into a pint-sized athletic outfit and marched me outside. Young Master Lin, I'm your new martial arts instructor. Please go easy on me, she greeted with a professional bow. I instinctively returned a textbook standard martial arts salute, leaving every adult within a 10-foot radius blinking in stunned silence. Then I decided to test out my new vessel. Letting out a fierce baby shriek, I sprinted forward on stubby legs, scrambled up the instructor's torso like a spider monkey, and planted myself squarely on her shoulders. Run! Get down right now! Dad panicked, rushing forward to catch me. Too late. Channeling every ounce of my inner combat spirit, I applied a classic leverage lock and gave a sharp twist. The petite instructor let out a shriek of absolute betrayal as she went down like a felled tree, passing out cold on the grass. Silence descended upon the courtyard. Dad froze. The butler froze. Third sister, Xu Yuan, holding a cup of juice, stared at the unconscious black belt martial artist on the floor, her jaw unhinged. Holy crap, our baby brother just one-shotted a professional fighter. The instructor gave me a thumbs up right before seeing Su Qingqian storming over and hastily yanking it back. An angry mom is a force of nature. I felt genuinely aggrieved. I didn't mean to. How was I supposed to know a black belt martial arts expert had the durability of wet tissue paper against a toddler? Though reluctant to snap, Mom couldn't let my crime slide. Go to your room and reflect. No coming downstairs without my permission. Half an hour later, the instructor woke up, staring blankly at the ceiling with a severe concussion. Su Qingqian helped him up, flashing an apologetic smile. I'm so sorry. My son plays a bit rough. She handed him a thick bank card. Please accept this as a sincere apology. The instructor accepted it with a deeply traumatized expression. Before leaving, he made sure to extract a solemn vow of absolute secrecy regarding the day's events. By 7 that evening, Grandpa Lin stared at his bowl of rice with zero appetite. Dad mirrored him, both secretly stressing over whether I was starving. But with Mom maintaining her strict lockdown, neither dared speak up. Back in my room, my stomach sounded like a marching band. Suddenly, a soft knock echoed at the door. My eyes lit up. Mom caved? Ron, are you hungry? Fourth sister, Lin Xuxia whispered, sneaking in and patting my head. Come on, fourth sister will sneak you down to the kitchen. I hesitated, terrified of Mom's wrath, but Xuxia waved away my concerns. Xingyu is standing watch outside. We just have to be quiet. Good grief, a coordinated criminal conspiracy. Figuring one rogue midnight snack wouldn't trigger an international incident, I trotted down to the kitchen with her, only to discover the fridge had been completely wiped clean. Mom had preemptively embargoed all food supplies. Well, look at that, Xuxia muttered in defeat. Where there's a will, a former tech tycoon finds a way. I'll cook, I declared, puffing out my chest. Xuxia stared at me as if I'd offered to build a particle accelerator. You're 2 years old. Refusing to be underestimated, I rolled up my sleeves. 10 minutes later, Xuxia stood paralyzed in sheer, unadulterated awe before 2 bowls of steaming scallion noodles, each topped with a perfectly golden, crispy-edged fried egg. Since when could a toddler operate a stove? Upstairs, a guilty mom decided to check on me, only to find my room empty and the kitchen lights ablaze. Creeping down the hall, she froze at the sight of her 2 youngest kids buried face-first in bowls of gourmet noodles. Ran, made these. Xuxia babbled, completely blind to Mom's sudden appearance behind her. Mom, you have to try it. It's better than yours. She cut herself off, catching Mom's sub-zero glare. 15 minutes later, I was marched back to bed, and Xuxia was sentenced to an evening of intensive moral philosophy. After a sleepless night of brainstorming, Mom and Dad decided my unhinged energy required artistic redirection. The next morning, I was deposited inside a pristine music room. Little Ran, which instrument would you like to master? The piano instructor asked with a patient smile. Can I play that one? I pointed straight at the grand piano in the center. The instructor chuckled, nodding indulgently. Such an innocent kid. I hopped onto the bench, locked eyes with him, and gave a silent, cynical smirk. Mom thinks piano lessons will tame me. Watch and learn, amateur. Without warning, my tiny hands slammed down onto the keys, unleashing the furious, thunderous opening bars of Beethoven's Appassionata Sonata. The instructor's chair tipped backward, sending him crashing flat onto his back. He stared up at me like I had just summoned a demon. Mom hurried over when she heard the commotion, opening the door just as the instructor scrambled up, pale as a ghost. Mrs. Lin, I can't teach this child. I'm resigning. Slamming the door shut behind him, he fled for his life. Mom stared down at me, her last remaining shred of maternal patience snapping. What did you do to him this time? I threw my hands up, offering an innocent shoulder-shrugging shrug. I just played the piano. It's not my fault he lacks rhythm. With my musical career dead on arrival, my parents decided direct socialization was the only cure. The next day, Dad broke the news to Grandpa Lin. They were enrolling me in kindergarten so I could interact with normal human children. Grandpa Lin's face crumpled into immediate horror. Sending me to school meant 8 hours a day without his personal Lucky Charm. He threw an absolute veto fit, but since it was Mom's decree, he decided to outsource the rebellion to my sisters. I don't care. Ask them. Grandpa grumbled. If my granddaughters want him to stay home, he stays. Lin Shuing raised her hand first. I vote yes. Ran is way too chaotic. Without him here, I can finally claim the living room. Xuxia shook her head. I object. What if the other kids bully him? He's so fragile. Xingyu nodded vigorously. Fourth, sister is right. Ran is a delicate flower. Grandpa Lin grinned triumphantly. See? The children have spoken. Eldest sister Shi Yuan pushed up her glasses thoughtfully. Actually, I think we can just homeschool him. I'll teach him writing. Xu Ying can handle math. Second sister, Lin Ruoxue, gave a cold nod of agreement. Su Qingqian marched straight over, whacked Xu Ying upside the head, and glared at the conspirators. No amount of sibling protests could override parental law, but my sisters spent the next few days putting me through an academic boot camp designed to deter any thoughts of leaving the house. Did you memorize the conjugation, Ran? If mom tests you and you fail, we're doing it another 100 times. Xu Yuan chanted like a demonic monk. Desperate for salvation, I hatched a plan. That Friday, I bribed my sisters for kitchen access, promising a special dinner for Grandpa's appreciation night. As twilight fell, a dozen exquisite dishes materialized on the dining table. Grandpa Lin stared in disbelief. Whose birthday is it today? I made them, Grandpa, I announced proudly, sliding off my chair. Oh, sweetie, don't lie, Grandpa chuckled. The head chef stepped forward, wiping his brow. Actually, Elder Lin, the young master, cooked every single dish. I was merely his kitchen assistant. Grandpa Lin nearly swallowed his teeth, scooping me up in an instant. My brilliant grandson. You're a certified culinary prodigy. Sensing my opening, I strategically winced and held up a bandaged arm, staging a minor water blister burn for maximum dramatic effect. Grandpa, it hurts. Who did this? Where's the medical kit? Grandpa panicked, his heart breaking over a microscopic blister. Grandpa, I whimpered, flashing my best puppy dog eyes. I want to go to kindergarten. Grandpa froze, realizing he'd walked right into my trap. Ah, well, school is a bit much for someone your age, maybe next year. I planted my hands on my hips, executing a tactical toddler strike. If I don't go to school, I'm never coming with you to the antique market again. That threat hit harder than a freight train. Grandpa collapsed into deep moral crisis. School was out of the question, but losing antique market trips was entirely unacceptable. Desperate for a compromise, his eyes lit up. Wait, are you interested in calligraphy? I have an old friend, a legendary master of the brush. I paused. A real calligraphy master? Back in my past life, I would have killed for an introduction, but old recluses were notoriously picky. Who? Old Master Helen. You probably haven't heard of him, but I'll drag him here myself if I have to. Hearing the name, Helen sent a jolt of electricity through me. Helen was a titan of literature whom I had failed to meet in my previous life due to my low standing. Seizing the opportunity, Grandpa immediately packed me into the car and drove straight to the master's secluded estate. Stepping into the courtyard, a small voice piped up. Who are you? A sharp-looking boy around 6 years old blocked our path. Grandpa Lin laughed heartily. Ah, you must be Helen's grandson, Helen Yu. I'm here to introduce my grandson as his new disciple. Helen Yu scoffed, crossing his arms. Impossible. My grandfather hasn't taken a student in 30 years. Even I have to study under his senior pupils. There's no way he'd accept a drooling baby. I stepped forward, narrowing my eyes. Who's your master? Feng Yexue held considerable clout in the literary world, speaking of her master Helen Yu, with an unmistakable hint of pride. I quickly recalled that she was indeed a woman who had achieved remarkable success in the field. Still, my philosophy on mentorship was simple. If you are going to learn from someone, you might as well learn from the absolute best. Giving Helen Yu a patronizing, prematurely aged pat on the shoulder, I declared, from now on, I am your junior granduncle. A white-haired old man with a frail yet remarkably vibrant aura stepped into the courtyard. You must be Old Master Helen, I said, blinking wide, innocent eyes. Grandpa Helen, I'm here to become a disciple. Can I be your student? Having not heard such a bold request in ages, Old Master Helen bellowed with laughter. I don't take disciples anymore, but given how cute you are, I can let you sit under my personal attendance and practice alongside my grandson. Helen Yu immediately revolted. No way, this little brat is full of sneaky tricks. I refuse to be his senior brother. Grandpa Helen, is this poem you wrote meant to mourn someone who passed away? I asked, resting my elbows on the desk with a grave expression. The old man froze, his throat tightening with a choked gasp. Today marked the 10th anniversary of his wife's passing, and the calligraphy was meant to honor her memory. Yet, the verses were heavily veiled, wrapped entirely in tranquil descriptions of winter landscapes. How on earth had a toddler seen right through it? What is your name? He asked, startled. Ran? I replied in a soft, milky tone. Ran? A fine name, the old man murmured. At that exact moment, Grandfather Lin came charging into the courtyard. Seeing the old man gaze at me with such intensely peculiar interest, he panicked, convinced his precious grandson was about to be poached. Ran, you run too fast. I couldn't even keep up. Helen, this is my grandson. He's extraordinarily gifted in calligraphy, so I brought him specifically for you to evaluate. The old master chuckled at his old friend. I knew what you were scheming. I spent months dodging you, and you still tracked me down. With a resigned sigh, he conceded. Fine. Let's see him write a character. My eyes lit up. There's hope. Time to lock in. Standing before the old master's test, I gripped the brush, my wrist flicking with fluid, serpent-like precision. A single character spirit slashed across the paper with enough force to nearly pierce through it. Old Master Helen looked ready to pop his eyeballs right out of his skull. The sheer kinetic tension of those strokes, the seasoned, master-level bone structure. It was the kind of mastery that usually took a normal human at least 5 agonizing years of relentless practice to achieve. Yet here I stood, a tiny toddler who had barely seen 3 or 4 summers. Grandpa Lin puffed out his chest, reveling in his friend's absolute cultural shock. This was his flesh and blood, after all. Well, what do you think? I taught him everything he knows from day one. Pretty impressive, right? Old Master Helen stroked his beard, his expression softening into a nod of profound approval. He carefully set down the brush, looked up at me with wide, angelic eyes, and fluttered my eyelashes for maximum effect. Grandpa Helen, how did I do? In truth, I was being entirely sincere. To avoid drawing too much panic, I had only used about 50% of my actual skill. Who knew the old monster would throw a sudden curveball? The structural framework is solid, Old Master Helen evaluated, but the proportions lack depth, far from reaching its ultimate potential. Wait, what? It was a mix of praise and criticism, but it felt like a dagger to my chest. I should have just gone all out. This was my literal idol. Being critiqued by my own idol hurt worse than losing a fortune. Unbeknownst to me, Old Master Helen's internal monologue was screaming in utter disbelief. Aside from that one exceptional girl years ago, this kid was undoubtedly the second peerless genius walking the earth. Grandpa Lin instantly lost his temper. He stepped forward, shoved Helen aside, grabbed my hand, and bristled up like an angry cat. Are you taking him as a disciple or not, you old fossil? If not, I'm taking Ran, right now. I won't have him taking your arrogant nonsense. Seeing Grandpa genuinely ticked off and turning to leave, Old Master Helen panicked. Wait, Lin, you misunderstood. He lunged forward to block our path. I was just shocked into speechlessness. This child must stay. No matter what, he stays. My emotional state swung from stormy skies to bright sunshine in a microsecond. Really? Grandpa Helen is actually taking me in? Does that mean I get to practice with my idol every single day? Ran, hurry up and offer the tea. Grandpa nudged me with a supportive grin. I eagerly accepted the cup of hot tea from an attendant, marched forward, and executed a textbook-perfect apprentice bow. Master, please have tea. Watching my impossibly adorable and well-behaved performance, Old Master Helen beamed from ear to ear, his mouth practically stretching to his ears. With that single cup of tea swallowed, I was officially initiated. Immediately pivoting on my heel, I shot a dramatic, highly theatrical side-eye at Helen Yu. Well, what did I tell you? Call me Junior Granduncle. Helen Yu's face turned an impressive shade of swamp green. He had spent years groveling and jumping through hoops just to get a foot in the door, yet I had stumbled in while still in diapers. Naturally, I wasn't about to let up. Come on, be a good boy and say it. I smiled innocently while aggressively filing away a mental tally of petty revenges. If you try to look down on me, you reap what you sow, little Helen. Have you forgotten the household rules, you? Old Master Helen barked, his grandfatherly warmth instantly evaporating into a freezing glare. Crushed under his grandfather's terrifying authority, Helen Yu had no choice. Trembling with bitter humiliation, he bowed deeply. Greetings, Junior Granduncle. Good boy. Don't worry, Junior Granduncle will protect you. Delivering that line with maximum sarcasm while watching him swallow his pride felt better than winning the lottery. Grandpa Lin pretended to scold me. Ran, don't be cheeky, but I knew when to quit. Push your luck too far in a new territory, and you crash. Unexpectedly, Old Master Helen waved a hand dismissively. No harm done. Since the seniority is set, the proper etiquette must be maintained. It's good to knock some of this boy's arrogance down and show him there's always someone better. Talk about an accidental assist of the century. Old Lin, since you're already here, stay for dinner, Helen suggested. I need time to bond with Ran. Grandpa Lin immediately frowned. No thanks. A whole house of people is waiting for us. Why should I rush off? A glint of cunning flashed in the old master's eyes. I've finally taken a disciple. Tonight at 8 p.m., I'm hosting a family banquet to officially introduce Ran to the inner circle. Otherwise, people will think I'm being secretive. Then, dropping the ultimate bomb, he added, besides, since he's my disciple now, he stays here to study. You can't just drag him away. Grandpa Lin's face turned as dark as a cast iron skillet. Why didn't you mention this earlier? You didn't ask. Grandpa was cornered. While he hated leaving me behind, he knew that even if this old coot was eccentric about calligraphy, his former disciples controlled massive networks across every major industry. Leaving me here wasn't just learning brushwork, it was laying the foundation for a dynasty. By evening, the Helen estate broadcasted the news, an official disciple induction banquet at 8 p.m. sharp. Standing nearby, Helen Yu watched his grandfather treat a toddler with such reverence and felt a fresh wave of sour envy. Yet, what could he do? The sheer terror of that single-spirit character I had casually tossed off earlier had already flattened his ego into dust. When the news hit, the entire literary and business world went nuclear. Dozens of heavy hitters dropped everything and sprinted back to the capital, desperate to see what kind of cosmic anomaly had finally coaxed the reclusive old Master Helen out of retirement. As twilight settled, the main hall hummed with tense, electric energy. I was currently deep in a passionate philosophical debate about calligraphy with old Master Helen, leaving my actual grandfather stranded on the sidelines. Watching us laugh and chat like old college roommates, Grandpa Lin looked like he was chewing on lemons, his favorite pu'er tea turning utterly bitter in his mouth. Suddenly, the heavy door swung open, and Helen Yu hurried in, adjusting his traditional silk jacket. Grandpa, the senior and junior disciples are all back. Old Master Helen set down his brush, patted my head and asked, "Ready?" I shook my head back and forth like a bobblehead, my eyes sparkling not with fear, but with pure, unadulterated adrenaline. "A Shuro Field, please. This is just a VIP fan meetup." "That's my boy," the old master laughed heartily, before his tone shifted sharply. "Stick close to me. With me here, they won't dare bully you too hard." "What do you mean, not too hard?" Grandpa Lin exploded, leaping to his feet in full protective grandpa mode, If any of those punks lay a finger on my Ran, I'll tear this entire courtyard down brick by brick. Old Master Helen sighed, giving me a deeply meaningful look. If you want these arrogant disciples of mine to genuinely accept a toddler, Ran, you're going to have to show them your real teeth. My internal alarm bells clanged loudly. Wait, did they figure it out? I had thought my disguise was airtight, fooling even my own grandfather. But the person standing before me was a titan of calligraphy. Did my deliberate, stylistic errors actually give the game away? Curses. If I had known, I should have just gone full power and avoided this whole circus. Outside in the grand hall, over 200 elites packed the room to maximum capacity, buzzing with identical gossip. Has old Master Helen finally lost his mind on the mountain, taking in a toddler just to pass the time? The speaker was second disciple, Kang Gaoda, a prominent calligraphy professor with disciples scattered across the globe. Nearby, senior disciple Wen Lezhang stood with a stern, unreadable expression, while third senior sister Feng Yexue, living legend in the literary circle and sole heiress of the Feng family, radiated absolute haughtiness. Feng Yexue shot Kang Gaoda a cold look before turning to Helen Yu. Well, is everything set? Don't worry, senior sister, Helen Yu sneered. Once Ran walks in, we're going to teach him some manners. It was a meticulously planned ambush, waiting for me to walk right into the trap. Even the seemingly upright senior disciple was mentally calculating how to publicly humiliate a toddler. Suddenly, a booming, resonant laugh echoed through the hall. All right, is everyone here? The next second, a genuinely earth-shattering scene unfolded. Over 100 disciples snapped into unison, executing a synchronized, flawless bow while shouting in thunderously unified voices. Greetings, Master! Greetings, Grandmaster! The sheer concussive force of their volume rattled the chandeliers. But the moment every single one of them straightened up and laid eyes on the pink-cheeked, 3.5-year-old toddler standing beside the old master, dead silence swallowed the room. 100 jaws hit the floor simultaneously. I blinked wide, innocent eyes, scanning the crowd of elite disciples before locking onto the top three. Ah, the holy trinity of senior disciples I need to conquer. I instantly deployed my ultimate secret weapon, unadulterated toddler cuteness. Feng Yexue coldly turned away, though her ears flushed bright red. Internally, she was probably screaming at how adorable I was. Kang Gaoda, however, waddled over with a wrinkled, cheerful grin. So this is the little junior brother? You've got great taste, Master. He reached out to pinch my cheek. Looking at his crinkled, overly enthusiastic face, my internal threat detectors blared. Creep alert. I recoiled with professional disgust, dodging his hand entirely. Kang's hand froze midair, leaving him with an impressive amount of secondary embarrassment. The poor guy just wanted to be friendly and got curve rejected by a toddler. Realizing he had lost face in front of hundreds of people, he decided to show this little squirt no mercy. Dropping the warm act, a glint of competitive fire sparked in his eyes. Since our little junior brother is so eager, let's start with a basic warm-up question. What is another name for calligraphy? HM. It was a total softball question. If I choked here, Grandpa Helen would lose whatever street cred he had left. I batted my eyelashes, letting out a milky, high-pitched chirp. Calligraphy is also called brush ink treasure. Am I right, second senior brother? Pleased by my easy answer, Kang Gaoda decided to up the ante and test the absolute ceiling of my intellect. Oh? Then, do you know the historical evolution of calligraphy scripts? Dead silence fell over the hall. For a 3.5-year-old, this was a nuclear-level difficulty spike. Helen Yu tried to interrupt to steal some spotlight, but old master, Helen barked, "Quiet, stand still." The old man's heart was practically hammering against his ribs. He was ready to step in and stop Kang from bruising my fragile toddler ego until I didn't even blink. The evolution spans from oracle bone inscriptions and bronze scripts to large and small seal script, culminating in the integration phase of cursive, regular, and running script from the Han Dynasty onward. I rattled off, seamlessly transitioning from Shangzhou history straight into the Qing Dynasty steel controversies. The delivery was so crisp, logical, and densely packed with academic weight that the entire room suffered collective brain death. Hundreds of elites stared at me like I had just stepped out of a UFO. Is this a toddler, or an academic deity reincarnated? Seeing the crowd marveling over me, Helen Yu turned green with jealousy. I know all that too. Kang Gaoda delivered the finishing blow with a deadpan smirk. Yeah, but it took you until you were 6. He's 3.5. The resulting wave of laughter hit Helen Yu like a physical slap. His face morphed into a bruised eggplant as he appealed to his master for mercy, and upon receiving a subtle nod of approval, he glared down at me. I challenge you to a poetry duel. The crowd gasped. Feng Yexue immediately established the rules, alternating lines with the theme of moon, 1 minute to think, and missing a beat meant instant elimination. Old Master Helen silently approved. Desperate to reclaim his stolen spotlight as the generational prodigy, Helen Yu stepped forward with swaggering confidence. Matching wits with a baby? This is like bringing a nuclear warhead to a water gun fight. People have sorrow and joy, partings and reunions. The moon is bright and clear, but rarely complete, Helen Yu recited smoothly, flashing a smug, self-satisfied grin. I didn't even break a sweat. How long has the bright moon been in the sky? I raised my cup and asked the blue sky. Meanwhile, the sideline audience had somehow turned a scholarly induction ceremony into an underground casino. 10 grand on Helen Yu. Me too. Everyone figured I was just a walking memory card for history facts, but poetry improvisation was a whole different beast against an older kid. Shockingly, both heavy hitters Kang Gouda and Feng Yexui silently threw their bets on me. "I'm betting on the little junior brother," Kang declared. As the rounds escalated, Helen Yu's forehead turned into a swamp of nervous sweat, his fists clenched tight as he desperately rummaged through his brain for obscure verses. I, on the other hand, looked like I was casually browsing a menu. "Master, if I win this, what's my prize?" I asked, looking up at the old man with a bright smile. "Anything you want, name it." Old Master Helen laughed heartily. "Pinky promise." Watching us cozy up like two peas in a pod, Helen Yu looked like he was about to combust. "We're in the middle of a competition, you little freeloader," he shouted, his cheeks puffing out like a distressed pufferfish. I blinked innocently. "Yeah, I'm competing with you. Is there a problem? Stop talking to my grandfather." Bro is literally throwing a toddler-level jealousy tantrum. "Enough of this nonsense," Old Master Helen snapped, his grandfatherly warmth vanishing. "If you lose, you apologize to your junior granduncle right now." Helen Yu's face twisted in sheer horror. Bow down and call a 3-year-old his uncle? Over his dead body. Seeing him on the verge of short-circuiting, I decided to end his misery with a tactical nuke. Drawing a deep breath, I delivered a classic verse from the classic of poetry. "In the 7th month the fire star passes. In the 8th month it moves westward. In the 9th month it is cold. In the 10th month my cricket enters under the bed." When I finished reciting the entire sequence, the hall fell into absolute, hollow shock. Kang Gouda's jaw unhinged. Brilliant, 4 different months, referenced in a single flowing stanza. Helen Yu's fingernails dug deep into his palms as his mind completely blue-screened. Against that level of literary wizardry, even an adult scholar would drop to their knees. Feng Yexu's eyes were practically shooting laser beams of affection. This wasn't just a disciple, this was a legendary artifact dropped by the RNG gods. After a suffocating pause, Helen Yu finally dropped his head in bitter defeat. I lost. Thunderous applause erupted, led single-handedly by Feng Yexue. I offered a modest, tactical bow, looking like a victorious general wrapping up a bloody campaign. Grandpa Lin's chest puffed out so hard, his buttons looked ready to pop. "That's my bloodline. No useless trash in the Lin family." Looking like a kicked puppy, Helen Yu stood frozen in despair, as Feng Yexue bypassed him entirely, marching straight over to sweep me up in a bear hug. "Junior brother, you are entirely too precious," she cooed, squeezing my cheeks. "From now on, stick with senior sister. Anyone who messes with you answers to me." Standing out in the cold, Helen Yu questioned his entire existence. His favorite senior sister had just been stolen by a toddler. Taking a deep breath, Helen Yu gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and executed a formal martial salute. "Greetings, junior granduncle." I looked up at my oversized nephew, gave a lordly wave of my tiny hand, and chirped, "Good boy. Don't worry, uncle's got your back." The entire hall collectively exploded into laughter. A 3-year-old peanut speaking protection over a 10-year-old school bully was peak comedy. While everyone was distracted, Kang Gouda scurried over to the corner, holding out his hand to the guys who lost the betting pool. "Pay up, losers." Rolling their eyes, the losers transferred their money via phone. Who could have guessed a toddler would sweep the house? Just as Kang pocketed his winnings with a smug grin, a tiny hand tapped his knee. "What are you betting on, second senior brother?" Mind cutting me in. Kang frantically stuffed his phone behind his back. No gambling for kids." I snatched the phone out of his hand with supernatural speed. Glaring at the $10,000 balance displayed on the screen, a brilliant light bulb went off in my head. "Senior brother, sharing is caring," I whispered with a sweet, menacing smile. "Unless you want me to tell Master that you're running underground casinos on company grounds?" Kang's soul left his body. "This isn't a junior brother, this is a loan shark." Trembling with betrayal, he quickly transferred a third of his earnings to my account. Hearing the sweet ding of a successful transaction, I pocketed the phone with profound satisfaction. Scanning the high table once more, my eyes lingered on a single empty seat right beside the Master's chair. Who on earth is important enough to show up late to this kind of event, sitting above even the Master? Noticing my confusion, Feng Yexue leaned down and whispered, "That seat belongs to a very dear friend of Master's. He's reclusive, eccentric, and whether he shows up today depends entirely on his mood." A mysterious VIP. My imagination ran wild with images of an ancient, sword-wielding immortal hermit. Suddenly, the heavy oak doors banged open. "He's here," someone hissed. Feng Yexue pinched my cheek playfully. "Looks like your luck is holding out, little junior. Master's favorite eccentric just arrived." I whipped my head around, my heart hammering against my ribs. A gentle breeze drifted through the courtyard, rustling the decorative vines. A pair of custom, ridiculously expensive designer heels clicked across the threshold. My gaze traveled upward and my jaw detached from my skull, hurtling straight toward the center of the earth. A face I knew down to my very soul stepped into the light, striding forward with effortless grace. Xu Nianduchu. I stood paralyzed, my mouth wide enough to swallow a bowling ball. Even across the room, those chilling, impossibly cold eyes locked directly onto mine, and for a split second, they softened. I felt like I had just been hit by a truck when a subtle, ghost-like curve touched her lips. Absolute apocalypse. The eccentric VIP senior sister had been bragging about was actually Xu Nianduchu. My mind completely blanked. This wasn't a generational friendship, this had to be a 60-year conspiracy. Even worse, everyone treated her with the exact same spine-tingling reverence they reserved for old Master Helen. Even Grandpa Lin dropped his jaw, pointing at Helen and squawking, "You old fossil, you're holding out on me. Why didn't you tell me Xu Nianduchu was your buddy?" Helen Yu puffed out his chest. "Why should I?" While the elders bickered, Xu Nianduchu glided straight toward me. The next second, absolute, deafening silence gripped the hall. The notorious neat freak who kept everyone at a 10-foot radius actually bent down and scooped me right up. Every jaw in the room shattered against the floor. Staring up at that gorgeous, close-up face, I gave her cheek a solid pinch just to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. She frowned slightly, giving me a mild warning look. "It's real. The grip is real." My inner child started doing backflips and air guitaring. "Ha, my master's best friend is literally my baby fiancé. Talk about peak networking." Feng Yexu watched with an intensely amused, mother-hen grin. "I ship it. This pairing is top tier." Kang Gouda leaned over, whispering, what do we call him now? His seniority just went nuclear. He's basically our uncle-in-law." Grandpa Lin looked ready to self-delete from regret. If he'd known Xu Nianduchu was tight with this old coot, he wouldn't have waited months. He would have bypassed the front door entirely. Xu Nianduchu calmly carried me to her seat, and I sat frozen in her lap, too terrified to twitch. My actual child bride was holding me. "Stay still, Lingren. If you throw a tantrum, you'll regret it." Grandpa's stern voice rumbled, though I was already staring at her profile, wondering how to fast-forward straight to the wedding. The banquet dragged on past midnight. When it was finally time to leave, I clung to her like a desperate koala, refusing to let go. "Lingren, behave. Nianduchu has to get back," Grandpa scolded. Picturing Uncle Xu's terrifying poker face, my heart melted with protective pity for my fiancé, and I reluctantly slid down, lower lip trembling. "Big sister Nianduchu, come play with me soon." I blinked my most moisture-packed puppy eyes. She didn't have the heart to say no, giving a soft nod before turning away. I immediately tried to sprint after her, but suddenly, the laws of physics betrayed me as I was hoisted into midair. "Little junior brother, dignity. A man must maintain composure around women," Kang Gouda lectured, hauling me back. "Put me down," I hissed, cheeks puffed like a blowfish. Kang held me in a chokehold of brotherly wisdom. "Trust me, bro, chasing after them makes you look cheap. You gotta play hard to get." Feng Yexu rolled her eyes so hard she nearly saw her own brain. "Please, you've been dumped 10 times and you're still a single-digit hermit." That hit was so critical, I accidentally snorted. "Bro, you are tragic. How does rejection even taste?" Infuriated, Kang grabbed Feng Yexu's wrist. "You're always targeting me, secretly crushing on me, aren't you? Heard your family is setting you up on blind dates anyway. Wanna just settle down with me?" Feng Yexu exploded, whipping her hand away to throw punches. Kang dropped me onto the grass and bolted for his life. Watching this absolute circus, I shook my head like an exhausted corporate executive. Ah, the eternal mystery of romance. Little Helen wandered over looking bewildered. "Junior granduncle, what were you talking about?" I sighed at the dense child. "Read a book, kid. Stay out of the romance pool or you'll drown." By the afternoon of the 4th day, Grandpa hauled me back home, where my 6 older sisters ambushed me like a zombie horde. "Did you pass?" I sighed deeply, channeling total gloom. Third sister Lin Shuing immediately sneered. "I knew it. What else is he good for besides trouble?" Lin Shiyuan panicked, rushing to comfort me. "It's okay. We'll find another teacher. Or you can come learn swimming with me." While they bickered, I flashed a row of sharp baby teeth and dropped the nuke. Who said I failed? But to master the craft, I'm officially going off-grid for a few years until elementary school graduation. Dead silence. Even Lin Shuing's expression flatlined. Wait, he actually got in? That night, the house dropped into sub-zero depression. Mom quietly wiped tears packing my bags, while Dad punched the air in helpless regret. I wanted him here too, but that's old Master Helen. It's for his future. Downstairs, my pockets were stuffed with emergency snacks and private allowances for my sisters. Big sister Lin Shiyuan gripped my shoulders. "If that old man gives you trouble, call me and I'll bring a tank." Even Shuing mumbled, "Don't starve yourself up there." Refusing their ride to avoid another tear-soaked cinematic goodbye, I packed my bags and reported straight to the mountain compound, diving headfirst into hell mode cultivation. I woke up before the chickens and slept after the dogs, splitting every waking second between ink and paper. A few days later, Helan Yu peeked through the door with intense anxiety. Staring enough, I didn't even look up, casually pinching a botched paper ball and flicking it backward with lethal precision. Thwack. Bullseye right between his eyes. Rubbing his forehead, Helan Yu crept in. "Uncle, aren't you overdoing it? I'm here to learn, not vacation." That ruthless work ethic terrified him. Watching me grind day in and day out, Helan Yu felt his own lazy habits crumble under pure, unadulterated intimidation. Behind my intense facade, though, my internal gears were spinning. My fiancée was Master's best friend, and if I wanted to stand beside her, I couldn't afford to slack off. Plus, I still had a score to settle with Ujun from my past life. For now, I'd let that clown run wild. But the moment I grew up, I was going to collect with interest. Realizing a toddler was out grinding him, Helan Yu sprinted back to his room to grind double time. One sunny afternoon, as I was grinding ink for Master, Helan Yu poked his head out. "Grandpa, what's the lesson today?" Old Master Helen picked up his brush, his aura spiking instantly. "Skill comes from the hand. but mastery comes from the heart. Today, we aren't writing characters, we're learning how to be human. I straightened up. This was the legendary philosophy lecture. Calligraphy mirrors life, the old man declared, strokes slashing across the paper with rugged power. Every twist is an adversity, every splash an emotion. If you can't own your strokes, your life is a mess. I nodded along like a bobblehead, soaking in every word. Helen Yu, however, looked like he was listening to ancient alien code. Did you understand? The master asked. I nodded instantly. Helen Yu stammered, shaking his head. Seeing the master's disappointed frown, Helen Yu panicked and pointed at me. He's faking it. There's no way he gets this. Of course I get it, I chimed in coolly. Master is saying we need consistency, dedication, and emotional maturity. Art mirrors integrity. The old master stroked his beard and roared with laughter. Magnificent. Lin Run is a prodigy. Take notes, Helen Yu. Helen Yu looked like his entire worldview had just been deleted. Meanwhile, back down the mountain, the Lin household was in active mourning. Fifth sister Lin Jiahe was crying into her plushie. I miss my baby brother. Lin Shuing crossed her arms, letting her imagination run wild. That troublemaker is definitely locked in a dungeon. The mountain is full of bugs, he's probably covered in bites. Lin Shiyuan stood up, eyes blazing. Are we just going to sit here while our brother suffers? Let's storm the mountain. 6 sisters marched up the trail like an elite tactical unit, only to be stonewalled at the gate by security. Private property. No unauthorized visitors. Lin Shuing lost her mind. Are you hiding him because you're abusing him? Dragging her back before she could start a riot, Shiyuan shoved everyone into the car. We break in tonight. Midnight rolled around. The woods echoed with eerie owl hoots and creepy frog croaks. Shivering, little Jiahe clung to Shiyuan's skirt. Big sister, I'm scared. Shut up, Shuing hissed, hoisting Jiahe over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes as she scaled the outer wall. Karma struck immediately. A blinding spotlight snapped on, turning the dark wall into stadium daylight. Halt, intruders. Jiahe burst into a wail that could shatter glass. Inside the dining hall, I was peacefully sharing a late-night snack with Master when a guard rushed in. Sir, we caught a group of suspicious intruders scaling the wall. Wondering who had a death wish, I trotted out to inspect the captured vagrants only to freeze. Huddled together in total disgrace were my 6 fiercely protective sisters. I massaged my temples, letting out a heavy sigh as I waddled over. What on earth are you guys doing here? Old Master Helen walked out, took one look at the chaotic family reunion, and chuckled, waving the guards off. Jiahe immediately launched herself at my leg, snot bubbles popping everywhere. Lingren, I missed you so much. Lin Jiahe lunged toward me, attempting a full-body hug. I shoved her back with sheer disgust. Gross, back off. At my harsh yell, her tears vanished instantly. Talk about an Oscar-worthy performance. Lin Shuing looked utterly miserable as she desperately tried to shift the blame. It's not her fault. She was crying, or we never would have made it in. Big sister Lin Shiyuan flushed red, stepping forward to take the heat. Old Helan, we just missed Lingren way too much. Please forgive us. The other sisters nodded vigorously, looking ready to die for their baby brother. Though deeply exasperated, a warm current flooded my chest. These idiots had literally scaled a wall just to check on me. Weren't they treating a routine study retreat like a tragic deployment to the front lines? Master, consider how much they love studying weight, loving me. Please forgive them just this once. I whined, unleashing my ultimate toddler defense. Old Master Helen was completely immune to my pleading. His stern face instantly cracked into a grin. Fine. But, he flashed a devious look. I already called your dad. He's on his way. Abort mission. Total disaster. While we were having a heartfelt family reunion, Helen Yu stood nearby watching in stunned silence. A strange wave of envy washed over him. So this was what it felt like to be genuinely doted on. Midnight brought Patriarch Lin Mo rushing to the scene, his face dark enough to summon a thunderstorm. You reckless fools. Wait till we get home. 6 terrified daughters immediately snapped to attention like frozen soldiers. Old Master Helen chuckled, praising their sibling bond before shooing them out. But just as the crisis seemed averted, Lin Jiahe threw a temper tantrum. I'm not leaving. When Lin Mo tried to haul her away by the collar, she dropped to the floor and scrambled straight toward Old Master Helen, locking her arms around his knees. Grandpa Helen, I want to learn calligraphy too. If Lingran can do it, so can I. We're twins, our IQs are identical. Helan Yu's face turned pitch black. He's a little monster, but why is this crybaby trying to muscle in? Old Master Helen stroked his beard, highly amused by the mini-rebel. What's your name? Lin Jiahe. Looking into those familiar stubborn eyes, the old man laughed. Fine, stay and keep your brother company. The other sisters groaned in absolute defeat. Shuing immediately raised her hand. Actually, I denied, the old man deadpanned, while Lin Mo physically dragged her toward the exit. Though my sisters were gone, my personal nightmare was only beginning. Evening rolled around and Helen Yu escorted Lin Jiahe to her new quarters, reciting a brutal schedule. Rise at 6, eat at 7, testing at 8. Jiahe only registered the word eat. Upon seeing the room, she threw a fit. It was small, but worse, it wasn't mine. Where's Lingren? I'm sleeping with him. I'm scared of the dark. Helan Yu rolled his eyes. You're the older sister. Why are you scared? Unable to shake her persistent whining, a defeated Helen Yu dumped her right outside my door. Small junior uncle, your sister's your problem now. Good luck. He slammed the door shut and bolted. I stared at her in horror as she burst in, wrapping her arms around me like a koala. Lingren, we're in this together. That single moment of weakness cost me dearly. The night was pure chaos. Not only did she steal every inch of the blanket, but her sleeping posture was so violent she used my torso as a wrestling pillow. Dawn broke with Jiahe looking like she had plugged into a power grid, while I sported 2 bruised, zombie-grade dark circles. At breakfast, Master nearly choked on his tea. I bitterly pointed my chopsticks at Jiahe. She sleeps like a freight train. The old man just laughed. Sibling squabbles build character. Sort it out. Master, she's destroying my focus. Hearing the word focus, the old man instantly switched back into drill sergeant mode, laying down an ultimatum. Sleep alone or get thrown off the mountain. Jiahe whimpered and nodded frantically. With sleeping arrangements settled, the true academic torture commenced. During her first calligraphy lesson, Jiahe held her brush like a caveman painting a mammoth. Helen Yu laughed so hard he nearly choked. What is that? Ancient ghost scratch. Blushing fiercely, Jiahe pointed at the ink blotch. It's the character Forest. I peeked over and physically cringed. It was a war crime against art, but seeing her trembling lower lip, I forced a smile. It's fine. Practice makes progress. I won't let you leave me behind, Lingren, she declared. She wasn't kidding. Mocked during the day, she practiced in secret all night, skipping sleep entirely. In just 1 week, a miracle occurred. Her brushwork leveled up so fast, she was practically sparring on equal footing with Helen Yu. Impressive progress, Master praised, convinced the Lin family possessed mutant DNA. I wiped cold sweat from my neck. If I didn't have my adult memories riding shotgun, I would have been utterly flattened. Then, the old man dropped a bombshell. The annual calligraphy championship was next month. All 3 of us were entering. Jiahe's eyes sparkled. Can I join too, Grandpa Helen? Helen Yu's ears perked up in protest. She's not even an official disciple. Master waved his hand dismissively. She is now. Call me Master from now on. Jiahe bounced with joy while Helen Yu looked like he wanted to swallow glass. Grandpa, you took him in. Fine. But why her? Got a problem with it? Master glared. Her strokes are garbage. Why is she a disciple while I'm stuck as my dad's student? Helen Yu wailed, his suppressed grievances erupting into a full-scale emotional meltdown. Though Master sighed and shelved the official induction for the moment, I knew Jiahe's rocket-fueled trajectory would soon silence all complaints. My own panic set in as the deadline approached. I still hadn't picked my submission piece. Just as I was pulling my hair out, Jiahe burst into my room with a stack of papers. Quick, pick the best one for the contest. My pupils dilated. She finished her pieces already? I hastily graded her work, shoved her out the door, and locked myself inside for a brutal 2-hour speed run to finish my own submission. Rolling up my scroll, I dashed out to find Master, getting hopelessly lost in the estate's labyrinthine corridors. Just as I stumbled into the courtyard, my breath hitched. Sitting across from Master, sipping tea with effortless elegance, was my beloved fiancé, Xu Nianduchu. Master! I shrieked, sprinting toward them like a furry little cannonball. Master looked up and roared with laughter. Ah, your fiancé has arrived. I slammed the brakes so hard my sneakers smoked, catching sight of Xu Nianduchu's cool, steady gaze. Abort toddler mode. Switch to cool, sophisticated gentleman protocol. I smoothed my jacket, trying to look suave. Xu Nianduchu calmly ignored my awkward posture and dropped another stone on the go board. Helen Yu materialized behind me, giving me a supportive thumbs up. I edged closer to the table, watching the match unfold. My fiancée was basically a living masterpiece. Even her board game posture belonged in a museum. As I stared in open admiration, Helen Yu shoved my shoulder to snap me out of it. Jiahe trotted over to spectate as well. Suddenly, Master froze, holding his white stone over the board. He was trapped in a lethal bottleneck. Helen Yu started hyperventilating, whispering, "Don't move, Grandpa." Wait. I blurted out, my instincts taking over. The courtyard fell dead silent. Master blinked. What is it, Lingren? I pointed a tiny finger at the board. If you play there, you lose in 3 moves. Helen Yu lost his mind. Mind your manners, junior grand uncle. Don't ruin Master's game. Master waved him off, intrigued. Oh, and where should I play? I pointed to an obscure, seemingly useless corner. Here. Xu Nianduchu's calm eyes snapped upward, locking onto me with a sudden surge of intensity. Master's hand hovered over the board as he calculated the move and slowly, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The dead position had just sprung back to life. Master burst into a triumphant laugh. A masterstroke. I win by half a point. Xu Nianduchu narrowed her eyes, studying me like I was an alien artifact. A 3.5-year-old had just cracked her unbreakable endgame setup. Helen Yu looked like his brain had short-circuited, while Jiahe cheered blindly. I puffed out my chest, bathing in my fiancé's astonished gaze. Take that, Prodigy meets Prodigy. From that day on, Master treated me like his secret weapon, pulling me into endless matches. To his utter shock, I fought him to a standstill every single time. Soon, the preliminary results arrived. Big sister, Feng Yexue, personally delivered the good news. All 3 of us qualified. Jiahe squealed and lunged to hug me, earning an immediate stiff arm to the face. Gross, don't touch me. Helen Yu stared at us in existential despair. If he didn't step up his game, these 2 monsters were going to permanently crush his soul. Departure day arrived for the finals in the capital. The favoritism was glaringly obvious. In the misty drizzle of the airport, Feng Yexue held my hand in her left and Jia Hei's in her right, even draping her jacket over our shoulders. Meanwhile, Helen Yu trudged behind us like a pack mule, buried under a mountain of luggage and breathing exhaust fumes. Upon reaching the hotel, Feng Yexue mercilessly banished Helen Yu to room share with two sweaty senior practitioners. "Go learn some discipline," she told him. Helen Yu looked ready to cry. Back in our suite, Jia had clung to my arm like a parasitic vine. "Lingren, what if I completely bomb the finals? Will you hate me?" I rolled my eyes, executing my signature, verbal execution. "You're already useless. Just go to sleep." Emerging from the shower, Feng Yexue immediately swooped in to defend her. She grabbed my head and forced me to apologize. I surrendered, though my palms were sweating beneath my cool exterior. This was my first official, high-stakes competition. But failure wasn't an option, not when I had an image to maintain and a future wife to impress. The next morning, the National Youth Center was an absolute madhouse. The moment we stepped outside, our matching toddler faces triggered a media-feeding frenzy. "Look at those twins. They're adorable," someone shouted. In a fraction of a second, a wall of cameras and boom mics descended upon us. "Are you kids contestants? Look at the camera, little guy." Jia Hei panicked like a trapped quail, diving straight behind my back. I flashed a practiced angelic smile at the lens. "Excuse us, uncle, auntie, we're running late." The reporters collectively melted. Little did they know, this was just the calm before the storm. I grabbed Lin Jia Hei and sprinted straight for the arena, desperate to outrun the PTSD of past interviews. As the competition kicked off, Jia Hei's hands shook so badly his brush looked like it was having a seizure. But the second he glanced at me, sitting there completely unbothered and gliding through characters, his panic vanished. I refused to lose to Lingren. Naturally, I finished long before anyone else and spent the rest of the time people watching. When the proctor asked if I was done, I just nodded. "Yeah, but I'm waiting for my sister." Jia Hei nearly burst into tears of gratitude when he heard that, immediately channeling his inner calligraphy machine. Little did he know, I was only waiting because Master explicitly told me to. The moment we stepped out of the hall, Feng Yexue blinked around in confusion. "Where's Helen Yu? Why isn't he out yet?" 10 minutes later, Helen Yu finally trudged out, looking like he was walking to the gallows. He nervously asked how we did, and I gave him my absolute finest deadpan shrug. "Pretty good, I guess. Just winged it." An hour later, the scores dropped and the auditorium swelled with high-stakes tension. Third place goes to Lin Jia Hei. Jia Hei jerked upward like he'd been hit by a taser. He actually placed. Clutching the trophy, his palms were sweating bullets. Helen Yu let out a loud breath of relief. Jia Hei got third? That means second place is definitely mine. There's no way I'm losing to this little junior uncle. Then the host dropped an anvil on his soul. Second place goes to Fang Jiang. Helen Yu froze mid-rise, his spine locked solid. Impossible. How is second place not me? And first place, of course, was yours truly. But right as we lined up for the group photo, total chaos erupted. That same kid who took second place, Fang Jiang, was standing on the stage, sobbing his eyes out. I walked over, trying to offer some 3-year-old wisdom. "Hey, don't cry. You look ugly in pictures when you cry." Noticing he was staring daggers at my gold trophy, I realized the poor kid was just heartbroken over missing first. Being the generous soul I am, I shoved the trophy right into his hands. "You like this? Here, you can have it." Fang Jiang's jaw clenched. He wanted a win he earned, not a pity prize. Without a word of warning, he snatched the trophy and bolted off the stage like a track star. Before I could even blink, someone snatched the trophy right back out of my hands. I jumped, spinning around to find my fourth sister. Not just her. All my sisters had ambushed the venue. They swarmed me, chirping, "Congratulations. As expected of our baby brother, we knew you'd take gold." I grinned, stepping forward. But my toxic third sister immediately swooped in to ruin the mood. "So this is a first-place trophy? Even you can win it, so I guess this competition has zero standards." I didn't even dignify that with a response. I just pivoted, latched onto my stoic second sister's arm, and turned on the waterworks. "Second sister, did you see? Got first place. When I get the prize money, I'm buying you a birthday present." Shuing's face instantly morphed into a thundercloud. Why her and not me? Watching her swallow that bitter pill was better than ice cream on a hot day. While I was drowning in sisterly adoration, I noticed Jia Hei standing completely alone in the corner, quietly tucking his third-place trophy behind his back. The poor guy had sprinted his heart out, but completely vanished in my shadow. Guilt hit me. I ditched the sister swarm, marched over to the corner, and grabbed his trophy. Dragging him back into the spotlight, I announced at the top of my lungs, "Hey everyone, listen up. Jia Hei is an absolute legend. Master's been bragging about his progress all week. He started late, but he brute-forced his way to third place on pure talent alone." I even tossed in a fake sigh. "Man, if he keeps this up, my first place is toast next year." The light in Jia Hei's eyes flared back to life. This was the first time I'd ever genuinely praised him. It meant more than 100 trophies. His nose scrunched up, and before he could stop it, a massive, ugly sob broke out. The sisters finally noticed the background character. Eldest sister Lin Shiyuan looked wrecked with guilt, and even third sister Shuing went dead silent, suddenly realizing they had hyper-fixated on my success while entirely ignoring Jia Hei's blood, sweat, and tears. Meanwhile, back in the mountains, Helen Yu was trailing behind Feng Yexue looking like a kicked puppy. Do you know why you lost? Feng Yexue asked coldly. Helen Yu mumbled at the dirt. My talent just isn't as good as theirs. She stopped, shaking her head. Talent matters, but execution matters more. Did you put in half the work Jia He did? Helen Yu choked. He had nothing. Keep practicing. Try harder next year, she said, walking away. But that sting of defeat lit a roaring fire in Helen Yu's chest. Next year, I am not losing. Far away in the city, the Xu family butler knocked on a door. Xu Nianduchu took the package, raising an eyebrow. Who sent this? Master Lingren sent a rush courier. Miss, the butler chuckled. Nianduchu unwrapped it to find my first-place trophy and a handwritten note. I won. Here's your trophy wife tax. A rare, amused smile tugged at her lips. This little weirdo finds a way to demand attention anywhere. Just as she picked up the trophy to admire it, the door flew open and a woman stormed in like a hurricane. Crash. The trophy slipped from Nianduchi's fingers, shattering against the floor. What's this junk? Yun Keqing sneered, glancing at the debris with total contempt. Nianduchi's eyes turned into absolute glaciers. She bent down, scooped up the broken shards of my gift, and stared up with a voice that could freeze hell. Get out. Yun Keqing weaponized her pregnant belly like a shield, strutting with arrogant entitlement. It's just a broken toy. Are you really going to use that tone with me? Nianduchi's expression grew terrifyingly dark. Whose kid that actually is remains to be seen. If you don't shut your mouth, I'll happily arrange your permanent residence in a maximum security prison. Yun Keqing blanched, instantly deflating. But out of pure spite, she ground her heel hard over the broken trophy shards on her way out, spitting a parting insult about me being a motherless brat. Nianduchi ignored the petty exit. She carefully gathered every single microscopic shard, her heart aching. He's going to be so furious when he finds out. She immediately arranged for a master restorer while plotting a polite little repayment for Yun Keqing. Back on the mountain, after surviving the sisters' interrogation, I dragged Jia He and Helen Yu back to home base. I bolted straight for the study to brag to Master about my gold medal. The butler intercepted me at the door. Master is busy discussing business with senior uncle. Come back later. I nodded, smiled, and immediately bypassed him like a stealthy ninja the second he looked away. Creeping up to the study door, I accidentally eavesdropped on an absolute blockbuster plotline. Master, I cannot take your money. I will figure something out. Senior Uncle Wen Lezhang pleaded, kneeling on the floor. Old Master Helen sighed heavily. How do you expect to fight the OU family? Their pockets are bottomless. Wen Lezhang's jaw set in stubborn defiance. The Wen family would rather go out of business than become lapdogs for the OU family. Wait, the senior uncle's family is going bankrupt because of corporate sabotage by the OU family. My blood boiled instantly. How dare some random family try to bully my people? I was about to kick the door open when Jia He popped up out of nowhere. What are you doing? I grabbed his collar and yanked him back, realizing I was about to blow my cover. What was a 4-year-old supposed to know about corporate warfare anyway? I needed a stealthier approach. That night, at 10 p.m., I kept poking Jia He until his face hit the desk and he passed out cold. Pulling a pen from my pocket, I scribbled a ruthless corporate counter-strategy onto a piece of paper, folded it tight, and snuck out to the study. I slid the note right under the inkstone and vanished like a ghost. The next morning, Old Master Helen picked up his inkstone, spotted the paper, and unfolded it. His cloudy eyes instantly lit up like a pair of high beams. Brilliant, how did I not think of this? This single move could completely blindside the OU family and save the Wen Enterprise. He immediately dispatched messengers to execute the plan. Exhausted from playing corporate mastermind all night, I spent morning practice nodding off like a drowsy owl, my brushstrokes looking like a crime scene. Lingren, I snapped awake to find Master glaring down at me with terrifying intensity. I swallowed hard, looking down at my absolute dumpster fire of a calligraphy sheet, completely speechless. I bowed my head, fully bracing for the wooden ruler. Old Master Helen looked furious. Winning a contest and immediately getting cocky? Next year, he'll probably lock me out of the house. Do you take me as a joke? Before I could stutter an excuse, Jia He suddenly piped up. Grandpa Helen, it's not his fault. He was helping me practice late into the night. I fell asleep while he was still writing. He's just exhausted. Master paused, blinking. He knew Jia He was terrible at lying, and I had never slacked off before. Could it actually be a misunderstanding? Plus, with the stress of the Wen family crisis eating at him, the old man realized he'd overreacted. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem. Go back to your room and sleep. Half day off. I didn't care about the sleep. My brain was hyperfixated on whether senior uncle's company was saved. Down in the city, Wen Lezhang received the courier and immediately set the wheels in motion. His younger brother, Wen Zining, had launched a trendy indie fashion label called Wan, which had caught the OU family's predatory eye. Zining walked into the office carrying a thermos of chicken soup, finding his older brother passed out over a mountain of spreadsheets. Waking up with a start, Lezhang offered a weary smile to his sister. We're a family. We'll get through this. Zining's eyes welled up. Gee, I'm thinking of just shutting it down. I don't want to drag you guys down with me. Lezhang's face hardened instantly. Never. That company is your blood, sweat, and dream. We don't surrender to bullies. But we can't beat them, Zining cried. Ooze capital dwarfs ours. We've only been around for 3 years. Lezhang slid a document across the desk with absolute resolve. That's why we aren't fighting them head on. I've deployed the strategy Master's mysterious ally gave us to throw them off balance. Xining stared blankly. How is that even possible against a corporate titan like the OU family? Because giants have blind spots, Lezhang smiled sharply. City S is our home turf. I've already petitioned the government for backing, leaning into local indie enterprise policies. The new anti-monopoly laws just passed last month. That's our ticket to punch above our weight class. Xining's jaw dropped as the puzzle pieces clicked together. So we just wait for them to overextend? Exactly. Lezhang's eyes gleamed. The moment Wu panics, they'll double down on aggressive suppression, which is exactly what the regulators are watching for. Xining wiped a tear, beaming with newfound hope. Your master is an absolute genius. If it wasn't for him, I would have given up. By evening, while I was sitting with Master watching the news, a breaking news banner flashed across the TV screen. Wu Corporation fined $3.05 billion for anti-competitive monopolistic practices. I let out a massive sigh of relief. Yes, the strategy worked. Senior Uncle's company is saved. Old Master Helen stared at the TV, grinning like an idiot. He stood up, grabbed his phone, and after confirming the Wen family crisis had evaporated, happily clapped his hands together. All right, back to calligraphy practice. I dramatically groaned, sinking into the sofa. Master, it's mandatory relaxation time. Calligraphy waits for no man. Knowing resistance was futile, I grabbed Jiahe by the collar and dragged him back to the desk. The next morning, I stumbled out of bed half asleep to find Helen Yu sprinting down the hall like his pants were on fire. Where are you rushing off to? I mumbled. Senior Uncle is back. Helen Yu tossed over his shoulder. Master told me to prep a feast. Senior Uncle is back. My sleep-deprived brain rebooted instantly. I bolted down the hall toward the main hall. Sure enough, there was Senior Uncle Wen Lezhang, and right beside him stood a gorgeous, elegant woman. I skidded to a halt, flashing my best professional charm. Master, Senior Uncle. I beamed at the stranger. And who might this gorgeous big sister be? Wen Xining burst out laughing, pinching my cheek. You must be the little junior brother my brother won't stop talking about. You're ridiculously cute. So this was the mastermind behind Wan. But before I could charm her out of some allowance money, old Master Helen stomped over and cuffed the back of my head. Stop flirting with visitors and go do your morning reading. Yes, Master. I sighed, watching Senior Uncle walk away with a genuine smile. At least the crisis was over. I didn't actually walk away. I crouched right outside the door to eavesdrop. Master, this success is entirely thanks to your genius strategy, Wen Lezhang said. My parents couldn't make it, so my sister and I came to deliver our gratitude and a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Old Master Helen laughed heartily and waved a hand. You've got it backward, boy. That strategy wasn't mine. I just found it sitting under my inkstone. Wen Lezhang and Wen Xining exchanged stunned glances. Still, Wen Xining stepped forward with a bow. Even so, Elder, your overarching guidance means everything to us. We must return to the office, so we won't take up more of your time. As they walked down the mountain, they nearly collided with Xu Nianduchu coming the other way. Wen Xining stared in wide-eyed wonder. Isn't that the illustrious Xu heiress? What's she doing studying here? Wen Lezhang shook his head. She's just here to play. Go with the master. Inside the study, Xu Nianduchu noticed the old man's wandering attention. It's your move, Elder, she prompted quietly. Old Master, Helan tapped a piece against the board. Nianduchu, the strangest thing happened. He recounted the mysterious note in full. I checked the security footage, but the system happened to glitch out at that exact moment. Who on earth was that, and why help us from the shadows? Nianduchu calmly placed her stone. Whoever it was, they aren't an enemy. They just prefer anonymity. When they want to show their face, they will. The old man blinked, then laughed out loud. Ah, I was trapping myself in a corner. Even an old man like me gets out perspective by a youngster like you. Hearing that Nianduchu had arrived, I dropped my brush and bolted out the door. Lin Jiahe yelled after me from behind. Lingren, stop running off. Grandpa Helen's going to flip. I ignored him entirely, my brain hijacked by a single objective, my fiancée. Master, I hollered, nearly causing the old man to swallow his own playing pieces. He narrowed his eyes, putting on his sternest drill sergeant glare. Not practicing your calligraphy, are you? Just looking for an excuse to slack off. That remark was clearly aimed at impressing Nianduchu, as if to say, ah, children these days. I bounced right up to the table, hands on my hips with absolute confidence. I'm here to save your game, Master. Save my game, old Master Helen chuckled. I won't be losing this one. I locked eyes with Nianduchu, puffing out my chest. We'll see about that. It had been ages since I gifted her that trophy, and she hadn't given me so much as a peep. So, how did you like my trophy? Nianduchi's hand froze over the go bowl. How on earth was she supposed to admit the trophy had been smashed to pieces? If I found out, I'd probably launch into a Toddler waterworks routine. She offered a vague, tight-lipped nod. Fine. It was fine. A wave of supreme satisfaction washed over me. I leaned in closer. Great, now where's my return gift? I gave you a whole gold trophy, you know. No return gift, she replied with brutal, unblinking efficiency. My mouth dropped open. The audacity. But hey, she was my pint-sized bride-to-be, technically. Spoiling me was part of her job description anyway. I decided to play the long game. Cultivating emotional bonds came first. Distracted by my brazen negotiation, Nianduchu lost focus for a split second, and old Master Helen pounced. trapping her in a brutal checkmate. Ha! Victory! The old man beamed like a schoolboy who had just beaten the final boss. Your go strategy still needs some seasoning, my dear. Nianduchu merely smiled, unflappable as ever. I must take my leave. What, leaving already? We haven't even played a rematch. I panicked, instantly grabbing her sleeve. When are you coming back? Caught in the crosshairs of my big, desperate puppy dog eyes, she relented. When I have free time. When is that? I wasn't letting go that easily. Old Master Helen cleared his throat, thoroughly amused. Lingren, you're interrogating the poor girl like a detective. I shot him a betrayed look. I just want to walk her down the mountain. No need, Nianduchu said gently, sliding her hand out of my grip and walking away. I stood there in the courtyard, pouting. Fine, be that way. You little rascal, completely bewitched at your age. Old Master Helen cuffed the back of my head. Back to the study, march. Grumbling, I trudged back to my room only to spot Helen Yu sneaking out of it like a cat burglar. I blocked his exit. What were you doing in my room? Helen Yu flinched violently, breaking into a nervous sweat. Nothing, just looking for. Looking for what? Never mind. I just remembered I have urgent business with Master. Gotta fly. He bolted down the hall like a gazelle fleeing a cheetah. I stared after him, deeply perplexed. Am I that terrifying? Why does everyone run the second they see me? I stepped into my room and blinked. Sitting right on my desk was a heavily wrapped, premium-looking gift box. I picked it up and gave it a shake. What in the world? Coupled with Helen Yu's suspicious exit, my imagination went into overdrive. Wait, did he leave me a love confession gift? Good grief. Does this kid have a crush on me? I mean, I know I'm exceptionally charming, but my heart belongs to Nianduchu. I can't accidentally convert the poor guy. At dinner, I kept darting meaningful glances across the table at Helen Yu. The poor boy looked like he was digesting lead, keeping his eyes glued to his bowl. Yep, dead giveaway. I cleared my throat. Hey, Helen Yu, do you, think I'm good looking? Feng Yexue choked on her water, hacking violently. Lingren, what kind of unholy question is that? I kept my chin up, completely unbothered. I just want an honest aesthetic appraisal. Helen Yu's face turned the color of a ripe tomato. He slammed his bowl down and fled the dining hall without a word. I sighed softly. Guess I'd have to pull him aside later for a gentle lecture on the perils of early childhood crushes. Later that evening, while wandering near my quarters, I spotted a familiar shadow pacing anxiously outside my door. No way. Is he actually going through with a full-blown confession? For a guy who had lived 2 lifetimes, I suddenly felt a bizarre flutter of nerves. I took a deep breath and stepped into the light. Hey, are you waiting for me? Helen Yu jumped so hard he nearly launched his entire arm's load of contents into the air. Small, junior uncle, why do you walk like a ghost? Don't change the subject. Out with it. I crossed my arms, adopting my sternest guardian posture. Listen, national law prohibits minors from dating early. If you cross that line, you're going to the timeout corner. Think carefully before you speak. Helen Yu blinked, looking like his brain had completely short-circuited. What is the small junior uncle rambling about now? Does he hate me that much? Wincing, he held out the bundle in his arms with shaking hands. Small junior uncle, I'm so sorry. I squinted down at the offering. It was an inkstone. A rather familiar inkstone, actually. I accidentally broke your old inkstone. Helen Yu confessed in a rush, bracing for impact. I bought a brand new one to replace it. Please don't banish me from the mountain. I stared at the pristine inkstone, blinking slowly. Wait, all that psychological prep for a confession, and it was just a replacement for my stationery. So you were sneaking out of my room because you broke my stuff. He nodded frantically, practically trembling. I spent all my allowance on it. Please forgive me. An enormous wave of internal embarrassment washed over me. Thank goodness, I hadn't actually brought up the dating ban. I cleared my throat, pasting on a solemn, sage-like expression. To err is human, to own up to it is honorable. Apology accepted. Outwardly calm, my soul was cringing into another dimension. Close one. But that still left one giant, glaring mystery. If Helen Yu only brought the inkstone, who left that other gift box in my room? I grabbed his shoulder. Quick question. Did anyone else enter my room before you today? Helen Yu shook his head blankly. No, not that I saw. Why? Never mind. Go away, I need to sleep. I locked my door, snatched the mysterious box, and ripped off the wrapping paper. Inside sat a masterclass calligraphy brush, engraved with a delicate tiger emblem. My breath caught. That was the signature work of legendary master craftsman Yang Hu, worth a small fortune and virtually impossible to buy. My heart skipped a beat. Did someone figure out I leaked the strategy to help senior uncle? Is this a bribe or a warning? The thought kept me tossing and turning all night. The next morning, I marched straight to Master's study with the box in hand. Master, someone left this in my room. I have no idea who. I leave its disposal in your wise hands. Meanwhile, down the mountain, my sudden internet fame was quietly blowing up. Photos of my toddler face at the championship had leaked online, turning me into a viral sensation. Netizens were affectionately debating which mystical cult had produced such a pint-sized prodigy. Naturally, I remained blissfully unaware of my growing fan club up in the mountains. After finishing daily lessons, I dragged Lin Jiahe toward the back trails for some well-deserved recess. Jiahe immediately balked, his eyes wide with terror. Grandpa Helan said the back mountain is off limits. If we get caught, we're doing hard labor. Relax, I smirked, throwing an arm around his shoulder. All work and no play makes us dull boys. As long as we don't get caught, rules are just polite suggestions. We successfully snuck past the main pavilions and slipped into the lush, overgrown woods of the back trails. But halfway through our adventure, a sudden rustling sound echoed from the path ahead. Quick, hide! I yanked Jia behind a thick ancient oak. Two figures trudged into view. One of them looked vaguely familiar, a tall, arrogant kid with an expression that screamed, "I own this mountain." "Hurry up! If I don't secure an apprenticeship today, you're dead meat," the first boy snapped. It was none other than Fang Yuan, scion of the wealthy Fang family. Trudging miserably, a few steps behind him was his younger brother, Fang Zhang, the very runner-up from the calligraphy contest who had sprinted off stage in tears. "Oh," I realized, watching from behind the tree, so the crying finalist is his brother. Just as I prepared to step out, Helen Yu descended the stone steps carrying a stack of scrolls. "Fang Zhang, what are you doing here?" Before Fang Zhang could choke out an excuse, Fang Yuan stepped forward with an arrogant smirk, spotting me peeking from behind the tree. "Ah, the little prodigy. What? Skipping class to play hide-and-seek?" Fang Zhang flinched, staring hard at the dirt shoes of his boots, completely mortified by the memory of his public meltdown. He still hadn't recovered from losing to a toddler. I stepped out from behind the trunk, flashing a cheerful wave. "Hey, fancy meeting you here. Still crying over that second-place ribbon?" Fang Zhang's face flushed crimson. He muttered under his breath, "Small junior uncle." Helan Yu looked back and forth between us in confusion. "Wait, you two know each other?" "Sure do," I grinned. "He's the kid who cried all the way down the aisle. Didn't even get a proper photo with me." Fang Yuan's expression darkened into pure thunder. He shoved his younger brother aside, stepping up to the front with his chin held high. "I'm here to see old Master Helen. I want to become his direct disciple." Helan Yu crossed his arms, unimpressed. "My grandfather doesn't just take any random kid who wanders onto the path. Turn back." "I am Fang Yuan. My family's prestige speaks for itself," Fang Yuan sneered, then suddenly pivoted his glare directly onto me, lowering his voice into a venomous hiss. "And as for you, Lingren, just because you managed to worm your way into this household doesn't mean you can steal Nianduchu away from me." I blinked. Is this guy seriously treating my engagement like a middle school turf war? "Bro, seriously?" I deadpanned. "Nianduchu is literally my fiancé. If anyone's unqualified here, it's the guy picking fights with a 3-year-old. Fang Yuan's face contorted with rage. Fang Zhang frantically tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Brother, stop. He's our senior uncle." "Senior uncle, my foot." Fang Yuan brushed him off with a vicious sneer. "Let's see how much of a genius he is once I become the master's favorite pupil." Before the verbal sparring could escalate into a hair-pulling match, a booming voice echoed from the courtyard above. "What is all this shouting about?" Old Master Helen strolled into view, leaning slightly on his cane. Helen Yu immediately rushed to his side. "Grandpa, these outsiders forced their way onto the private trails." Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. He brushed past us, dropping into a textbook polite bow. "Grandmaster Helen, I am Fang Yuan. I've come to formally request your tutelage." The old man stroked his white beard, giving Fang Yuan a cold, dismissive once-over. "I am no longer taking disciples. Pack your things and leave." Fang Yuan froze, his polite facade cracking instantly. "Wait, why? Lingren is a disciple, why can't I be? Test me, put me through any trial you want." Helan Yu stepped in, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "My grandfather said no, and honestly, you couldn't hold a candle to my small junior uncle even if you practiced for a century." Fang Yuan snapped. Veins bulged on his forehead as he turned his blazing glare back to me. "Fine. If you're so great, let's settle this with a brush-off. Right here, right now." I let out an exhausted toddler sigh, rubbing my temples. "Dude, I have a nap schedule to maintain. I'm busy. Go bother someone else." Turning on my heel, I grabbed Jiahei's sleeve and started walking away. "Coward!" Fang Yuan roared behind us. Helan Yu stepped forward to block his path. "You're trespassing, and you're obnoxious. Get off the mountain before I have the guards carry you down." Humiliated beyond endurance, Fang Yuan grabbed his humiliated younger brother by the arm and stormed off, spitting threats the entire way down. Unbeknownst to them, the drama didn't end at the gate. Back in their temporary lodging, Fang Zhang tried to gently advise his older brother. Maybe we should just go home, brother. Everyone here is way out of our league." Fang Yuan, seething with bruised ego, spun around and shoved him hard. "Shut up. If you weren't such a useless loser at the competition, we wouldn't be in this mess." To vent his frustration, he grabbed Fang Zhang's runner-up trophy off the table and deliberately smashed it against the floor, reducing the metal and plastic to jagged debris. Wen Lezhang hurried back from out of town, looking frantic enough to suggest the apocalypse had arrived. Ignoring protocol, he bolted straight for old Master Helen's study, and the master promptly shooed everyone away for a private debrief. Naturally, my radar went off. Did the Wen family implode again? I excused myself for a bathroom break and covertly slunk outside the study door. Just as I crept up, a heavy hand smacked my shoulder. I whirled around to find Lin Jiahei staring at me. "Eavesdropping isn't very gentlemanly, Lingren." I clamped a hand over his mouth so fast his eyes crossed. "Shut up, or I'm unfriending you for life." With him subdued, I pressed my ear back against the wood. Inside, Wen Lezhang's voice was practically shaking. "Elder, the O group is utterly crushing us. They leaked online smear campaigns, torched our warehouse inventory, and now we can't meet our delivery deadlines. Buyers are mass-canceling orders, and my sister Xining is at her absolute breaking point. Master frowned with deep sympathy, but then dropped a bombshell. That brilliant strategy didn't come from me. Give me 2 days to find the mastermind behind it. The old man was convinced the anonymous savior was none other than Xu Nianduchu. I slipped away to my room, brain whirring at warp speed. Time to take matters into my own hands. The next morning, I cornered Wen Lezhang during his morning walk. Big senior uncle, are you guys hiring? I'm growing up fast and looking for an internship. He gave me a distracted, heavily stressed pat on the head, treating it like cute toddler nonsense before rushing off. 0 intel gathered. Plan B. I whipped out my phone and dialed big sister Lin Sheyuan. She practically flew out of a lecture hall just to answer. Lingren, what do you need? I'll buy it and ship it up right now. Warming at her absolute devotion, I lowered my voice. Big sister, help me investigate the Wen company. Keep it strictly between us. A secret mission? Say no more. True to her word, big sister delivered the intel within 24 hours. Sure enough, a corporate mole was leaking intel straight to the O group from inside the Wen firm. All I needed to do was unmask the rat. Under the cover of midnight, I snuck back into Master's study to plant my next counter-strategy under the inkstone, but Karma had other plans. Simultaneously, Xu Nianduchu had been summoned by Old Master Helen for an evening match. Right as I slid my note beneath the inkstone, the study door swung wide open. Busted. A tall shadow loomed over me in the dim light, accompanied by a freezing voice. What are you doing in the study at this hour? Xu Nianduchu. My soul nearly evacuated my body, but pure survival instinct kicked in. I immediately plastered on my best tearful, winsome smile and threw my arms around his waist. Nianduchu Jieji, did you come here just to see me? I've missed you so much. He remained entirely unimpressed, his dark eyes boring straight into my soul. What did you just leave on that desk? He suspects me. Master had clearly been grilling him about the mysterious strategist earlier, and now he caught me red-handed, sneaking out of the crime scene. Before I could protest, he bypassed me entirely and stepped straight into the room. My heart stopped. I lunged to block him, but he simply scooped me up off the floor with one arm, rendering me completely airborne and helpless. Reaching out, he plucked the exact paper I had just hidden from beneath the inkstone. He stared down at it like he was trying to decode nuclear launch codes. My brain kicked into overdrive. Act fast, lie faster. I threw my hands over my mouth, playing the absolute fool. Strategy? What strategy? I was just running an errand for a mysterious uncle. He narrowed his eyes. What uncle? I don't know, I whimpered, putting on an Oscar-worthy performance of a bribed toddler. Some scary adult gave me candy and told me to put paper here. I swear I don't know anything. Miraculously, he bought it. Mistaking me for an unwitting pawn of some shadowy mastermind, he didn't suspect a 3.5-year-old could run corporate espionage. With a sigh, he actually placed the note right back where it belonged. He carried me out of the study, and I unashamedly draped my arms around his neck. Carry me back to my room, Gigi. My little legs are tired. Just as I was basking in my victory, a horrified voice pierced the hallway. Nianduchu, Jieji? It was Fang Yuan. Seeing me cradled in Nianduchi's arms, his face went from pale to toxic green. Why are you holding him? Get down right now. I buried my face deeper into Nianduchi's shoulder and gave Fang Yuan a smug, babyish sneer. Because Nianduchu Gigi wants to carry me. Fang Yuan looked like he was about to combust. He lunged forward to yank me away, but Nianduchu coldly intervened. Step back. I'm heading this way anyway. Fang Yuan froze mid-reach, completely waterboarded by rejection. As we walked back, I gazed up at my gorgeous fiancée and batted my eyelashes. Hey, my birthday is next week. Are you coming to celebrate? He gave a subtle nod. Can I ask you for a birthday present early? Another crisp nod. I mentally fist-pumped. When my birthday finally arrived, Master threw a massive bash, complete with all 5 of my doting sisters. Naturally, third sister Lin Shuing couldn't resist a toxic jab, leaning in to tease about my child bride. I retaliated by grabbing a stray banana and violently shoving it straight into her mouth. Before she could recover, I scrambled over to Nianduchu and clung to his arm like barnacle armor. Lin Shiyuan chuckled, shaking her head. Be nice to him, Nianduchu, or he'll block you on everything. Suddenly, Lin Jiahe sprinted over waving a stack of papers. Happy birthday, Lingren. I wrote these calligraphy pieces just for you. I flipped through them, nodding approvingly. Not bad. You're improving. Jihe beamed like he had just won the lottery. My sisters showered me with martial arts, manuals, and custom threads, while Fang Yuan watched from afar, turning green with pure, unadulterated envy. Worse, when he tried to squeeze in next to Nianduchu, I physically shouldered him out of the way, earning myself a glorious glare of defeat. Realizing he couldn't win the proximity game, Fang Yuan pivoted to petty sabotage. Since it's your birthday, Lingren, why don't you perform a live calligraphy demonstration? Master and my sisters instantly clapped in approval. Cornered, I agreed and headed toward the desk. But Fang Yuan abruptly chimed in. Let Fang Zheng and Lin Jiahe set up the station. They're used to it. My internal alarm bells shrieked. Sure enough, on the way over, Fang Zheng accidentally tripped, smashing my favorite brush against the floor. Jiahe rushed to help him up, completely oblivious to the fact that Fang Zheng had discreetly tampered with the bristles. Back at the table, I gripped the brush, but the moment the bristles touched the paper, my instincts screamed. Wrong. Something's off, I muttered, dropping the brush. What's wrong, Lingren? Jiahe asked innocently. This brush is sabotaged. I need another one. Before I could even blink, Fang Yuan leaped forward like a vulture. Ha, making excuses because you can't write? I locked eyes with Fang Zheng, whose guilty, trembling expression confirmed everything. I held the ruined brush out to Fang Yuan. Here, you write with it. Fang Yuan recoiled as if I had handed him a live grenade. Suddenly, Master stepped forward, holding a sleek wooden box. Use this one instead. My eyes dilated. It was the exact, ultra-rare Yanghu Master Craft brush I had anonymously surrendered to Master a few days ago. He had actually kept it and handed it back to me. Thank you, Master. I beamed, accepting the gift. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Nianduchu staring, his gaze locked onto the brush with terrifying intensity. That was the exact return gift he had sent me, which I had accidentally surrendered to Master as an anonymous artifact. Oh boy, he thinks I regifted his present. Shaking off the impending dread, I dipped the brush and swept it across the paper, writing a massive character for love. Jiahe tilted his head. What does that mean? I raised the banner proudly. It's my birthday wish. I hope the family I love, my master, my martial siblings, and my future, all stay happy and healthy forever. And secretly, I hoped my little fiancé and I would stay glued at the hip. Midnight rolled around, signaling the end of the party. As the guests filtered out, Fang Zheng ambushed me in the dimly lit corridor. Small junior uncle, can we talk? I waved Jiahe ahead and turned to the nervous boy. Spit it out. Fang Zheng swallowed hard. Your brush. I'm the one who broke it. I'm sorry. I know, I replied flatly. He blinked, stunned. You knew? Did someone force you? Or did you do it yourself? Before he could spiral further, heavy footsteps echoed down the hall. Fang Yuan suddenly materialized, grabbing Fang Zheng by the ear and dragging him toward their quarters. Useless idiot, you're ruining everything. I followed them at a distance, slipping into an unzipped gap in their door. Inside, Fang Yuan was screaming bloody murder, gripping his brother's hair. How are you this incompetent? Why did you expose us? Fang Zheng shrieked in pain. That was my cue. I kicked the door open with enough force to rattle the hinges, marched straight up to Fang Yuan, and shoved him backward. Bullying your own brother behind closed doors? Classy. Fang family heir. Real classy. Fang Yuan's face drained of color. Were you spying on us? I tapped my smartphone screen. I just happened to record the whole domestic abuse concert. Want me to upload this to the internet, or would you rather pack your bags and roll down the mountain right now? By morning, Fang Yuan was gone, chased off the property in utter disgrace. The rest of the Helan household celebrated the quiet. However, my morning practice was immediately hijacked by Fang Zheng, who stuck to my side like a Velcro patch. This instantly triggered Lin Jiahe's territorial rage. Hey, stop hogging Lingren. He's my brother. Fang Zheng shot back with unexpected spine. I like the small junior uncle. And besides, he has a fiancé. The two toddlers devolved into a screaming match while I tuned them out, hyper-focused on the corporate war brewing down in the city. Up in the mountains, old Master Helen was reviewing the corporate intelligence reports, entirely convinced that Xu Nianduchu was the mastermind pulling the strings. He decided to play along and wait for the right moment to catch the mole. Down in the city, Wen Lezhang and Wen Xining received the latest dossier. Your master is an absolute deity, Xining gasped. I'll mobilize our fake audit trap immediately. Let's see that rat squirm. A week of baiting later, the corporate mole finally took the hook. The internal finance monitor flashed red. Someone was attempting to export proprietary asset files. Wen Lezhang and Xining rushed to the security hub, only to find the cameras glitched out. Curses. They're too careful. Xining snarled. Don't break cover. Wen Lezhang grabbed her arm. Wait until he makes physical contact with the U group contact. We need ironclad proof. 20 minutes later, a hooded figure slinked out of the office side exit. Wen Lezhang's operatives shadowed him like ghosts. The next afternoon, the mole, a mid-level manager named Li Da, met with O Group's VP Wang in a high-end restaurant restroom. A covert server conveniently dropped a napkin, casually slipping a high-grade listening bug under their table. I brought the files, Director Wang. Lida hissed greedily, demanding a bigger payout. Wang waved a hand dismissively, sliding a fat bank card across the table while harboring murder in his eyes. A rat who takes bribes can always be bought twice. He knows too much. The moment Li Da stepped out into the parking garage, clutching his cash, two unmarked black vans screeched to a halt. Men in suits vaulted out, slapping a heavy-duty blindfold and duct tape over his mouth before he could even draw breath, hauling him away into the night. The following morning, a massive press conference was called by the Wen Group. O Group's director Wang sat in his office with a smug smirk, assuming the Wen family was about to publicly surrender. I slipped away during the press conference to watch the live stream in the hallway, completely obsessed with Wen Xining's absolute boss lady energy. The internet was already blowing up. When Heir slams O Group, corporate espionage exposed. Naturally, O Group's bruised ego meant they couldn't take the L quietly, and they immediately dispatched a hit squad to silence the mole, Li Da. Fortunately, Xu Nianduchu's assistant GTN had him intercepted and zip-tied before the thugs could reach him. A quick interrogation later, Li Da spilled every dark secret O Group ever whispered. A few days later, while I was basking in the sun on my rocking chair, a familiar voice chimed in. Hey there, little guy. Is your master in? I cracked open one eye to find a stunning woman in a crisp white suit staring down at me. Xining JG, you actually crushed the EO group. She blinked, grinning. Sure did. Take me to your master, will you? I happily grabbed her hand, skipping us all the way to the study. But the second we walked in, Wen Xining dropped straight to her knees, scaring the absolute daylight out of both me and old Master Helen. Get up, child. What are you doing? The old man sputtered. Elder, without your brilliant strategy, the Wen family would be ruined. She choked out, sliding over a lavish gift box. Old Master Helen nearly choked on his own breath, waving his hands frantically. Wait, time out. I didn't write that strategy. Xining froze. You didn't? I found it under my inkstone just like you did, the old man confessed, scratching his head. I've been trying to figure out who our anonymous guardian angel is. Before she could spiral, the butler burst in. Elder, Miss Xu has arrived. Old Master Helen's eyes lit up. Aha, I bet it was that girl. Meanwhile, my personal informant, Fang Zheng, came barreling into my room like a fire hydrant on legs. Small junior uncle, hurry, your fiancé is here. He dragged me all the way to the main hall, where Nianduchu was already seated across from Master for a go match. I sidled up quietly just as Master chuckled. Funny thing, Nianduchu. Twice now, divine strategies have appeared in my study, and both times, you happened to be on the mountain. Nianduchu slowly raised her dark, fathomless eyes, pinning me right in the crosshairs. My soul briefly left my body. Abort, abort. If she rats me out, I'm dead meat. I immediately started making frantic, puppy dog hand gestures behind Master's back, silently weeping and blinking at her for dear life. Everyone waited with bated breath for her answer. I know who placed the paper in the study, Nianduchu said smoothly, but I have no idea who wrote it. Old Master, Helen blinked, looking thoroughly bamboozled. What kind of non-answer is that? I let out a silent, theatrical sigh of relief. Nianduchu dropped a stone onto the board. Your move, Elder. You lose. Master looked down, his face turning red as he realized he had been checkmated while interrogating her. This round doesn't count. I was distracted. Xining, desperate for a lead, leaned forward. Miss Xu, can you at least tell me who put it there? Nianduchu glanced sideways at me, her expression unreadable. No, I promised to keep their secret. Praise the heavens. I nodded so fast, my neck almost snapped. With Xining leaving empty-handed, I immediately grabbed Nianduchi's sleeve and hauled her straight back to my room. What is your deal? I demanded, planting my hands on my hips. You totally did that on purpose. She looked entirely unbothered. I didn't mention you. You're impossible. I puffed out my cheeks in a full-blown toddler pout, deciding she deserved a penalty for the heart attack she just gave me. I stood on my tiptoes, pulled her down by the collar, and planted a swift, unapologetic kiss right on her cheek. That's your punishment. Don't do it again. She raised a hand to her cheek, actually looking a little stunned before giving a tiny, imperceptible nod. Small junior uncle. Fang Zheng's voice squeaked from the doorway. He froze the second he saw us, turning bright red before sprinting away, like he had just witnessed a crime. Before I could process that, my actual family descended upon the courtyard. Lingren, third sister Lin Shuing hollered, swooping in and scooping me up before I could even process my escape plan. We came to visit, and you're already flirting with your child bride. Before I could protest, my other sisters swarmed me like a Black Friday mob. Lin Yishi had dumped 2 brand new race cars into my arms. Fifth, Sister Lin Qingyu shoved 10 boxes of my favorite ice cream into the pile. Even stern. Fourth, Sister Lin Ruoxu handed me an elementary math workbook with a deadly serious nod. Big Sister Shiyuan rolled in behind them with several burly bodyguards hauling massive crates. Just a few new designer pieces I picked up for you. Even third sister awkwardly fished a lollipop out of her bag and shoved it at me. Bought it by accident. Whatever. Standing by the door, Nianduchu watched the chaotic family reunion with a quiet, unreadable look of profound longing. I wriggled out of my sister's grip and waddled over to her. Gigi, help. She raised a hand as if to pat my head, but abruptly stopped herself, her expression turning heavy. I have to leave. My chest tightened. Where? When are you coming back? She looked down at me, her eyes uncharacteristically soft. It might be a while. Without another word, she turned and walked away, not even daring to look back at my crestfallen face. My sisters tried every trick in the book to cheer me up, but I remained an immovable object of gloom. Frustrated, they cornered Lin Jiahe to interrogate him. Lingren's totally love-struck, Lin Qingyue huffed, snapping her fingers. What if we just banned Xu Nianduchu from coming up the mountain? Give Lingren enough time, and he'll forget all about him. The sisters readily agreed to this master plan, all except big sister Shiyuan, who worried it would only break my heart. Little did they know, even without their interference, Nianduchu wouldn't be showing up anytime soon. A family crisis had called him away. Back at the Su estate, Yun Kexing had threatened suicide, prompting Nianduchi's father, Su Chen, to summon him home. Stepping into the living room, Nianduchu was greeted by utter devastation, and a split second later, a savage, ringing slap across the face. Look at the mess you've caused. Su Chen roared, his face purple with rage. That's your elder. How dare you humiliate her? My cheeks burned in phantom pain as I watched Nianduchu stand completely unfazed, his eyes dripping with icy contempt. He wiped a drop of blood from his lip. Nice performance. What's next? Are you going to throw me out on the street? He stepped forward, his voice cutting like a scalpel. This house belonged to my late mother, not that woman. If she can't handle it, she can leave. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what might happen to the precious child in her stomach. Crack. Another violent slap cracked through the air. Xu Chen staggered back, gasping for breath as he frantically popped his heart medication. Nianduchu didn't blink. From now on, it's either her or me. Choose. With that, he turned on his heel and walked away. For the next several months, the household remained locked in a cold war until the baby was finally born. Burdened by school and work, Nianduchu had zero time to breathe. Meanwhile, up on the mountain, I waited through the changing seasons until I finally hit school age. When the day arrived, the entire Lin family piled up the mountain to retrieve us. Old Master Helen looked at 7-year-old Jia He and me with unmistakable reluctance. Don't slack off on your calligraphy just because you're heading down to civilization. We won't, Grandpa Helen, we chorused. The second we stepped foot inside the Lin mansion. However, my sisters immediately ambushed me with writing brushes. I flopped face first onto the living room sofa, dead to the world. I'm on strike. Ask me tomorrow. Third sister Shuang refused to back down. No way. I already bragged to all my classmates that my baby brother is a calligraphy prodigy. You have to perform. I rolled over, burying my face in a pillow. Go away. If you bother me, I'm telling Mom and Dad you're bullying me. True to form, the next morning I was rudely yanked from dreamland. Jia He poked me repeatedly, but I was dead to the world. Shuang smirked, cracking her knuckles. Watch and learn, amateurs. She pulled a horribly realistic fake spider out of her pocket and dangled it right over my nose. Wake up, there's a mutant arachnid eating your face, she shrieked. My eyes flew open. Confronted by an 8-legged nightmare, I scrambled backward off the bed in blind, shrieking panic. Third sister, you are evil. Get that thing away from me. I hated multi-legged monsters with every fiber of my being. Shuang doubled over, cackling hysterically. That'll teach you to sleep in. Bow down to my superior intellect. Realizing it was plastic, a wave of primal rage washed over me. I lunged forward, snatched the fake spider from her hand, and violently shoved it straight into her mouth. Since you love it so much, you can eat it. She froze, her eyes widening in absolute horror as I locked her in a headlock. The rest of the sisters stood paralyzed in the doorway, their brains collectively blue screening. At that moment, a singular thought echoed in their minds. Never, under any circumstances, wake up Lingren. Breakfast was deliciously quiet, with Shuang casting terrified side-eye at her bowl. Mid-meal, Lin Yixia chimed in. Dad, are Lingren and Jia He going to the same elementary school we used to attend? Lin Mo nodded. Naturally, the administration there is top tier. My sister's eyes lit up like Christmas trees. Awesome. We can walk him to school every day. Fourth sister Ruoxua immediately claimed mornings, while Qingyue and Yixia volunteered for afternoons. Before a turf war could break out, I threw up my hands. Look, I'm a big boy. I don't need a military escort. Denied, 5 voices spoke in unison. Even poor Jiahe whimpered. Nobody asked me. You're bundled with Lingren. Kid, don't complain. Shuang shot back. True to their word, Monday morning rolled around, and a luxury convoy pulled up to the school gates. 5 high school and middle school divas poured out of the vehicles, flanking Jiahe and me like Secret Service agents. The school entrance instantly erupted into absolute chaos. Who are those gorgeous girls? And holy crap, that little kid is stunning. Are they K-pop idols? Ignoring the gawking crowd, my sisters herded us toward the entrance. Desperate to salvage my dignity, I hissed. Okay, you guys can leave now. You're making me look like a mafia boss's kid. Shuang shamelessly winked at a group of older boys, earning immediate, love-struck gasps. Big sister Shi Yuan finally dragged her away before they caused a riot. The principal practically sprinted out to greet us, personally escorting Jiahe and me to class 1-to-1. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, rest assured, we will cultivate these 2 prodigies into absolute geniuses. The classroom went dead silent the second we walked in. Stepping up to the podium, I took the chalk and neatly slashed my name across the board, Lingren. Jiahe quickly followed, doing his absolute best to match my penmanship. After a brief, bowing introduction, I scanned the room and spotted an empty desk. Teacher, can me and Jiahe sit together? I asked, gently tugging on my trembling cousin's sleeve to keep him from hyperventilating. The teacher beamed. Of course. Class commenced, and while I zoned out tracing patterns on my desk, Jiahe furiously scribbled notes. Naturally, break time turned into a circus. Jiahe poked my arm, his eyes glassy. Lingren, I don't get this math problem. Before I could answer, a swarm of kids, including the class president, encircled our desks. Please teach us, Lingren. I sighed internally. Suffering from success is a heavy cross to bear. Just as I started breaking down the equation, the classroom door slammed open. An angry English teacher stomped in, roaring, "Why are you all clustered around like bees on honey? Sit down." The kids scrambled back to their seats like frightened sparrows. But before the teacher could draw another breath, a girl in the back corner raised a trembling hand. Teacher, it was the new transfer student who started a study group. I snapped my head toward her, framed by dark, wavy hair. The girl possessed delicate facial features, but her eyes were clouded with fierce stubbornness. The second I caught her face, a jolt shot through me. She looked uncannily like Ujun, the absolute scum who had ruined my past life. Snapping out of it, I offered the teacher a serene, textbook model smile. The students were asking me a question, so I was just telling them to quiet down. I explained smoothly, turning on the pure, innocent charm. It's my first day, so I'm still learning the ropes. It won't happen again. My performance instantly melted the teacher's heart. After a quick word with the class, she let me off the hook. But Ruochin, the girl who had tried to drop me in it, glowered, utterly fuming that I had escaped scot-free. By the time the final bell mercifully rang, I felt like I had survived a marathon. Stepping out of the building with Jia, a small figure abruptly blocked our path. "Excuse me, classmate," I said, stepping to the left. The figure stepped left. I stepped right. They stepped right. Okay, someone's looking for a concussion. When the kid finally lifted their chin, I realized it was none other than Ruochin. Oh, surely, the universe wasn't twisted enough to drop my mortal enemy's spawn right into my class. "Lingren," she announced with all the haughtiness of a mini dictator, "if you ever dare help the other kids with their work again, I'm telling the teacher." I gave her a deadpan stare. "Wanna try me? I run this class," she declared, puffing out her chest. "If you don't listen to me, you'll be the classroom pariah." I looked her up and down, letting out a dry snort. "Move it, squirt. You're blocking the light." When she refused to budge, I gave her a casual shove. I only used about 3% of my strength, but she still wobbled like a bowling pin. "Please." I was a seasoned martial artist who routinely threw adult coaches. A brat her size was light work. It was just a warning shot, cross me again, and I wouldn't be so gentle. Ruochin stood frozen in shock, her face turning a magnificent shade of crimson before she stamped her foot in pure rage. Did he just call me a squirt? Before I could ponder her fragile ego, a commotion at the school gates drew our attention. Our family's luxury van had pulled up, and the second my fourth and fifth sisters stepped out, the surrounding schoolboys let out a collective shriek that nearly popped my eardrums. "Holy crap, it's Lin Qingyue and Lin Yisha. They're goddesses. Who is that kid? What kind of ungodly karma do you need to be born into that family?" Jiahe practically fused himself to my side, trembling. "The kids at this school are terrifying." I couldn't argue with that. This chaos was 100% imported by my overprotective siblings. I needed to put a stop to this VIP chauffeur service immediately. That evening, I booted up my laptop and typed in Ujun. Sure enough, public registries confirmed the scumbag had a daughter. While her name and face weren't plastered across the web, my gut twisted with a toxic cocktail of dread and certainty. Bypassing a few firewalls with a quick IP spoof, I breached the municipal student registry. There it was, black and white, "Oh Ruochin," and right under the guardian field, "Oh Jun." Clack. I snapped the laptop shut, my expression darkening into a stormy scowl. My sixth sense was never wrong. Ruochin was indeed Jun's flesh and blood. Fate really had a twisted sense of humor, dropping my past life's executioner's daughter right into my lap. But since she was here, playing with fire just got a whole lot more interesting. The next morning, my desk neighbor, a sweet girl named Tian, spun around in her seat. "Lingren, which of your sisters is your absolute favorite?" "None of them," I replied flatly. Before the words even left my mouth, Jiahe materialized next to me, his eyes instantly welling up with dramatic tears. "Lingren, even me?" I felt a vein throb in my temple. Parenting a sibling shouldn't require this much emotional labor. Yeah, you're my favorite," I muttered, quickly diffusing the crisis. Ruochin slammed her palm onto my desk like a loan shark collecting dues. "Where's your homework?" "The English assignment." The class rep hurried over, whispering, He's a transfer student, he's exempt." "Says who?" Ruochin shrieked. "In my class, there are no free passes, unless..." She narrowed her eyes at me. "You listen to me, and I'll cover for you." Already operating on zero sleep and seething over her lineage, I gave her a glacial stare. "If you've got a problem, take it up with the teacher." Choking on her own outrage, Ruochin grabbed a handful of my sleeve. "Why you?" Before she could finish, I wrenched my arm away with a sharp twist, slapping her hand aside with clinical disgust. I detest people touching me. Clutching her wrist, Ruochin stumbled back several steps, her face draining of color as she stared at me with pure terror. My icy glare sent a shiver straight down her spine, and she scrambled back to her seat without another word. Jiahe stared at me like I had just conquered a small nation. "You're a beast, Lingran. If she bugs you again, just tackle her." I flipped open my textbook, entirely unfazed. Good citizens don't resort to violence. The rest of the day passed in peaceful solitude, mostly because I spent every free minute face down on my desk, catching up on sleep. Bam. "Lingran, wake up, math class is starting," Jiahe hissed, shaking my shoulder violently. I merely rolled over and went right back to snoring. A second later, the math teacher marched over and brought her textbook down on my desk with a sound like a gunshot. I shot upright, my eyes wide and foggy, and blurted out, "Class dismissed." The classroom erupted into giggles. With my hair slightly tousled and wide doe eyes, I looked like a startled woodland creature. The teacher's stern expression instantly melted into absolute mush. Lingren," she cooed gently, "we don't sleep during lecture time, okay?" "Yes, teacher, my apologies," I chirped with maximum obedience. Determined to stay awake, I focused on the board, only to find the material was so insultingly basic, my eyelids immediately staged a mutiny. Sensing a slumbering target, the teacher cleared her throat and called me out. "Lingren, come up and solve this on the board." It was a basic 2-digit arithmetic problem. Without breaking a sweat, I strolled up and scribbled the correct answer. The teacher blinked in surprise. quickly writing out a few complex multiplication problems. I solved those even faster, barely pausing to breathe. Sighing, I dropped the chalk. Teacher, are we doing anything challenging? I usually teach my older sister high school math. Silence fell over the classroom. The teacher's jaw hit the floor. You do high school math? Jiahe proudly popped up from his seat. Teacher, Lingren doesn't just do high school math, he does Olympiad-level stuff for fun. The teacher looked like she had just witnessed an alien landing. A math prodigy in the first grade? She reported it to the headmaster before the bell even stopped ringing. By the time the afternoon bell rang, the entire administration was buzzing. My father, Lin Mo, picked us up with a strange grin plastered across his face, immediately dropping the bombshell. The school wanted me to enter the National Math Olympiad. Hard pass, I groaned. I just want to be a professional couch potato. Big sister Xu Yuan chuckled, leaning against the doorframe. You know, if I recall correctly, Xu Nianduchu won the National Youth Championship 5 years in a row with a clean, flawless score every single time. The name Xu Nianduchu acted like a shot of adrenaline straight to my heart. I sat straight up. Wait, Nianduchu did the Olympiad for 5 years straight, and he never mentioned it to me? Mm-hmm. Xu Yuan nodded smoothly. And his record remains completely unbroken. A dark, competitive fire ignited in my chest. If Nianduchu held the record, breaking it was a matter of moral obligation. I slammed both hands on the table and declared, sign me up. I'm taking gold. Dad gave Xu Yuan a triumphant thumbs up. Classic psychological warfare, it always works. True to their word, a towering stack of Olympiad textbooks mysteriously appeared on my desk the next morning. I stormed downstairs, ready to interrogate my parents, only for Dad to casually deflect. The math teacher insisted. I deflated like a punctured balloon. But then a thought struck me. Wait a minute, if I win this, I can completely outshine Nianduchu. My eyes snapped back to life, and a devious grin spread across my face. Actually, Dad, tell the school I'm honored to participate. I'll start studying immediately. I sprinted back to my room, leaving my parents staring at each other in utter bewilderment. I wasn't just doing this for fun. I was gunning for a total blowout. If that cold-hearted child bride wasn't going to text me back, I'd just have to force him to acknowledge my genius through sheer academic dominance. The next day at school, I rested my chin on my desk, looking like a deflated balloon. Tiantian poked my arm anxiously. What's wrong, Lingren? Are you sick? Nah, I sighed dramatically, cracking open a massive Olympiad workbook. Just drowning in the boundless ocean of knowledge. To shatter Nianduchi's legacy, I needed absolute perfection across multiple divisions. Look at you, pretending to be a scholar, a sneering voice piped up. Ruochen swaggered over, crossing her arms. As if someone like you could ever place in the Olympiad. I raised one eyelid, my gaze dropping to a sub-zero temperature. Want to bet? The memory of my previous body slam instantly flashed in her mind. Ruochen swallowed hard, her bravado evaporating as she retreated to her desk, muttering under her breath, freak, before immediately burying her face in her arms to take a nap. When Friday finally rolled around, Jiahe and I walked home together, chatting idly about weekend plans. Suddenly, Jiahe froze, pointing down a narrow side alley. Hey, isn't that Ruochen? We stopped. A burly, sketchy-looking man was aggressively dragging a screaming, kicking Ruochen toward the shadows of the alley. She fought with everything she had, but the man clamped a heavy hand over her mouth, hoisting her off her feet. My pupils constricted. That isn't her father. That was a full-blown kidnapping. Keep my bag, I yelled, tossing my backpack at a stunned Jiahe before sprinting headfirst into the alley. Lingren, wait, where are you going? Jiahe shrieked in absolute terror. Too late. I sprinted into the alley, executing a flying kick straight into the kidnapper's spine. The man collapsed like a felled tree, dropping Ruochen, who scrambled away in hysterics. But before I could pull her to safety, a second accomplice lunged out from behind a dumpster and clamped a heavy hand over my mouth. Look what we have here, a little hero, the second thug sneered. Before I could deploy a counter-grapple, they dragged us both into a waiting van, slamming the doors shut. Ruochen sat beside me, trembling violently, tears streaming down her face through a strip of packing tape sealing her mouth shut. I let out an exhausted, irritated sigh. Note to self, next time, mind your own business. I tried to twist my arms free, only to realize my wrists and ankles were already bound tight with industrial zip ties. Serves me right for letting my guard down. I leaned my shoulder against the car door, glaring at the two chatty kidnappers in the front seat until they nervously shut their traps. Waiting for my moment, I cracked the door open a fraction and began slowly shaking out the contents of my handmade sachet, leaving a herbal trail for anyone paying attention. Back at school, absolute panic had broken out. Lin Qingyu spotted Jiahe sitting curbside, clutching my backpack and sobbing hysterically. Where's Lingren? Qingyu and Yixia demanded, sprinting over. He got kidnapped, Jiahe bawled. I saw them shove him into a car. Within seconds, the family group chat exploded. Big sister Xiyuan bolted out of her lecture hall, while Xu Nianduchu, catching wind of the news, froze, his eyes sharpening with dark, churning dread. Dad slammed his hands on his boardroom table, abandoning an international business deal mid-sentence to sprint out, leaving his investors staring in shell-shocked horror. Before long, the entire Lin clan materialized at the gates. Grandpa Lin stepped out of his car, his voice booming with apocalyptic fury. If a single hair on Lingren's head is harmed, this entire school burns to the ground. Third sister Xu bypassed the debate entirely by diving into the driver's seat of our van. Xiwan lunged for the door handle. What do you think you're doing? Going after Lingren, obviously. Xu yelled. Get in or get left behind. You don't even have a license. Xiyuan snapped. Furious, Xu slammed her fist against the steering wheel, scrambled out, and hauled our family chauffeur into the seat instead, diving into the back. The van rocketed out of the parking lot in a cloud of rubber smoke. Back at the school, Xiyuan turned to Ruoxue, her expression carved from stone. We divide and conquer. I'll check municipal traffic feeds. You keep tracking Xu live GPS. An hour crawled by with 0 leads. Dad burned through every political connection he had, offering astronomical bounties, yet I had vanished into thin air. Up in the lead vehicle, Xu kicked a stray pebble in frustration, ready to punch a hole through the fabric of spacetime. Then, a miracle occurred. Wait, stop the car, Yixia screamed, throwing open the sliding door. Jiahe had scrambled out into the brush, frantically clawing at the dirt. Xu lunged forward to yank him back by his collar, but he shrieked. Third sister, look, I smell it, Grandpa's custom herbal sachet. Xu froze, dropping him onto his backside. Jiahe pointed wildly at a faint dusting of dried powder on the leaves. The fragrance was unmistakable, a custom blend unique to our household. She instantly broadcasted the coordinates to the family network, and within minutes, a fleet of luxury vehicles converged on the area. Meanwhile, my kidnappers had dragged me into a decaying, grease-slicked warehouse, hurling me onto the cold concrete floor. The overhead lights flickered on, stabbing my eyes with harsh glare. Deciding the crying wasn't going to cut it, I flipped the switch to my most pathetic, tear-streaked expression and batted my eyelashes at the nearest goon until he felt guilty enough to peel the duct tape off my mouth. Right on cue, the boss stomped over, barking into his phone. The client only wanted the other kid. This brat is dead weight. Ah, a contracted hit, and the primary target was actually Uruochin. I suppressed a smirk. Ujun karma was finally coming to collect, and I didn't even have to lift a finger. My stomach betrayed me with a very loud, very undignified growl. I looked straight at the boss. Excuse me, sir, but I'm starving. Shut up and starve, the boss roared, glaring at a terrified, sniffling, Ruochin. And you, kid, one more peep and I cut your tongue out. I sat there in the gloom, running a quick cost-benefit analysis. I could easily wait until tomorrow, drop my Lin family pedigree, and walk out free. But Uruochin, she'd probably end up sleeping with the fishes, considering whatever lunatic her father had crossed. Before I could finalize my escape blueprint, the squeaky-voiced terror suddenly planted herself right in front of me, throwing her arms out like a tiny, trembling shield. Leave him alone. The target is just me. I blinked in genuine shock. For a spoiled, annoying little menace, she actually had a spine. Still, my blood feud was with her deadbeat dad, not her. The boss blew a thick cloud of cheap tobacco smoke right in my face. I coughed violently, and the younger thug, clearly possessing a shred of conscience, instantly reached over and swatted the cigarette out of his boss's hand. I seized the opening with cinematic flair. Uncle, you look like a man troubled by heavy cosmic karma. Want me to read your fortune? The lackey laughed nervously. A fortune teller? You're like 6. Did you recently misplace a rather large sum of money? I whispered mysteriously, locking eyes with him. Cash you were saving for a very specific, highly romantic milestone. If you don't recover it today, it's gone forever. The lackey's jaw hit the floor. The exact amount of bride price savings he had hidden away, a secret known only to him and his aging father, had vanished from his room 3 days ago. How do you know that? He stammered, grabbing my shoulders. Where is it? Well, my arms are tied very uncomfortably, so the spiritual connection is lagging. I sighed, gesturing to my restraints. Without missing a beat, the lackey whipped out a pocket knife and sliced through my zip ties. I stretched my arms, feeling like $1,000,000, while the poor guy stared at me like I was a deity descended from the heavens. It's back at your family home, I declared, channeling my inner mystic based entirely on a half-heard phone conversation I lip-read earlier, buried right beneath the old weeping willow in the backyard. Trembling, the lackey dialed his cousin. 5 minutes later, a screaming voice echoed through the speaker. No way, we found the cash buried in the dirt, exactly 10 grand. The lackey dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead against the concrete. Master, you're a living god. The boss walked back in, took one look at his crying subordinate worshipping a preschooler, and kicked him in the ribs. What kind of circus are you running? Boss, he's a psychic, the lackey sobbed, pointing at me. Before the boss could object, his phone rang. After a breathless, wide-eyed exchange, he slammed the phone down, abandoned all prior toughness, and scurried over to me, rubbing his hands together. Kid. Can you tell me if my wife is cheating on me? I fought the urge to roll my eyes so hard they got stuck. My psychic energy is depleted. 1 miracle per day. The boss immediately turned around and slapped the other guy. Why didn't you untie him first? Within 5 minutes, the atmosphere in the warehouse had completely degraded into a bizarre hostage support group. One goon was massaging my shoulders, the other was peeling an orange for me, and I was sitting on a wiped-down folding chair like a mafia don receiving tribute. Uruochin watched this surreal spectacle with wide, saucer-like eyes, Seeing my stash of snacks, she squeaked out, can I have some? Tossing her a juice box, I muttered, catch. Before she could finish her drink, the heavy warehouse doors blew inward with the force of a battering ram. Police, nobody move. Flashbangs detonated, and tactical gear swarmed the room. But the tactical squad froze dead in their tracks, their tactical brains short-circuiting. There I sat, kicking my legs lazily while a hardened criminal fed me grapes, and Ruochin happily chugged fruit punch beside me. This was supposed to be a hostage rescue, not a VIP lounge. A second later, the Lin family cavalry breached the perimeter. My sisters and parents charged in like a battalion of avenging angels. Mom burst through the front, tears streaming down her face as she scooped me into a bone-crushing hug. Lingren, thank God, my baby is safe. I'm fine, Mom, I promise, I mumbled against her shoulder, patting her back. These guys were actually pretty accommodating once I fixed their financial portfolio. Once the dust settled, the police hauled the trembling kidnappers away and immediately placed a priority call to Wu Jun. But the moment the scum was informed that his daughter had barely survived a kidnapping, his voice dripped with annoyed indifference. He had no time to deal with family drama. Wu Ruochin stood off to the side, watching the warm, suffocating love my family showered me with, while the chilling reality of her father's utter abandonment washed over her. She looked utterly hollow, standing alone in the debris. Mom looked over at her, her immense maternal heart instantly softening. Ruochin, sweetheart, why don't you come home with us for dinner? The girl looked up, stunned, her eyes darting over to me for approval. I looked at her trembling shoulders, sighed softly, and stepped forward, extending a hand. Well, are you coming or what? Ruochin choked back a sob, her eyes shining with unshed tears as she finally took my hand. She trembled, tentatively placing her hand in mine as if she had never experienced human warmth before. But before the moment could last a single second, Lin Jiehe tackled his way between us, his eyes red with fury. Hands off him. Lin ran. Are you replacing me with her? I dodged both of these overly dramatic children and ducked straight into our family car. Ruochin scrambled in after me, sitting stiffly while stealing guilty glances. She quietly confessed that she had only teased me before to get my attention, and was consumed with remorse for getting me dragged into a kidnapping. Back at the Lin estate, I scrubbed off the warehouse grime in the shower. Stepping downstairs with a towel over my damp hair, I froze as a cold, familiar voice echoed from the living room. Hello. This must be Lingren. I yanked the towel down, my gaze locking onto the impeccably tailored man standing with my parents, Wu Jun. He looked identical to the scoundrel from my past life who had ruined me and stolen everything I owned, right down to the subtle streaks of silver in his hair. This is my son, Lingren, Mom introduced warmly. Wu Jun bowed politely, extending a hand. I am Wu Ruochen's father. I am deeply sorry for involving you in this mess. Name anything you want as compensation, and it is yours. A perfect gentleman on the outside, a ruthless hypocrite on the inside. I forced my sweetest, most innocent smile. Anything, uncle? Are you sure? For a split second, a flicker of unease crossed his eyes, as if he felt an invisible blade pressed against his back. He brushed it off with a dry laugh. Of course, an AU keeps his word. Great, I can't think of anything right now, so I'll just save up my favor for later. Wu Jun agreed without hesitation, then barked at Ruochen to apologize. She instantly transformed into a meek little lamb, whispering a subdued I'm sorry before he marched her away like a cold business transaction. After they left, Mom gently dried my hair, feeling bad for the girl's cold upbringing, while Dad solemnly warned me that Wu Jun's ruthless style made him a magnet for dangerous enemies. Naturally, CH Group declared bankruptcy overnight. Wu Jun was never one for half measures, and the two kidnappers received a lenient one-year sentence for cooperating. On Monday morning, I walked into my classroom to find my desk buried under a mountain of snacks. My classmate Tian surreptitiously pointed at Wu Ruochin. I dumped the entire stash onto Lin Jiahe's desk. Get rid of these. Jiahe exploded. Who bought you these? You're way too young to be dating. I have no idea, which is why I'm telling you to deal with it, I said, eyeing him like he was an idiot. Realizing the treats came from other kids, Jiahe gleefully distributed them to our classmates, instantly becoming the most popular kid in second grade. Behind us, Ruochin practically bit her pencil in half, glaring daggers at him. When school ended, Ruochin tried a new tactic, clasping her hands together. Lingren, let's walk home together. I'll protect you, or learn fortune-telling, or do whatever you want. I don't have time, I replied flatly, refusing to let another member of the OU family steal my tricks. Undeterred, Ruochin became my full-time shadow for the next 2 weeks. Jiahe tried confronting her, but since she had a clear height advantage, he ended up nearly in tears. I'm telling Lingren you bullied me. You're taller than me. Stop snitching. I'm protecting him, she hissed back. Their endless hallway squabbles only paused when our teacher threatened to call their parents. That night at dinner, Jiahe demanded Dad transfer her out of our class, but Dad just laughed off my sudden popularity while Mom sympathized with the girl's lonely life. Meanwhile, big sister Shi Yuan subtly dropped the news to Xu Nianduchu. Lingren has a new shadow at school. Aren't you worried someone is going to steal your fiancé? Though Nianduchu acted completely unbothered, her eyes flared with possessive instinct. During the final period the next day, she took an unprecedented leave of absence. As Jiahe, Ruochin, and I walked out of the school gates, the entire sidewalk ground to a halt. A stunning girl stood by a sleek sedan, commanding everyone's attention. Who is that? That's Xu Nianduchu, the middle school legend. Seeing my child fiancé, I abandoned my 2 babysitters and bolted over, wrapping my arms around her wrist. Nianduchu Ji. She rubbed my head fondly, her cold expression melting. Ruochen trotted over, stunned. Who's she? His fiancé, Jiahe announced proudly, puffing out his chest. They've been engaged since his 1-month banquet. Ruochen's jaw dropped. She squared her shoulders and tried to assert dominance. Hi sister, I'm Ruochen, Lingren's best friend. Best friend? Jiahe scoffed. You're a stalker. Under Nianduchi's icy gaze, Ruochen folded instantly. Nianduchi ignored her completely and ushered us into the car. When I eagerly asked if she came specifically to pick me up, she casually claimed she was just passing by, even though her school was in the exact opposite direction. I texted my sisters, instantly blowing up the family group chat with accusations of Nianduchi ditching class, which Shi Yuan calmly refuted. Before the car pulled away, Ruochen poked her head in. Sister, I'll protect Lingren. Nianduchi didn't even glance back as the driver hit the gas. She dropped me off at our gates and left immediately, leaving me stomping my feet in frustration. She didn't even stay for dinner. The next morning, I was ambushed by half my class. Was that Xu Nianduchu yesterday? Can you get her autograph? I'll buy your breakfast for a month. I blinked, bewildered by their hysteria. Why is she such a big deal? Are you serious? A classmate shrieked. She won 5 consecutive math Olympiad championships with perfect scores, ranks first in every single exam, and holds top athletic records. Plus, she passed 10th grade piano before age 10. She's literally a deity. I stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Turns out, my child fiancé wasn't just a protective presence, she was an absolute monster of a prodigy. Determined to measure up to the woman Lingren had chosen, I set a new goal: catch up to Xu Nianduchu. I dug up all of his old competition footage, and after watching them, I felt thoroughly inadequate, which only left me supercharged with motivation. Yet back in class, Lin Jiahen noticed I was slouching over my desk like a deflated balloon. Hey, watch this new magic trick, he tried, desperate to cheer me up. I didn't even blink. Hard pass. Go entertain yourself, I have to study. With that, I whipped out a terrifyingly advanced Olympiad math textbook. Convinced I was cracking under academic pressure, Jia has secretly looped my sisters into a group chat. Shi Yuan suggested a weekend trip to an amusement park to blow off steam. Ruoxiu agreed, but Xu Ying scoffed. Amusement parks? Let's just make him drop out of the math competition instead. Yisha chimed in to back up Shi Yuan so we could all ride roller coasters together. Just as they were finalizing plans, Jiahe dropped a hand grenade into the chat. Should we invite Nianduchi Ji? Total silence descended upon the group. Xu Ying immediately vetoed it. Why invite him? Shi Yuan hesitated, deciding we should ask for my input first. Later that afternoon, Xu Ying cornered Shi Yuan in the hallway, muttering, "Something's off. Lingren is hiding a secret." Unbeknownst to them, Xu Nianduchu was lingering just a few paces behind, overhearing every word. When Xu Ying glanced back, she quickly dragged Shi Yuan away. Nianduchi let out a dry, amused huff. A secret? What could a kid possibly hide? Even so, a sharp spark of curiosity pricked at his chest. On the walk home, Ruochen was chattering away in my ear like a broken record. Desperate to change the subject, she piped up. My nanny made sweet and sour pork spare ribs. Come over for dinner tonight, I'll be home alone. Jiahe immediately intercepted. Don't you love video games? Let's voice chat later. Ruochen pouted. Minor playtime limits mean I only get 1 hour on weekends. While tuning them out, I marched right into someone's chest. I rubbed my sore forehead and looked up to find Nianduchi standing right there. My eyes lit up Nianduchi Ji. Before I remembered my self-imposed training arc, I couldn't get distracted. I whipped up a blinding, saccharine smile. Hey, are you passing by again? You don't need to drop me home today. My 4th and 5th sisters are already here. Bye-bye. Without waiting for an answer, I skipped past him and hopped straight into our family van, never looking back. Nianduchi stared after my retreating form, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Why is this kid acting like a completely different person? Did he lose a bet, or is school stress finally frying his brain? Saturday rolled around, and Jiahe crept into my room like a kicked puppy. Lingren, it's Saturday. Let's go out. I didn't even look up from my calligraphy practice. Hard pass. Can't you see I'm busy? Go on without me. Come on, we haven't been to the amusement park in ages. I said no. Books are my true love now. Jiahe trudged back out like a ghost. The sisters immediately swarmed him. Well, what did he say? He's too busy. Jiahe sighed. Xu Ying threw her hands up. See? I told you. He's brainwashed. Without the birthday boy, the trip was cancelled. Midterms arrived soon after. Since high school math was practically a nostalgic memory to my ancient soul, it was a breeze. But my real battlefield was piano. My previous life's rudimentary skills wouldn't cut it for professional exams. After relentless begging, Mom finally relented and hired a private tutor, hissing, "If you scare this teacher off like the last one, you're grounded." Determined to surpass my child fiancé, I practiced until my fingers cramped. To my piano teacher's absolute horror, I wasn't just learning, I was a walking musical freak of nature. He immediately dragged Mom aside and insisted I enter the youth division piano competition. Lingren, are you sure? Mom gasped, stunned by the sudden plot twist. The teacher beamed with unshakable faith. With his raw talent, the podium is practically guaranteed. Mom floated on air for 3 days straight, and when she ran the idea by Dad, he practically wept tears of joy. That's my boy. Enter the damn competition. Whether you win gold or garbage, you're still my favorite child. Thus, 2 days after wrapping up my math tournament, I found myself standing backstage at the annual youth piano finals. Xu had tipped off Nianduchu, who actually agreed to attend. Backstage, Jia spotted Ruochen creeping around and immediately bristled. What are you doing here? Did you follow us with a homing beacon? I'm here to cheer for Lingren. Ruochen grinned unbothered, pointing out that half our class had tagged along. When the stage lights finally locked onto me, dressed in a sharp little black suit, I took a deep, centering bow. As I rose, my eyes scanned the front rows and caught a familiar, breathtaking silhouette. He came. My heart hammered against my ribs with renewed adrenaline. I sat at the grand piano, closed my eyes, and let Mozart's movements wash over my mind. The moment my fingers touched the keys, the hall dissolved. The judges in the front row snapped upright, their professional detachment shattering as crisp, flawless notes cascaded through the room like liquid silver. When the final chord echoed into silence, the judges didn't just clap, they stood. He actually won. First place. Mom whisper shrieked into Dad's shoulder, tears streaming down her face while Dad squeezed her so hard she nearly popped. Backstage, a triumphant Ruochen bumped straight into Nianduchu. She bravely tried to say hello, but Nianduchu met her with a glacial, empty stare. Stung by my weeks of cold shoulder, Nianduchu had been privately wondering if I'd completely replaced him. Catching sight of Ruochen, a chilly thought crossed his mind. Aside from this clinging shadow, who else has been cozying up to Lingren lately? When Ruochen eagerly confirmed that half the school was obsessed with me, Nianduchi's expression turned murderous. Popular, huh? He stared down the girl with terrifying intensity. If Lingren has any updates or goes anywhere, you report it to me. Oh, okay. Can we exchange WeChat? Ruochen squeaked, immediately handing over her phone. Meanwhile, I was frantically sweeping the backstage area, coming up completely empty. I rushed to my sisters. Where is he? Did he leave? Xu Ying rolled her eyes. Xu Yuan figured he'd probably ghosted early. I refused to believe it. He watched me play. There's no way he just vanished without a word. Just as I bolted toward the exit, Ruochen intercepted me. Where are you sprinting off to? Looking for my fiancé, I blurted out. Ruochen's face fell instantly. Oh, he already left. But he told me to tell you something. I slammed on the brakes, eyeing her with extreme skepticism. He told you? Duh. Ruochen puffed out her chest proudly. We added each other on WeChat. You know. WeChat? My brain short-circuited. Xu Nianduchu, the walking iceberg who treated social media like a biohazard, actually added this gremlin on WeChat? That was like a cat voluntarily adopting a toaster. Failing to spot him outside, my shoulders slumped with sudden, heavy disappointment. He really left. Still, I tried to brush it off, at least he showed up. Sensing my gloomy aura, my sisters immediately went into damage control. Let's throw a massive celebration party, Xu Ying declared. Grandpa even called in to offer his congratulations. Sure, I muttered, pulling out my phone. Let me text Nianduchu first. Xu Ying scoffed. Who cares if he comes? Do we need his permission to celebrate? I'll handle him. Xu Yuan stepped in smoothly, eager to play peacemaker. I'll make sure he shows up. The next day at school, midterm scores dropped. I naturally swept every single subject with a perfect score, locking in rank 1 school-wide. Our homeroom teacher spent 20 solid minutes reading my test paper aloud like it was sacred scripture. When class ended, my desk was immediately swallowed by a sea of desperate classmates, begging me for notes and worshipping my GPA. Lingren, you're a god, a classmate cried. Can I be your disciple? My soul cringed beneath the innocent praise. If you guys knew I was just a stressed-out 30-something in a kid's body cheating with modern curriculum standards, you wouldn't look at me like that. Just then, the bell rang. The teacher walked in, surveyed the chaotic mob, and banged his ruler against the desk. Back to your seats. Look at you lot compared to Lingren. He stays focused while you guys act like feral raccoons. Learn from him. I wish the floor would open up and swallow me whole. Focused? I haven't paid attention in a single lecture all semester. Clearing his throat, the teacher added, Oh, and congratulations on sweeping the piano competition, Lingren. To celebrate, Jia is hosting a party at his place this Friday. Jia beamed, though he immediately shot a petty glare at Ruochen, muttering, Though we definitely aren't inviting everyone. Ruochen immediately grabbed Jiahe's arm, shaking it like a desperate puppy. Please, just let me go. Otherwise, I'm going to start crying right now, Jia pleaded, his staggering lack of shame leaving everyone utterly speechless. Outside the gates, Yixia and Qingyue were waiting for us. Tian leaned over and whispered, Your sisters are gorgeous, but I still can't tell which one is the 4th oldest and which is the 5th. I motioned them over and told the girls to introduce themselves. Yixia grinned. Easy. The prettier one is the 4th sister, she said, giving Qingyu a cheeky wink. Qingyu actually nodded. Indeed. I rolled my eyes. That explanation explained absolutely nothing. Once we walked out of earshot, I whispered to Tian. 4th sister loves causing chaos, while 5th sister is quiet and reliable. Tian looked enlightened, though still thoroughly confused. What if neither of them is talking? I thought about it carefully. Look at their eyes. The one whose expression screams, punch me, is 4th sister. Tian stared at me in absolute awe. wondering how an only child managed to navigate such a chaotic sibling ecosystem. Outside, a violent gale whipped up, threatening a torrential downpour, but I stubbornly stood by the gates, waiting for one specific arrival. Xu Yuan sighed, pulling out his phone to text Xu Nianduchu. Are you still not coming? Lingren has been waiting for you. He even snapped a quick video of my eager face pressing against the glass. Miles away, Nianduchu stared at the clip, a pang of guilt piercing his chest. He immediately locked his phone and headed downstairs. Are you going out, young miss? The butler asked. Yeah, running an errand. But master instructed you to stay for family dinner. Nianduchi's expression frosted over. Skip it, let him spend it with his precious golden child. Today happened to be the third birthday of Yun Keqing's son, and Xu Chen had dragged them home for a celebration. Nianduchu would rather freeze in a snowbank than sit at that table. The butler watched his rigid back vanish with a heavy sigh. Arriving at the Lin estate in record time, Nianduchu spotted my tiny frame stationed right by the gate, my sharp eyes locked on his direction. Instantly, the winter frost in his gaze melted into something impossibly soft. Nianduchu, I shrieked, sprinting over to tackle his waist. He rested a gentle hand on my head, brushing my hair back. I grinned up at him, refusing to wait indoors because if you don't show up, I'll just stay right here. Little did I know, the woman who looked at me with bottomless warmth treated the rest of the world like an Arctic wasteland. Pulling a small wrap box from his coat, he handed it to me. Ruochen immediately crowded close, demanding I rip it open right then and there. I clutched the box to my chest like a dragon guarding its gold. No way, I'm opening this in private tonight. Sure enough, back in my room, I unwrapped a delicate, understated bracelet. It wasn't worth a fortune, but I loved it instantly, strapping it onto my wrist and striking heroic poses in front of the mirror. I snapped a photo and texted it to Nianduchu, then passed out waiting for a reply. What I didn't know was that Nianduchu had saved my picture as his phone wallpaper, staring at it with a rare, quiet smile. Suddenly, a heavy knock hammered on his door. It was his father, Xu Chen, ordering him to pack up and move out to make room for his illegitimate half-brother. Nianduchu snapped, his eyes turning to jagged glass. Move out, try it. Keep a tight leash on your precious son. If he crosses my path again, I can't guarantee his limbs will stay attached. With a deafening slam, he locked the door in his father's face. The next morning, I wore my new bracelet to school, showing it off to my classmates before spamming Nianduchu with more messages. Still, total radio silence. Is he ignoring me on purpose? Little did I know, Nianduchu was staring at my texts when a classmate named Fang Yuan interrupted him, blushing furiously. Hey, my birthday is this Saturday. Are you free? Nianduchu stood up without a word, brushing right past him. I'm busy. Humiliated in front of everyone, Fang Yuan burned with bitter rage. Why is he allowed to dote on Lingren, but I can't even get the time of day? Driven by petty jealousy, he hunted down my sisters during lunch break, demanding to know when I was going to call off my engagement with Nianduchu. Xu Yuan shot him down with terrifying finality. Lingren genuinely cares for Nianduchu. That engagement isn't going anywhere. Fang Yuan stormed off, fuming. Meanwhile, growing impatient with Nianduchu's ghosting, I decided two can play at that game. Playing hard to get, huh? Let's see how long you last before coming back to me. Just then, my phone buzzed with a message from the family group chat. My sisters announced they'd be slightly late for pickup, and in their rush, they had completely forgotten to mention Jiahe. Did you guys forget about me? Jiahe wailed in the chat, followed by a tumbleweed emoji. Absolute silence fell over the group chat. A second later, Mom dropped the hammer. Nobody move. I'm coming to get you both right now. Naturally, starving and impatient, Jiahe dragged me out past the gates to grab street vendor Odin. Mom said we can't leave campus. I warned him. Relax, we'll just eat one stick. Succumbing to the temptation, I followed him down the alley, only to be ambushed by three towering upperclassmen at the corner. Hand over your lunch money. Jiahe turned pale as a ghost, but I casually dumped my backpack into his arms, rolled up my sleeves, and cracked my knuckles. Bad news, guys. We're broke, but I'm offering a free trip to the hospital. Before the leader could blink, I pivoted on my heel and launched him over my shoulder with a textbook judo throw. Crack! The thug hit the pavement, clutching his dislocated arm and wailing like a siren. I dusted off my hands, glaring at the remaining two. Round 2. They scooped up their weeping friend and bolted down the street like their pants were on fire. As I happily bit into a potato chunk, I noticed the trio were still hovering a few yards away, watching me with terrified, starry-eyed expressions. One of them timidly raised a hand. Do you take apprentices? Get lost, and if I catch you shaking down kids again, I'll snap your other arms, I threatened, sending them sprinting into the horizon. Jiahe, meanwhile, pulled out his phone with a deadpan expression. Lingren, I'm out of cash. Pay for my Odin or I'm telling Mom you street brawled. You absolute leech, I muttered, turning on my heel and walking away. Left stranded, Jiahe turned his tearful puppy dog eyes toward the sweet old lady running the Odin cart. Grandma, can I do a tab? The old lady cackled, waving a hand. All right, kid, lunch is on the house. Jiahe's eyes lit up like Christmas lights as he ordered everything in sight. By the time I finished eating and sauntered back to the school gates, Mom's luxury van had just pulled up. Spotting Jiahe stuffing his face with stolen street food, Mom's maternal radar hit red alert. Lin Jiahe, how many times have I told you not to eat mystery street meat? Mom shrieked, leaping out of the car and grabbing her by the ear. Worse still, she realized her daughter had resorted to dining and dashing. "You're pulling dine and dash schemes now. Get in the back, you're grounded." I ducked into the car just in time to avoid the collateral damage. But when Mom dragged a sniffling Jiahe back toward the vehicle, her expression suddenly shifted. She was holding a takeout cup of Odin. Clearing her throat awkwardly, Mom muttered, "Well, local small businesses need our support, you know." Before she could finish her sentence, she stole a ravenous sniff. One bite later, her eyes blew wide open. "Oh my god, this is incredible." Using the flimsy excuse that this much spice is bad for young digestion, "Mommy will finish it." She inhaled the entire remaining box in 2 minutes flat, leaving me staring at a pile of empty wooden skewers. I thought that was the end of it, but the next morning, Mom pulled me aside with a secretive expression. "Lingren, pick me up some of that Odin after school, will you?" I stood there frozen. My terrifying, elite mother has officially fallen victim to street cart junk food. Still reeling from that revelation, I walked into class to find my desk mate Tian Tian practically vibrating with excitement. A new transfer student is joining our class today. I couldn't care less, preferring to channel my remaining brain cells into mastering my assigned reading. But when the classroom door slid open, the teacher ushered in a painfully skinny, hyperventilating boy who looked like he was walking to the electric chair. "Class, this is our new transfer student, Fang Zhang," the teacher announced. Fang Zhang stared at his sneakers, his voice barely audible. "Hi, I'm Fang Zhang." Too terrified to look up, he completely missed me sitting in the corner. Once the bell rang, I propped my elbows on his desk, leaning in close. "Well, look who it is." Fang Zhang snapped his head up, his eyes bulging with wild, theatrical relief. He practically leaped out of his seat, shouting, "Junior Master, what are you doing here?" The entire classroom dropped dead silent. 30 pairs of eyes snapped toward us. Panicking, I clamped a hand over his mouth and hissed, "If you ever call me Junior Master at school again, I will disown you as my disciple." Fang Zhang blinked his big, watery eyes, quickly recalibrating. Lingren, right, Lingren. When Fang Zhang learned that I casually topped every single exam with a clean sweep, his expression collapsed into profound despair. "Lingren, you're a monster. Calligraphy champion, piano prodigy, and now academic perfection. How are ordinary mortals supposed to compete?" I offered a modest, slightly pained smile. "Just lucky, I guess." Little did I know, my luck was about to run out on the walk home. As Fang Zhang and I chatted, with Jiahe and Ruochen bickering behind us, a group of tall, shadowy figures suddenly materialized from an alley, blocking our path. Fang Zhang squeaked, diving straight behind my back like a human shield. I narrowed my eyes, studying the thugs. They looked oddly familiar. Jiahe gasped, clutching my sleeve. "Lingren, those are the extortionists from yesterday." Right. The universe had decided to schedule a rematch. I cracked my knuckles, stepping forward. "Boys, you picked the wrong day." To my complete shock, the lead thug didn't charge. Instead, he dropped into a deep, trembling bow. "Seriously, Lingren, are you taking apprentices?" That judo throw was legendary. The thugs, who had tried to shake me down yesterday, were now bowing like I was their master. The leader, Jiang Niu, rubbed the back of his head with an awkward grin. "Look, it wasn't even my idea to jump you. Someone paid me $1,000 to stake you out." "A grand?" I blinked, completely baffled. Who on earth had a grudge against me? "Who paid you?" Jiang Niu squirmed, sweating bullets. "I can't say. Either you tell me right now, or I'm adding your arms to my collection before telling the principal," I whispered, my voice dropping an octave. Jiang Niu turned paler than a ghost. "Fine, but I'm only telling you." Right as he leaned in to whisper the name, a sudden roar tore through the air. "Get away from my brother, you little creep." It was fourth sister, Yixia. She and fifth sister, Qingyu, materialized out of thin air, swooping in to rescue me before I could blink. Yixia grabbed my shoulders, checking me over like a paranoid TSA agent. "Did he hurt you?" When Jiahe helpfully chimed in that these were the exact goons who tried to extort us yesterday, Yixia and Xingyue's faces turned into thunderclouds. They had no idea I'd been targeted at school. I quickly grabbed my sister's arms, flashing my best innocent smile. "Relax, nobody touches me and lives to tell the tale. And don't you dare tell Mom and Dad." They reluctantly agreed, though the murderous glint in their eyes promised a swift and brutal reckoning for whoever was responsible. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was pacing in a cold sweat, furious that his little setup had failed. To make matters worse, Xu Yuan was loudly bragging to Nianduchu in the hallway. "Guess what? Our Lingren just single-handedly wiped out 2 high school thugs. They're even begging to be his disciples now. Total boss move, right?" Nianduchi's eyebrows arched. "Someone tried to bully Lingren?" Xu Yuan puffed out his chest. "Yeah, but they got folded like lawn chairs. Back in the day, he actually knocked out a taekwondo instructor by accident." Listening in from the doorway, Fang Yuan felt his teeth grind into dust. "Forced to apprentice, please. Grandpa Helen is a legend people practically begged to study under." Remembering his own humiliating rejection from the mountain master years ago, Fang Yuan was ready to combust with pure, unadulterated salt. That afternoon, as Xu Yuan and Nianduchu walked out of the school gates, they froze. I was standing there in my uniform, grinning and waving like a cheerful tour guide. "Lingren?" Xu Yuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief before sprinting over. Nianduchu lagged a step behind, his gaze complex and burning. "What are you doing here?" Xu Yuan hissed, pulling me into a shadow as if I were a piece of smuggled contraband. Before I could answer, Nianduchu strode up, his voice deadpan. Why are you here? To pick up my sisters, obviously. Usually, they pick me up, so I figured turnabout is fair play. Hearing that, Nianduchi's expression plummeted. Wait, what about me? Without another word, he spun on his heel and stormed off. I scanned the crowd, hunting for Fang Yuan. Failing to spot him, I nudged Xu Yuan. Hey, do you know a guy named Fang Yuan? Xu Yuan's radar instantly spiked. Is he bothering you? Nah, just heard some underclassmen talking about him. Total curiosity. Just then, Rusu and Shuing walked up, completely floored to see me. Shuing snickered. What are you doing here, Lingren? Come to carry our bags? Nope, just here for the eldest. One sentence, 0 survivors. Shuing was left entirely speechless. Armed with Fang Yuan's classroom number, my master plan officially commenced. That evening, I sneaked into Xu Yuan's room and casually liberated her math homework. The next morning, Xu Yuan started a panic in the group chat. Has anyone seen my math homework? I instantly replied, got it big sis, I accidentally packed it in my bag, I'll sprint it over right now. Dragging Jiahe with me, we skipped over to the high school building. When we reached Xu Yuan's classroom, I flashed a bright smile at a nearby classmate. Hey, could you grab my sister, Xu Yuan? As Xu Yuan stepped out, I waved at her and flashed a sweet, totally intentional smile right at Nianduchu, who was sitting nearby. Then, cradling the math folder like sacred scripture, I strolled past Fang Yuan's desk, letting out a theatrical trip. As I caught myself on his desk, I slipped a neatly folded note right into his palm. Fang Yuan froze, staring down at the paper like it was a live grenade. Before he could process my sabotage, Xu Yuan rushed over. Lingren, are you okay? All good big sis, here's your homework, try not to lose it this time. I chirped, bouncing away with Jiahe in tow. Xu Yuan turned back to Nianduchu. I'm walking them back, cover for me with the teacher. Nianduchu gave a stiff nod, but his eyes were locked like heat-seeking missiles on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan unfolded the note with shaking fingers. Inside it read, Uncle, the hitmen you hired were garbage. They got flattened in 2 seconds. Consider this a warning if there's a next time, I'm coming for you. Red-faced and shaking with rage, Fang Yuan crumpled the note and violently slammed it into the trash can. When he turned around, he locked eyes with Nianduchu's chilling, arctic stare. Swallowing hard, Fang Yuan tried to block the trash can with his hip. Nianduchu, is something wrong? Nianduchu's voice was an absolute 0. Outside, now. Without waiting for an answer, Nianduchu turned and walked out. Fang Yuan's heart did a panicked backflip. Is she coming to find me? The classroom erupted into chaos. Holy crap, what is happening between Nianduchu and Fang Yuan? Everyone knows Fang Yuan's been simping for her forever, but she's an actual ice sculpture. Wait, didn't people say she has a fiancé? The little kid who was just here. Out in the hallway, Nianduchu stopped dead in his tracks. Fang Yuan jogged up, his chest heaving with hopeful anticipation. Nianduchu, what did you want to talk about? Nianduchu didn't even blink. Why were you targeting Lingren? The temperature dropped 20 degrees. Fang Yuan felt his soul leave his body. What? I don't know what you're talking about. You know exactly what I mean, Nianduchu snarled, his gaze sharp enough to draw blood. Count your blessings Lingren wasn't actually hurt, because if he was, I'd make you regret being born. Don't ever test me. Fang Yuan snapped, his voice cracking with desperate hysteria. I've busted my tail for you forever, and you won't even look at me. Why do you care so much about that brat? What makes him so special? Nianduchu didn't bother answering. He simply stepped past him as if Fang Yuan were a pile of dirty laundry, not sparing him a single second glance. Back in the high school classroom, Xu Yuan returned from dropping us off, looking entirely too pleased with herself. She slapped Nianduchu on the shoulder. Thanks for covering. Dinner's on me tonight. Pass, Nianduchu replied flatly. Xu Yuan squinted at him. Okay, who pissed in your cereal? Did Lingren ignore you or something? Nianduchu abruptly changed the subject. Did Lingren make it back to class? Xu Yuan face-palmed. Unbelievable. You're actually pouting because a kid didn't say goodbye? You're way too old to be acting like this. That evening, after finishing dinner at the Lin estate, Patriarch Lin summoned his 6 granddaughters into the living room. All 6 sisters exchanged terrified wide-eyed glances. Oh no, are we getting a pop quiz on ancient philosophy again? I was the only naive soul sitting there grinning, kicking my feet and piping up. Grandpa, what's the prize? Hurry up, I'm ready. Grandpa Lin slammed his palm on the table. Prize? I'm giving out pop quizzes. I hear certain people are so irresponsible they're losing homework and making elementary schoolers run errands for them. Xu Yuan's face turned the color of a ripe tomato. Grandpa Lin then pointed an accusing finger at Xu Ying. And you, recite your midterm poetry right now. You barely scraped by with a passing grade in literature. Have you no shame? Xu Ying slumped into the couch cushions, whining. Grandpa, cut me some slack. A pass is a pass. A pass is pathetic. Look at your younger brother and your other sisters. Lingren practically aced everything. Xu Ying crossed her arms, rolling her eyes. Well, duh. Lingren's in elementary school. Put me in his grade and I'd ace it too. Before she could finish, Yixia snorted loudly from the corner. Keep dreaming, third sis. Yixia, do you want a knuckle sandwich? Xu Ning snapped, rubbing her throbbing temples as Grandpa Lin turned his furious glare back toward the remaining two troublemakers. Your math scores are frankly terrifying. One of you got a 20, the other a 30, Grandpa announced. Yixia immediately whined. I accidentally fell asleep, otherwise I totally would have passed. Qingyue chimed in. I was studying right alongside the fourth sister, so I fell asleep too. I flashed a sweet, angelic smile. Grandpa, aren't you going to test me? Naturally. When he grilled me on everything from ancient poetry to advanced calculus, I answered every single question without missing a beat. My sisters stared at me in a mix of awe and deep existential dread. With a sibling this terrifyingly ambitious, what excuse did they have left? Grandpa promptly dropped the hammer. Everyone needed to follow my lead, or their allowance would be slashed in half. That night at 10, I was halfway to dreamland when a soft knock rattled my door. I padded out barefoot to find Yixia and Qingyu standing there like two lost ghosts holding thick textbooks. Lingren, can you help us with a few things? Yixia begged, shoving a physics book at me. If my grades don't improve, Grandpa is going to feed me to the wolves. Qingyu held up her math homework, struggling with the final bonus problem. I dragged a chair over, glanced at the problems for half a second, and scrawled down the cleanest, most intuitive proofs imaginable. My explanations were so crystal clear that they both stared at me like I was an alien oracle. Fast forward a month to the next monthly exams, and the sheer velocity of Yixia and Qingyu's grade spikes broke school records. When their classmates demanded to know their secret, Yixia proudly puffed out her chest. My younger brother tutors me. Obviously, Qingyue nodded along. The classroom erupted into cynical laughter. Your brother? What grade is he in? First grade. Sure, and I'm the president. Yixia slammed her desk, ready to throw hands. He's a literal math competition champion and scores perfect on everything. Seeing the class still laughing, Qingyue calmly suggested a wager. How about we bring our brother here tomorrow? If he can't answer your high school questions, we'll clean the classroom and buy everyone breakfast for the rest of the term. If he answers them all, you guys do it for us. On the walk home, however, cold panic set in. Yixia latched onto my arm with the grip of a drowning koala. Dear, sweet little brother, your fourth sister's life is in your hands. I pried her fingers off me with a deadpan glare. What did you sell me out for this time? Cornered, Yixia spilled the beans about the bet. I sighed, thoroughly exhausted by my perpetually chaotic older sisters. Fine, but keep it between us. The next afternoon, when I walked into their high school classroom, a hush fell over the room. I stood in my elementary school uniform, offering a polite, soft-spoken bow. Hi everyone, I'm Lingren. A few male students clutched their chests dramatically. My heart is melting, I want to squeeze his cheeks. Jiahe stood beside me, and since we looked identical, the high schoolers finally pieced it together. Wait, you're twins? Before the chaos could escalate, I cut straight to the chase. Let's get this over with. Hit me with your hardest high school questions, any subject. The classroom went dead silent. A brave physics major stepped up and tossed a brutal mechanics problem at me. I finished writing the formula and solution on the board before he even finished blinking. Chemistry, history, and advanced calculus followed in rapid succession, and I dismantled every single one without breaking a sweat. The room exploded. He's a monster, a literal genius. Before I knew it, I was mobbed by adoring high schoolers offering snacks and begging for my WeChat. Yixia and Qingyu had to form a human shield to drag me out, while Jiahe puffed out his cheeks in supreme jealousy. To cover my consultation fees, I shamelessly shook down my sisters for their upcoming New Year's red packet money. By late December, the school was prepping for the New Year's gala. I had zero interest in singing or dancing, preferring to hibernate at home. But my deskmate Tiantian recommended me for the student host position, and before I could decline, Uruochin spotted me across the room and yelled, Lingren for host. I'm voting for him. The whole class echoed her, and when our homeroom teacher walked in, he slammed his book down with a grin. All right, settled. Lingren is hosting the New Year's gala. He scanned the room for a co-host and locked eyes with Jiahe. I nudged Jiahe hard, trying to get him to volunteer, but he froze up, looking utterly miserable. When the teacher officially nominated him, Jiahe hesitated before shaking his head. Teacher, let Ruochin do it. I need to focus on my studies. He slumped back into his seat, silently hating himself for falling behind, while secretly dying to share the stage. With that settled, Jiahe zoned out completely, staring blankly at his desk all period. When I poked him with my pen to ask what was wrong, he scrambled to grab his textbook. Nothing, just, help me with these math problems, Lingren. I knew he was hiding something, but I also knew he'd crack soon enough. Suddenly remembering my child bride, I quickly texted Xu Yuan. Big sis, can you ask Nianduchu if she's free to watch me host next Friday night? Xu Yuan replied with a thumbs-up emoji, but when she looked up, she found Fang Yuan cornering Nianduchu. My dance routine needs a piano accompanist, so you can. Before Fang Yuan could finish, Xu Yuan bulldozed into the conversation. Nianduchu, Lingren invited you to host his gala next Friday. Are you going? Fang Yuan's face twisted in sheer agony. Nianduchu Ji is playing for my dance. She doesn't have time. He clenched his fists, eyes burning with venom. Always him. Why is Lingren always in my way? Xu Yuan blinked in surprise. Oh, my bad. Guess Lingren's gonna be heartbroken. Nianduchi's gaze flickered, but she stayed silent. Smug triumph washed over Fang Yuan, but before he could press his advantage, Nianduchu abruptly stood up and walked straight out of the classroom, leaving him hanging. Out in the hallway, Nianduchu pulled out his phone and opened our chat log. His long fingers hovered over the keyboard, but he couldn't figure out what to type. Just then, Xu Yuan popped up out of nowhere. Nianduchu, what are you doing out here? Startled, Nianduchi's thumb accidentally slammed down on the screen. A solitary period was sent. He shoved his phone into his pocket and jammed both hands deep inside, acting like total nonchalance. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan panicked and sprinted back to me. Lingren's mad. He thinks you're playing piano for Fang Yuan and sent a raging meme. Nianduchi, please say something nice, or I'm a dead woman. Realizing he had accidentally sent a period, Nianduchi's face fell. He turned on his heel and marched right back into class, leaving Xu Yuan standing alone in existential dread. Back at my desk, I was staring down at that insulting little dot on my screen. I fired back a question mark, followed by an atomic rage meme. Fine, don't come, see if I care. Just as I was about to type a blistering essay chewing him out, 2 new notifications popped up. My heart skipped a beat. Did he crack and apologize? I tapped the screen. Fat finger. Accidentally sent a dot. I'll be there Friday on time. Wait, what? He was coming to my gala, but Xu Yuan said he was playing for Fang Yuan. Utterly baffled and annoyed, I slammed my phone face down on the desk. By Friday recess, Fang Yuan couldn't wait any longer. He shoved a sheet of Chopin sheet music onto Nianduchi's desk. Let's hit the music room at lunch to practice. The entire classroom held its breath. Without even glancing at the paper, Nianduchi flatly stated, "When did I ever agree to that?" The surrounding desks collectively squeaked. He just publicly rejected the school's golden boy without blinking. Fang Yuan's face flushed beet red. You agreed last week. Sensing blood in the water, a few gossiping girls rushed to defend him. Seriously, Nianduchi, what is your problem? Just because you're rich and pretty doesn't give you the right to treat people like trash. Everyone knows your dad cheated and spawned a bastard kid anyway. You'll probably get disinherited soon. The moment someone brought up his mother, the air in the room dropped below freezing. Before anyone could blink, Nianduchi crossed the room, grabbed the offender by the throat, and hoisted him off the floor. The boy turned purple, his legs dangling as his eyes rolled back. Absolute terror gripped the classroom. He's going to murder him. Fang Yuan panicked, grabbing Nianduchi's arm. Nianduchi-ji, please, snap out of it. With a brutal shove, Nianduchi tossed the kid back onto the floor, where he collapsed into a violent fit of coughing. Radiating an aura of pure, unadulterated slaughter, Nianduchi glared black holes into the floorboards and stormed out. Xu Yuan barked a warning at the trembling class, touch him again and I'll bury you myself, before sprinting after him. Fuming with desperate jealousy, Fang Yuan chased after them too. He needed Nianduchi at that gala tonight, no matter what. Unable to track down Nianduchi, Xu Yuan urgently texted me. Lingren, Nianduchi left the school grounds. Get a hold of him. Panic clawed at my chest. I immediately dialed his number. It rang forever before he finally picked up. The camera showed a brilliant patch of blue sky. Where are you? Stop doing reckless things and send me your location right now, I ordered in my best mini-boss voice. The sharp edge in Nianduchi's eyes instantly softened, a faint, fond smile touching his lips. I'm coming to your school. Wait, what? I nearly dropped my phone. Are you out of your mind? You're ditching school just to come see me. Okay, honestly, that's top-tier simp behavior, and I respect it. Fine, hurry up. I'm feeding you sweet and sour pork ribs when you get here. During my final class, I was squirming so violently that Jia He whispered, Dude, do you have hemorrhoids? I shot him a death glare. 15 minutes left. Why is time suddenly moving backward? Unable to take it another second, I threw my hand up. Teacher, my stomach is dying. The teacher immediately caved, fretting over my health and hosting duties. I bolted out the door like a rocket. Sure enough, standing under the grand camphor tree outside was that familiar, stunning silhouette. Nianduchi-ji, I screamed, launching myself straight into his ribs. Come on, lunch date. He didn't move an inch, his gaze narrowing with quiet suspicion. Did you just ditch class? Poofed, please. I got an excused medical pass. Satisfied or simply too fond to care, he let me drag him toward the cafeteria. Being a ridiculously elite private school, our cafeteria was basically a 5-star buffet. I stood on my tiptoes, pointing wildly at the glass. Auntie, give me sweet and sour pork, braised beef, 2 chicken legs, and a king crab. Load it up. Nianduchi raised a brow. We're taking it to go. We aren't eating here, I whined. Too loud. Translation, I don't want anyone else breathing our air. We settled into a secluded, sun-dappled nook behind the school buildings. I had barely bitten into a chicken leg when my phone detonated. It was Xu Yuan. Where are you? Jia He said you fainted from stomach pain. Right, I totally forgot I used a fake stomach bug to escape. I'm hanging out with Nianduchi. Don't panic. I mumbled around a mouthful of poultry. Before I could hang up, Xu Yuan's voice shrieked through the earpiece. Where are you guys? I'm coming over. 2 minutes later, Xu Yuan hunted us down, looking ready to commit murder. I was terrified you were dying, and you're out here having a romantic picnic. She sighed heavily, dropping into a seat across from us. After lunch, we took a brief walk before I had to head back to prep for the evening gala. Nianduchi watched my retreating back with a complicated expression. Xu Yuan nudged his shoulder. Stop staring. He'll be fine. Speaking of college apps next semester, have you decided where you're going? Staying in the city, Nianduchi replied flatly. To look after Lingren. He'd fall apart without me. Please, Xu Yuan snorted, her cover blown. You mean you can't survive 5 minutes without him? Nianduchu didn't dignify that with a response and hailed a cab back to his estate. The moment he unlocked his front door, a tiny missile barreled toward him. It was his half-brother, Xu Jun, wearing a ridiculous wool sweater and staring up with wide, watery eyes. Hug hug, the toddler cooed, reaching up tiny, sticky hands. Nianduchu recoiled as if a viper had lunged at him, his face twisting with instant, visceral disgust. Ignoring the kid, Nianduchu tried to step past him, but the toddler stumbled over his own feet and took a dramatic, tear-inducing tumble onto the hardwood floor. Naturally, Xu Jun let out a wailing, siren shriek. Like a heat-seeking missile summoned by toddler tears, stepmother Yun Keqing materialized from the hallway. Taking one look at her sobbing son and Nianduchu's glacial expression, she instantly fabricated a tragic narrative. Rushing forward, she scooped up the boy and shrieked, "What is wrong with you? If you hate me, take it out on me, not an innocent child. You're pure evil." The butler rushed in, shouting that it was an accident, but Yun Keqing wasn't having it. Playing the ultimate victim, she weaponized the moment with theatrical cruelty. "This house has no place for me. I'll leave." Pushed to the absolute edge, Nianduchu's eyes flashed with dead, terrifying amber. His voice cut through the hysterics like a razor blade. "Good, because I actually do wish he were dead." The hallway went dead silent. Yun Keqing gasped, clutching her pearls. "You all heard him, he admitted it." Right on cue, the front door swung open, and the patriarch of the family, Xu Chen, walked in. Yun Keqing instantly dove toward him, tears streaming down her face like a broken dam. Rage flared inside my father, though not at the gaslighting Yun Keqing. Instead, he whirled on his own daughter. "He's your brother. Can't you show some grace and act like a proper sister?" Feeling like a total stranger in my own home, Nianduchu dropped a heavy, calm bombshell. "I've applied to universities abroad. I won't be around to be an eyesore anymore." With that, he turned and marched upstairs, leaving his father frozen in shock and his stepmother hiding a triumphant smirk. Later that afternoon at 5, I timed my message perfectly. "I've got a huge surprise for you. Make sure you're on time, okay?" To look playful, I slapped on a dozen cute emoji stickers, something my past self would have rather died than do. But this was all part of my grand comeback script. As night fell, the school's New Year's gala officially commenced. Grandpa Helen and my own grandfather were already front and center, locked in a fierce battle of commercial mutual praise over my academic scores. Under the blinding spotlight, I stepped out in a crisp white suit, my smooth hosting opening down the house. Near the end of the program, I offered a mysterious smile. "The final grand finale will be performed by yours truly." The crowd leaned in, hooked. Then, stagehands hauled out a piano followed immediately by a desk, fully stocked with traditional calligraphy brushes and ink. Was I going to play piano and write calligraphy at the same time? Even Grandpa looked worried I'd overcommit. But they had no idea I had a secret weapon. Backstage, my twin sister Jahe was practically shaking in her boots until Uruochen physically shoved her onto the stage. When Jahe stepped into the light, a collective gasp swept the auditorium. "Wait, isn't that kid's twin?" One playing the piano, the other wielding a brush. It was an unprecedented cultural mashup that instantly electrified the room. Grandpa Helen declared it was entirely my brilliant idea, while my grandfather whipped out his phone to livestream the flex to his entire circle. Glancing toward the third row, I found Nianduchu's seat empty. Ignoring the sudden drop in my stomach, my fingers cascaded over the ivory keys, launching into a sweeping, gentle melody. Across the stage, Jahe matched my rhythm, her brush flying across the paper in perfect synchronization. Music and ink danced together in breathtaking harmony. When the final note echoed and Jahe lifted her brush, the auditorium erupted into thunderous, standing ovation applause. Backstage, Grandpa and Master Helen were practically in tears, but I couldn't celebrate. Nianduchu was missing. Before I could escape, my family swarmed me, and my sisters aggressively shoved autograph requests into my hands. "Fourth, sis. Did you make another bet?" I mentally screamed, trapped in a human wall. Just when I was about to panic, Helen Yu plowed through the crowd. "Little master, I need your urgent help with a physics problem." He grabbed my arm and sprinted out the exit, saving my life. After muttering a quick lifesaver, I checked my phone, 0 messages from Nianduchu. Shivering in the bitter winter wind with just my suit and a light jacket, my nose glowing red, I hunted down the school grounds until I spotted a familiar silhouette. Standing right beside him was Fang Yuan. My pupils constricted. What was my child bride doing with Fang Yuan? Ducking behind a thick oak tree, I eavesdropped as Fang Yuan choked out through tears. "You rejected my duet partner request just for lingering? Nianduchu, I like you. I want to be with you." Well, damn. Live confession in the courtyard. I gritted my teeth. Why was everyone trying to steal my person? Nianduchu stared ahead with deadpan coldness. "I'm going abroad after the college entrance exams. Don't waste your time on me." My brain short-circuited. Abroad? Where? I dug my fingernails into the tree bark, a cold panic washing over me. Fang Yuan wept louder, demanding to know why. But Nianduchu's gaze had already drifted past him, locking directly onto the sliver of my jacket peeking out from behind the tree. "Lingren, are you done hiding? Busted." I popped my head out with an awkward smile just as Fang Yuan spun around, his face twisting with pure malice. Capitalizing on the moment, Fang Yuan shrieked, "Is it true, Nianduchu? Are you leaving him behind?" Realizing there was no hiding, I strutted over, hooked my arm through Nianduchi's, and gave Fang Yuan my best icy glare. You're dismissed. Stop bothering my Nianduchi G. Before Fang Yuan could combust, Nianduchi told him to get lost. Satisfied, I tugged Nianduchi away, leaving Fang Yuan screaming into the void. Where are we going? Nianduchi asked as we climbed into a waiting car. Secret, I replied with a cheeky grin. 10 minutes later, the car stopped at the mouth of a dimly lit, nostalgic alleyway. Dragging him past crumbling brick walls, I led him to an abandoned courtyard. Close your eyes, I ordered, stepping right into his personal space. Why? He muttered, looking entirely bewildered. Just trust me for once. He blinked, then obediently closed his eyes. Right as we stepped into the botanical garden nearby, a few high schoolers rushed over, entirely hypnotized by Nianduchi's ethereal looks. Hey, are you a model? Can we get your Insta? I smoothly stepped in front of him, flashing a sweet, angelic smile. Aw, thanks, but we're a package deal. You'll have to take my second sister's QR code instead. The smitten boys happily scanned second sister's code and handed over 2 free VIP botanical garden passes. Nianduchi looked down at me, a soft, incredibly fond smile breaking through his usual frost as he gently ruffled my hair. Walking through the glowing gardens, admirers kept turning their heads, but Nianduchi's murderous glares kept them at a safe distance. You should smile more, you know, I teased. Sighing, he pulled out 2 matching, ridiculously cute cartoon face masks. Wear this. Wait, you bought matching couple masks? My heart did a joyful little backflip. Grinning ear to ear, I slapped mine on and shoved my phone up. Bend down, you're too tall for the frame. Nianduchi, who normally despised cameras, willingly leaned right down into my shot. Miraculously compliant for once, he leaned down so our faces were barely centimeters apart. Snap. Perfect. I grinned, opened WeChat, whipped together a 6-photo grid, and hit post. Meanwhile, the 6 stalkers hiding 50 feet away looked ready to chew through concrete. Unbelievable, Yishia whispered furiously. If it wasn't for him, we would have been in that picture. Shuing stared at her phone like it was wired with C4. He posted it. Is he seriously this happy? The other sisters whipped out their phones, took one look, and immediately lost their minds. I can't take this anymore. Shuing growled, cocking back to charge out of the bushes, only for Shiyuan to grab the collar of her jacket with iron grip reflexes. Where do you think you're going? If you blow our cover and piss Lingren off, you can kiss your chance of forgiveness goodbye. That icy dose of reality snapped, shooing out of it, forcing her to retreat behind the tree with murder in her eyes. Unfortunately, 6 tall, intensely suspicious women lurking in the shrubbery were bound to attract attention. An elderly park ranger marched over, tapping his flashlight against his palm. Hey, what are you hoodlums whispering about back there? 1 more minute and I'm calling the cops. Shuing's fuse was already at 0. Who are you calling a hoodlum? Before she could commit a felony, Ruoxui deftly intercepted, grabbing Shiyuan's arm and stepping smoothly into the spotlight. So sorry, sir. We're local celebrities, just trying to shake off some aggressive stalkers. The ranger blinked, his scowl instantly melting into profound, fatherly pity. Ah, celebrities. Be careful out there, dears. As the old man ambled away, the other 5 sisters stared at Ruoxue like she was a tactical genius. But the moment of triumph was violently cut short when Jahi shrieked, "Oh crap, they're gone." All 6 heads whipped around. The bench was empty. We had vanished. Damn it, blame that old geezer. Shuing shrieked, stomping her foot. Shiyuan took charge, split up, 3 groups of 2. Sweep the botanical garden. Meanwhile, I was currently dragging my child bride through the park at a dead sprint, clutching a mountain of stuffed animals and laughing like a lunatic. Ha, dodged a bullet back there. If those 6 caught us, we'd never escape. I'd intentionally ditched them while the girls were distracted buying souvenirs, and now our next target was the zoo. Glancing at my phone, I realized we'd snapped nearly 100 pictures. I paused. Hey, do you even use WeChat moments? Never. I sighed. Figures. If my personal emotional support Sundari didn't post, how was the world supposed to know he'd spent his entire day being dragged around by me? We hopped into a cab toward the zoo, leaving my frantic sisters running in circles among the ferns. As the taxi rolled forward, I slid into his personal space, batting my eyelashes. Hand over the phone. He raised an eyebrow, entirely bewildered. What do you need my phone for? Research purposes. Also, a selfie. Without waiting for permission, I snatched it, booted up the beauty camera with a cute animal ear filter, and hit capture. In the frame, he still looked like an unbothered mob boss, but standing next to me, the contrast was hilarious. Grinning like a cat that caught the canary, I tapped open his moments. Allow me to upgrade your social life. Before he could veto my hostage takeover, I typed out, Botanical Garden raid complete. Next stop, the zoo, and hit send. Within 30 seconds, his long-abandoned WeChat feed imploded. Comments and likes cascaded down the screen like a slot machine jackpot. Holy crap, Sue actually posted. Who is this kid? He's adorable. Sue classmate, you've been hiding your power level. Naturally, the high school group chat detonated right after. Fang Yuan was scrolling mindlessly when the ping alerts started giving him a migraine. He tapped open the screenshot, someone dropped in the chat. Everyone look at Shu's feed. He's hanging out with an elementary schooler, look how soft he's smiling. Shiyuan casually dropped a bomb into the chat. That's my little brother, by the way. Silence. Absolute pin-drop silence. Your brother? Xu went on a one-on-one date with your little brother? Shi Yuan sent a helpless shrug emoji. He refused to let us tag along. Fang Yuan stared at his phone until his knuckles turned bone white. With a guttural snarl, he hurled the expensive device straight across his living room, shattering it against the wall. Back in the real world, my stomach decided to stage a violent rebellion. I caught the scent of heavy chili oil floating off the street and my eyes lit up. Ooh, hot pot. Nianduchu immediately signaled the driver to pull over. Unfortunately, the restaurant was packed, with a line stretching halfway down the block. I rolled up my sleeves, ready to wait, but Nianduchu just wrinkled his nose at the claustrophobic crowd. Pulling out his phone, he made a single, quiet phone call. 5 minutes later, the general manager practically vaulted out the front doors, sweating through his suit. Young Master Xu, right this way, VIP room is ready. As we settled into our private booth, I stared at him with newfound respect. He just gave a nonchalant shrug. The owner used to work for our corporate branch. My assistant handled it. Capitalism, ladies and gentlemen. Just as I was marveling at his corporate sleeper agent connections, my sisters, having tracked my location via my earlier fire emoji check-in, breached the restaurant doors. The front-of-house staff froze like deer in headlights as 6 drop-dead gorgeous women marched in demanding our exact coordinates. Armed with my photo, the hostess surrendered immediately and pointed them upstairs. Inside our booth, I was currently fighting for my life against a medium spicy broth, my lips glowing neon red and tears pooling in my eyes. Nianduchu wordlessly slid a glass of ice water over and reached across the table, gently dabbing my chin with a napkin. I froze, staring at him. Creak. The private room door swung open. Shi Yuan stopped dead in her tracks, her foot hovering midair. Xu, however, bypassed diplomacy entirely. She lunged forward, slamming her palms on the table. Xu, what do you think you're doing to Lingren? The atmosphere hit absolute zero. Nianduchu slowly retracted his hand, his eyes narrowing with icy annoyance at the uninvited audience. I blinked at my sudden welcoming committee. Okay, how did you guys find us? We tracked your digital footprint, obviously. Xu snapped, glaring daggers at Nianduchu. Shi Yuan grabbed her collar, coughing awkwardly. Ah, well, you see, we happened to be passing by this exact neighborhood. Saw your post. I snorted so hard I choked on my water. Big sis, you're a terrible liar. Your acting career would end before it started. Shi Yuan's soul momentarily left her body from sheer embarrassment. Jia, meanwhile, skipped into the room with wide, hopeful eyes. Lingren, are you ditching us for hot pot? Sighing, I patted the empty seat beside me. Fine, pull up a chair, grab whatever you want, it's on his tab. Jia snatched my phone to browse the menu, but the moment the rest of the sisters realized free food was involved, civilized dining went out the window. Hey, that's my Wagyu beef, Xu shrieked, swatting at Yishia's chopsticks. Within minutes, the private room turned into a full-scale martial arts tournament. Yishia dramatically faked a heart attack, yelling, Mom, Dad, look what they're doing to me, while Xu fell for it for half a second before realizing she'd been bamboozled and lunged across the table to put her in a headlock. I calmly slurped my noodles, completely desensitized to my family's chaotic energy, while Jia casually recorded the brawl for future blackmail material. Amidst the flying vegetables and screaming sisters, I glanced at Nianduchu. Surprisingly, he wasn't looking annoyed. Instead, a faint, wistful smile touched his lips as he watched the madness unfold. 2 hours later, we finally rolled out of the restaurant into the freezing afternoon air. I checked my watch and gasped. Crap, the zoo closes at 5:30. We only have 3 hours. All 6 sisters froze. Wait, you expect us to come too? I gave them the flunkiest deadpan stare. Duh? You think I'm going to let you stalk us all day for free? And so, what was supposed to be a romantic 2-person outing mutated into a terrifying, heavily armed entourage of 8 people descending on the local zoo. Naturally, walking around with 7 drop-dead gorgeous women and 1 high-end walking art piece caused a localized traffic jam. Tourists stopped looking at the pandas and started taking pictures of us. A brave college guy finally broke formation, sidled up to Xu and stammered, excuse me, could I maybe get your number? Xu smirked wickedly, pointing straight at me. Ask my boss. If my little brother approves, you're golden. I rolled my eyes so hard I almost sprained my optic nerve. Third sis, do not drag me into your rejection letters. A nearby tourist overheard and gasped. Wait, are all 7 of those girls his sisters? Xu Yuan offered a calm, regal nod. The crowd collectively lost its collective sanity. Bro is living the absolute protagonist life. Where do we sign up for sisters like that? Did he speedrun the Galactic Rescue Lottery or something? I calmly soaked up the envious stares, entirely unaware someone had secretly recorded us and posted the video online. It detonated on trending. What's it like to have 7 fiercely protective sisters, paired with Xu Nianduchu and his little fiancé spotted on a date? The viral panic even overshadowed A-list celebrities. My dad's secretary frantically called him, asking if they needed to scrub the internet, but Dad just puffed out his chest with unadulterated pride. Leave it. I want the whole world to know Lingren is our family's precious treasure. The secretary silently pegged Dad as the ultimate son-obsessed dad. Of course, the internet comment section quickly devolved into a toxic wasteland of cynical hot takes. Clearly a staged PR stunt. This kid's going to turn out completely spoiled. Why have so many kids just for one son? That triggered a massive cyber brawl. Your mom told you to read books, but you chose to raise pigs instead. His dad is an elite among elites. Raising a genius like him is 100 times better than your entire bloodline. Overnight, the wholesome sibling dynamic fractured into a vicious debate over archaic gender bias. Scrolling through the trending feed back at home, I blinked in sheer disbelief. Do these internet strangers have zero hobbies? Stepping downstairs, I found my parents, grandpa, and all 6 sisters sitting in a dead silent huddle. What in the world are you guys up to? I asked, completely deadpan. Startled by my sudden appearance, Xu practically jumped out of her skin, stammering apologies that trailed off into awkward squeaks. I couldn't help a small snort. Third sis, why are you blushing? Jiahe chimed in with a giggle. Yeah, third sis is turning beet red. Xu shot me a death glare, her face matching a ripe tomato. Curious, I leaned over her shoulder to inspect her screen. The blur of code and terminal windows left my jaw hanging open. Big sis Xu, you're an actual hacker. Does this mean I can legally nuke anyone's social media? Xu automatically puffed out her chest. Obviously, I can wipe their entire digital footprint clean off the grid. Meanwhile, across town, Fang Zhang was sitting at his desk, grinding through homework when his bedroom door flew off its hinges. Fang Yuan stomped in, face as dark as a thunderstorm. Hand over your Weibo account, right now. Fang Zhang clutched his phone protectively. No, that's my secret archive for calligraphy posts. My followers will notice. Fang Yuan's temper snapped. Oh, look at you growing a spine. Hand it over, or no dinner for you. Missing meals was standard operating procedure in this household, but Fang Zhang locked his jaw. This was his one boundary, a boundary I had taught him to hold. Refusing me? You've really gotten too big for your britches, Fang Yuan hissed, lunging forward and ripping the phone out of his hands. Give it back, Fang Zhang cried, desperately lunging for his fingerprints. Fang Yuan shoved him away, locked the door behind him, and walked off with the phone. Fang Zhang curled into a ball on the floor, biting his arm to stifle his sobs. He didn't dare tell a soul. Doing so would only earn him a worse beating. Locked in his own room, Fang Yuan unlocked Fang Zhang's phone and pulled up our WeChat chat history. Seeing my name pinned at the top made his blood boil. He scrolled through our messages, growing more disgusted with every screenshot of Fang Zhang asking me about Nianduchu. Snapping screenshots of our innocent chats, Fang Yuan switched over to Weibo. A wicked, calculating gleam lit up his eyes. Fang Zhang, you brought this on yourself. Unaware of the impending catastrophe, I was currently trying to clear the air with the girls over our earlier misunderstandings. When Fang Zhang didn't reply to my texts, I figured he was just buried in homework and opened Weibo, only to watch my name rocket back to the top of trending. And this time, Fang Zhang's name was chained right beside mine. Fang family's second young master breaks ties with the Lin family's young master. Brotherhood crumbles over rival affections in high society. What in the soap opera script was this? I tapped the post, and my soul nearly left my body. Hello everyone. I am Fang Zhang. I've had feelings for Nianduchu Ji for a long time. My good friend Lingren knew, but he constantly rubbed it in my face, telling me Nianduchu would never look at someone as ugly and pathetic as me. I stared at the screen, my brain flatlining. Excuse me? Before I could process that insanity, there was a second post. I can't take the abuse anymore. Lingren is a monster behind closed doors. He beats and verbally abuses his sisters. I've personally seen the bruises on them while bragging that they are nothing more than his personal slaves. A cold spike of fury pierced my chest. I believed in Fang Zhang. He would never write this. It took me all of half a second to connect the dots. If not Fang Yuan, who else? I frantically dialed Fang Zhang's number, but it rang straight to voicemail. Worried sick that my friend was in danger, I grabbed my phone and called Dad for a favor, politely asking for the direct line to the Fang household. When the butler fetched Fang Zhang to the phone, his small voice trembled. Lingren, why are you calling me? Where's your phone? Why aren't you answering my messages? I demanded. My phone is with my older brother, Fang Zhang whispered, terrified of letting me know the truth. That confirmed it. Without a word of explanation, my voice dropped to an arctic chill. Hang tight. Pack your homework, I'm coming to pick you up. Ignoring his bewildered response, I hung up and ordered a car. By the time I arrived at the Fang estate, Fang Yuan was standing in the foyer, arms crossed, watching Fang Zhang shoulder his backpack with a sneer. Leaving to go cry to your precious Lingren? Don't forget to pack your toothbrush for when he kicks you out on the street. Fang Zhang ignored him, stepping past him toward the door. Hold on, Fang Yuan drawled, dangling Fang Zhang's phone like bait. Aren't you forgetting something? Oh, and do yourself a favor and check Weibo before you make a fool of yourself. Just then, the front door swung open, and the butler escorted me directly into the foyer. Fang Zhang's phone buzzed in his trembling hand as he unlocked Weibo. The moment his eyes landed on his own account, his face drained of all color, and hot tears spilled over his lashes. Why? Why would you do this to my account? He choked out, staring at Fang Yuan with burning, tear-filled eyes. Fang Yuan gave a cold, unapologetic shrug. I'm your older brother. I was just saving you from learning bad habits from that little brat. Fang Zhang, hurry up, my voice echoed through the hall. Fang Zhang whipped around, locking eyes with me. My blood boiled as I spotted his tear-streaked face and Fang Yuan's smug, punchable grin. I marched right past the threshold and stepped directly between them, shielding Fang Zhang behind my back. You really are a piece of work, aren't you? Lingren, you should just leave. I'm not feeling well, Fang Zhang sniffled, terrified of making things worse. Fang Yuan laughed aloud. Look at you, playing hero in someone else's house. Get lost before I throw you out. A slow, terrifying smile curved my lips. Unlike you, I don't need to hack people's accounts to start a circus. You thought you were so slick hijacking Fang Zheng's profile. Well, guess what? Fang Yuan's smug expression finally flickered. What are you talking about? Exactly what it sounds like, I said, stepping closer with crushing momentum. You thought you could weaponize his account, but you completely underestimated who's standing behind me. I flicked a glance toward the foyer, where Big Sis Shuing was casually leaning against the doorframe, flashing a wicked, hacker guru grin on her phone. Fang Yuan's face turned ghostly pale. Oh, your main account is public property now. By the way, I interrupted sweetly. Go check your own feed. Consider it a parting gift. Panic finally breaking through his arrogant facade, Fang Yuan bolted past us up the stairs and slammed into his bedroom. He yanked out his phone, pulled up his personal Weibo, and felt his world instantly shatter. At the top of his profile sat a freshly pinned post. I am Fang Yuan. The post on Fang Zheng's account was forged by me out of pure, pathetic jealousy toward Lingren, because I am obsessed with Nianduchu. Fang Yuan shrieked like a banshee, hammering his fists against the screen, but the remote override locked him out entirely. With a furious roar, he hurled his expensive phone against the wall, shattering it into a million useless pieces. Meanwhile, back at home, Shuing proudly bumped fists with me as I walked through the door. Did you see that, Lingren? Absolute total annihilation. You owe me a lifetime supply of boba. Deal. I laughed, before rushing back to check on Fang Zheng. With his name cleared across the internet, Fang Zheng gave me a bone-crushing hug, tears of relief streaming down his face. Lingren, having a friend like you is the best thing that's ever happened to me. As for the Fang household, the sheer humiliation of the online scandal triggered an absolute nuclear meltdown. Fang Yuan received the grounding of a lifetime from his furious father and was permanently banned from stepping out of line again. With the 3-day holiday evaporating in the blink of an eye, the dreaded arrival of final exams loomed overhead. The moment I walked through the school gates, a swarm of classmates ambushed me. Lingren, Tonghart, please, you have to save us with a study group. Even Fang Zheng, fresh off his family drama, looked at me with giant, hopeful puppy dog eyes. Can I join the study group too? Looking at their desperate, pleading faces, I couldn't help but sigh. Fine. Meet me during the long recess. I'll whip you all into shape. A single casual remark was all it took for the entire classroom to descend into absolute chaos. During the next recess, I found myself legitimately lecturing from the podium while students from neighboring classes pressed their faces against the windows like zombies looking for brains. Things escalated so quickly, our homeroom teacher officially requisitioned the last period just to let me host an impromptu masterclass. Naturally, that was when school overachiever Uruochin slithered up with a math workbook. I narrowed my eyes, studying him with forensic intensity. Are you genuinely clueless, or are you just testing my patience? Not a single muscle twitched on his face. Genuinely clueless. I wanted to facepalm so hard it would leave a handprint. This wasn't even the first time he weaponized calculus to trap me. The second the final bell rang, I bolted out the gate straight toward a familiar, intimidating silhouette. Nianduchu, I whined, immediately launching into a theatrical complaint about Uruochin's relentless academic harassment. Nianduchi's gaze dropped to sub-zero temperatures. If current topics are too easy for you, why don't you just skip a grade? I froze, my brain rewiring itself in real time. Hold on, is my child bride actually getting jealous over a middle schooler? A helpless bubble of laughter popped in my chest. I sidled up to him, wearing my most devilish grin, and gave an exaggerated sniff. Gee, do you smell something burning? Is that jealousy I detect? The tips of Nianduchi's ears flared bright crimson. He instantly jerked his chin forward, staring straight ahead. It's late. Let's get you home. With that, he pivoted and practically marched toward the parking lot. Incredible. Absolutely weaponized levels of cute. Little did I know, dodging school drama was merely a warm-up. The second I walked through my front door, my older sisters swarmed me like a tactical unit. Lingren, please predict the exam questions. I'll sell my soul for 20 extra points on my math midterm. The next morning delivered an even wilder plot twist. Standing right at our classroom door was the school's Iron Fist guidance director, the terrifying urban legend famous for unannounced random bag checks. While the entire room held its collective breath awaiting execution, the director locked eyes with me. Instead of hauling me away to the gulag, a beatific smile broke across his stern face. Lingran Tongshan, the principal, and I heard all about your peer tutoring. Keep up the stellar work for finals. As he marched off, the classroom erupted into total pandemonium. What did the Grim Reaper himself want with you? While everyone panicked, Jihei puffed out her chest like a proud pouter pigeon. Obviously, he was commending Lingren's academic service. Study committee president Li Liang watched from his desk, his face turning the color of wet cement. He was supposed to be the undisputed academic star of this room, yet here I was, basking in the spotlight. A dark, ugly little scheme began to curdle behind his eyes. When the warning bell finally rang for class, I waved everyone back to their seats. As I shoved my backpack into my desk cubby, my fingers brushed against a cold, hard plastic box. Before I could process it, Jia swooped in and snatched it out. Lingren, when did you buy such a hideous pencil case? She flipped the lid open and a blood-curdling shriek shattered the classroom windows. Two fat, wriggling green caterpillars tumbled straight out of the box onto her open notebook, doing a grotesque little tap dance. Bugs! Jiahe shrieked, face planting directly into my shoulder and trembling like a leaf in a hurricane. The girls scattered in blind panic while the boys howled with laughter. Damn, Jiahe, are you seriously terrified of a caterpillar? Humiliated, Jiahe's eyes welled up with angry tears, though she kept her face buried against my arm. Get them away. A few delinquent boys crossed their arms, snickering. Call us daddy, and maybe we'll rescue you. My gaze swept across the room, locking onto Li Liang, who was staring intently at his own desk with intense, guilty desperation. Ah, mystery solved. Some insecure coward wanted to humiliate me in front of the whole school. Wu Ruochen immediately stood up, rolling up his sleeves to deal with the creepy crawlies. But I was faster. In front of a dead, silent, horrified audience, I reached down with 2 fingers and picked up both caterpillars with surgical precision. My eyes widened in wide, innocent wonder as I spoke, in a voice dripping with mock innocence. How can you guys be so mean? Bugs have feelings too. They're just lost and looking for their parents. Carrying the squirming bugs like precious cargo, I calmly marched out the front door, the entire class parting like the Red Sea. I gently placed them on a low-hanging tree branch outside, turned around, and flashed a radiant smile at the traumatized mob. See? Now they're reunited with their families. Wu Ruochen slammed his fist on his desk. Who did this? Step up right now. In the back row, Li Liang shook like a leaf and yanked a textbook over his face. Regret was currently eating him alive. He only meant to rattle me, not awaken a psychopath who treated pests like pampered pets. As class resumed, I caught Li Liang staring at me with sheer terror. By lunchtime, he finally cracked and shuffled over. Lingren, I'm sorry. Jiahe popped up behind me, completely lost. Sorry for what? Realization dawning like a lightning bolt, she pointed a furious finger at him. It was you who tried to humiliate me. Turning to me, she grabbed my arm. Come on, let's go tell the principal and get his parents to ground him for a century. The thought of being branded a coward in front of the whole school had her blood boiling. Instead of escalating, I calmly placed a hand over hers, meeting Li Liang's terrified eyes with an easy smile. Rules say students should respect each other. Since Li Liang is stepping up to apologize, we shouldn't be unreasonable. Li Liang blinked in sheer disbelief, immediately grabbing onto the lifeline. I'll do anything, just don't tell the teachers or call my parents. I smiled sweetly. Good. You're going to clean our section of the classroom duty roster for the rest of the semester. Jiahe stomped her foot, unsatisfied. That's it? And I added smoothly, you're officially our personal errand boy. When we say jump, you ask how high. Li Liang nodded frantically, though he quickly muttered, as long as it's not illegal. Just then, Wu Ruochen's call blasted through the hallway. Where are you guys? The cafeteria table is going to get cold. When Jiahe and I arrived at the mess hall with a guilt-ridden Li Liang trailing behind us like a whipped puppy, Ruochen squinted suspiciously. Why is he tagging along? Li Liang squeaked out an excuse about getting lunch and bolted. Ruochen crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes. You two are definitely hiding something. Jiahe shook her head so fast, her hair whipped around, which only made Ruochen more suspicious. Lingren, I saved you prime seating. Do you even consider me a friend anymore? I sighed, picked up a choice cut of pork from my tray, and shoved it straight into his mouth. Just eat. Ruochen instantly beamed, but that innocent little interaction triggered a chain reaction. Jiahe glared daggers at my bowl. Lingren, I want meat too. Serve yourself, I muttered without looking up. Not to be outdone, Ruochen flashed a smug, victorious grin across the table, driving Jiahe to the brink of insanity. Desperate to one-up him, Jiahe began piling my bowl high with food until it looked like a Mount Everest of carbs. I shot her a withering look. Kids these days and their hyper-competitive food wars. The absurd display suddenly reminded me of my earlier ambition, jumping grades. If a single caterpillar could send Jiahe into an existential panic, what would she do if I skipped a grade and left her behind? She'd probably water the lawn with her tears. Better run it by Big Sis first. That evening, as Yixia and Qingyu picked us up from school, Jiahe spilled the beans about the caterpillar incident to our older sisters. The back seat instantly transformed into a war zone. Who did it? Yixia snarled, cracking her knuckles. I'm going to skin them alive. Qingyu's eyes turned glacial. An apology won't cut it. Tomorrow, I'm bringing a bag of toads to shove down his throat. Jia gagged, turning green at the mere imagery. Fourth sis. Gross. The second we walked through our front door, I dragged Big Sis Xiuan straight into my bedroom and locked the door behind us. She blinked in mild surprise, clearly wondering if I had somehow blown up a chemistry lab. Big Sis, I want to skip a grade, I announced point blank. Xiuan raised an eyebrow. She wasn't surprised by my academic capability, but her expression hardened almost immediately. Skip to what grade? 6th grade. Absolutely not. Xiuan shook her head, crossing her arms. You can only skip 1 grade per major milestone, and you're far too young. Mom, Dad, and the school board will never approve. Realizing my grand master plan of skipping straight to high school had hit a brick wall, I could only sigh in defeat. Fine, keep it between us for now. Unfortunately, my sisterly intelligence network proved to be a double-edged sword. While I was busy swearing Xiuan to secrecy, Yixia and Qingyue had already snuck into grandfather's study to drop the ultimate gossip bomb. Grandpa, Lingren got bullied at school today. Grandfather slammed his newspaper down, rising from his leather armchair with terrifying patriarch energy. Who dares touch my grandson? Jiahe and Yixia eagerly recounted the heroic tale of how I single-handedly neutralized the pest threat and reduced the culprit to a shivering puddle of tears. Grandfather's severe expression melted away, replaced by booming, triumphant laughter. Ha, that's my boy. He didn't just beat the bully, he turned him into a personal lackey. That's how a true heir handles business. The two older sisters stared at each other in horror. They had barged in expecting a rescue mission, only for grandfather to hand out a gold medal. Before they could recover from their blunder, the final countdown to final exams officially began. The morning air bit with frost, painting the world outside in a blanket of pristine white. I woke up in high spirits, firing off a cheerful good morning text to Nianduchu before rolling out of bed. Downstairs, however, my 6 older sisters looked like they were marching to the gallows. Their existential dread wasn't for me, but for Jiahe, who had been studying herself into the ground trying to keep pace with my scores. By the time we reached school, Jiahe was clutching my backpack strap so hard his knuckles had turned bone white, his heart hammering against his ribs. He had sworn to himself he'd hit at least a 90, though secretly dreaming of 100 despite knowing he lacked the horsepower for it. He gripped his pencil with white-knuckled terror, staring fixedly at my desk until even the teacher sighed. Relax, class. No need to look like you're facing a firing squad. That gentle nudge instantly drew the entire room's gaze straight to Jiahe, his face flushed to the tips of his ears, mortified beyond belief. Lingren must think I'm a total loser, he was probably thinking. Then, a familiar pair of beat-up sneakers entered his field of view. It was me. Jiahe jerked his head up, instinctively hiding his red, bruised fingertips, where he'd been digging his nails into his palms. I simply slid a brand new pen onto his desk. The panic in his eyes melted away. I met his gaze and gave him 2 words. You've got this. I knew my academic freak nature was an unbearable mountain for him to climb. So, the moment the language exam finished, I ducked my classmates' frantic demands to check answers and dragged Jiahe straight out of the building. On the walk home, the dam finally broke. Lingren, what did you put for number 7? He asked, caught between desperate hope and utter terror that his answers wouldn't match mine. I stopped and looked at him. Don't put so much pressure on yourself, Jiahe. No matter what you score, I'm right here. His eyes instantly flooded with hot tears. You're not leaving me behind? He looked on the verge of total emotional collapse. It turned out he'd eavesdropped outside my door that night, overhearing my aborted attempt to skip a grade and convincing himself I was ditching him for dead weight. Once I reassured him, he latched onto my arm with the grip of a drowning man and spent the entire walk home wearing a dopey, tear-streaked smile. 2 days of exams vanished in a blur. The second the final bell rang, Ruochin vaulted onto a desk, booming. Nobody goes home. We're celebrating tonight. Outside the gates waited a line of luxury sedans. Ruochin flashed a theatrical grin. Get in. I'll show you guys a real party. I had an immediate, skin-prickling sense of impending doom. But before I could dodge, Ruochin yanked me toward a car. I whipped out my phone, firing a quick message into our family group chat. Ruochin is dragging the class out to party. Jiahe and I will be home late. The family chat instantly imploded. Seeing Ruochin's name sent my sisters into a 5-alarm tactical alert. Big sis Shiyuan's message flashed across my screen a second later. Lingren, share your live location right now. They all remembered how this brat used to target me. There was 0 chance they'd let me out of their sight. I turned to the front passenger seat, narrowing my eyes. Where are we actually going? Before Ruochin could answer, my phone buzzed again. If he wouldn't tell me, my sisters would simply track me down. Ruochin caught my frigid stare in the rearview mirror and wilted instantly. He broke out in a nervous sweat, throwing his hands up. Fine, my house. I swear I'll drive you straight home after. The OU estate. At those 3 words, a sudden, suffocating wave of malice crashed over my soul. My vision tunneled. That name wasn't just a random wealthy family, it was the exact threshold of my past life executioner, Ujun. My fists clenched so hard my fingernails bit into my palms, fresh blood welling in my grip. Up front, the driver glanced into the rearview mirror, suddenly shivering at the freezing aura rolling off the back seat, though he quickly dismissed it as cabin AC issues. He never in a million years would have guessed a middle schooler was actively plotting his boss's murder. Running on pure spite, I fired off another text, this time directly to my child bride. I wanted to see if she'd drop everything and come fish me out. 30 minutes later, the convoy pulled up before a sprawling, obscenely opulent mega mansion. Whoa, is this really his house? Classmates whispered, gaping at grounds bigger than a public park. Ruochin puffed up with vanity. Pretty big, right? Make yourselves at home. I kept my voice dead, cutting through the noise. Is your dad home? Beneath my calm exterior, a violent storm raged. I was terrified that if I laid eyes on Ojun right this second, I'd throw aside all pretense and choke the life out of him with my bare hands. Ruochin snickered, entirely misinterpreting my tone. Relax, you're scared of my old man. Don't be, he's a total softie. A softie. I swallowed a laugh that tasted like ash. The bastard who murdered me and stripped away every last thing I owned, the very wealth Ujun currently lounged upon, was a softie. A sudden, Stabbing pain spiked in my chest, draining the color from my face. Whoa, you good? Uruochen asked, catching my pale reflection. I shook my head, waving it off. Just car sickness. A mild facade for the fact that this entire mansion was built off the blood, sweat, and stolen enterprise of my past life. We barely crossed the threshold before a chorus of classmates greeted a tall, silver-haired man descending the grand staircase. Hello, Mr. Wu. My pupils dilated into pinpricks. There he was, Oh Jun. He spotted me standing amidst the crowd, a warm, perfectly crafted mask of paternal benevolence sliding onto his face as he walked right up to me. You must be Lingren. I've heard so much about you. Remember me? He clapped a heavy, suffocating hand onto my shoulder. Every instinct in my body screamed to sever his arm right then and there. Instead, I forced my features into a blank, wide-eyed expression of innocent awe, playing the long game. I needed to lock him into a psychological debt before I cut his throat. Thank you, Mr. Wu. I'm still deciding what I want for my prize, but I'll let you know when I figure it out. Uruochen, oblivious to the fact that his father was standing next to a ghost looking for vengeance, eagerly dragged me over to show off his trophy collection. Look at these. Pick whichever one you want. I glanced at the priceless trinkets with supreme indifference. Not really my style. Before Uruochen could pout, my phone vibrated. I glanced down. It was a direct message from my personal emotional support Sundari. A dark, triumphant smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Knew it. I pitched my voice just high enough, deliberately letting a cute honeyed lisp slip out. Coming, JJ. On the other end of the line, Nianduchu's brow snapped into a hard knot. Hearing that some random kid might keep me overnight at a stranger's house short-circuited his last remaining neuron of patience. He clipped his words short, the temperature dropping below 0. 1 hour. I'm coming to pick you up. I beamed, feigning an awkward pause. Oh wait, Ruochen's calling me back over to look at more gifts. Talk to you later. I hung up with a cheerful click. In reality, Nianduchu was probably already kicking his car into gear with murder on his mind. With less than half a year left before he left the country, the sheer volume of admirers swarming my perimeter was evidently testing his blood pressure. Unfortunately for Uruochen, my cavalry arrived well ahead of schedule. The heavy mahogany double doors burst open, and my 6 sisters stormed the foyer like a SWAT team. Catching sight of me standing completely uninjured, they collectively exhaled a massive sigh of relief right before hell broke loose. Who invited stray mutts into my house? A shrill, arrogant voice echoed from the upstairs landing. Down bounded Ujun's spoiled, toxic carbon copy of a son, Uruokyu, glaring daggers at our group. Butler, throw these trash kids out. Uruochin stepped forward, sweating bullets. Ruochiu, shut up, they're my guests. Orokyu sneered, crossing his arms until his eyes swept across my 6 drop-dead gorgeous sisters. His arrogant expression faltered, quickly turning into predatory appreciation. Then, his gaze landed on me, sandwiched dead center in the group, looking like a porcelain doll. Jealousy flared instantly. So you're Lingren. My house isn't a charity ward for beggars. Get lost. The temperature in the room dropped to absolute 0. Shuing stepped up, her tongue sharper than a razor blade. Oh, trust me, darling, stepping foot in this landfill is an insult to our footwear. You look like a discount knockoff of a mannequin, and your personality is even uglier. Looking at you makes me want to barf. Jahei popped out from behind Shuing's shoulder, sticking his tongue out. Yeah, troll. Orochi went purple with rage, shrieking like a stuck pig. You dare insult me? Apologize right now, or you aren't leaving this estate vertically. Jahei clutched big sis Shiwan's jacket, whispering behind her back. Make him apologize to Lingran first. The stalemate hit a boiling point. The poor butler looked like he was about to swallow his own tongue and dive out a window. Heavy, unhurried footsteps sounded from the second-floor landing. Oh Jun descended the steps, his face set in a stern mask of parental disappointment. Seeing his precious son throwing a public temper tantrum, he barked, Ruokyu, what do you think you're doing? Orokyu immediately ran to his father, wrapping his arms around Ojun's waist and turning on the waterworks. Daddy, they're bullying me. They called me ugly. Ojun didn't blink. He stared down his son with cold, terrifying authority. Apologize. Orokyu froze, waiting for the cavalry to back him up. Instead, he met his father's dead, terrifying glare. I said, apologize to Lingren and his sisters right now. Humiliated beyond measure in front of his peers, Orokyu choked out a pathetic, tear-filled, sorry. Without missing a beat, Ujun turned his attention to me, plastering on a smooth, diplomatic smile and offering a slight bow. My deepest apologies. Boys will be boys, but I will make sure he learns some manners. A hypocritical, smiling executioner. This was the exact man who had worn a saint's mask while plunging a knife into my back. I swallowed the bile rising in my throat, keeping my expression dutiful and sweet. It's quite all right, uncle. Boys will be boys, after all. Before the awkward tension could settle, the butler practically sprinted back into the foyer. Sir, Miss Nianduchu is here. Orokyu's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree at the name, but my heart gave a violent lurch. Great, my child bride is here to throw hands. The heavy front doors swung wide. Nianduchu strode into the foyer, his gaze cutting straight through the crowd and locking onto me with laser-guided precision. Seeing I was intact, the harsh lines around his jaw finally relaxed. Orokyu, utterly lacking survival instincts, bounced right up to her with a lovesick grin. Nianduchi-ji, you remember me, right? Nianduchi gave him a vacant, icy nod, completely bypassing him to approach me. Let's go home. I didn't waste a second. I bolted across the floor, hooked my arm through his, and melted into his side with theatrical relief. I thought you abandoned me. Nianduchi's expression softened into utter indulgence. He reached up, gently ruffling my hair. That tender display shattered Orokyu's last remaining shred of sanity. He stepped directly into our path, sneering with venomous jealousy. Nianduchi-ji, my grades are slipping. Why don't you stay and tutor me instead? Here, let me scan your WeChat. Before he could finish, I stepped smoothly in front of Nianduchi, flashing a saccharine sweet, razor-sharp smile. Sorry, buddy. JG doesn't add strangers. If you have academic questions, you can ask me. Orokyu barked a harsh, mocking laugh. You? Teach me? Why don't you go back to memorizing your multiplication tables before you talk to high schoolers, kid? Jiahe instantly stepped up, puffing out his chest with righteous fury. Are you blind? Lingren is a calligraphy champion, an international math competition, gold medalist, and aces every single exam. Every smart kid in our district learns from him. Orochi rolled his eyes, crossing his arms. Oh sure, and I'm the Emperor of Mars. Talk is cheap. Got proof? I tilted my head, smiling innocently. Sounds like someone's intimidated. How about Uncle Wu gives us a pop quiz right now? Let's see who actually knows what they're talking about. Wu-jun, standing off to the side, let out a low, amused chuckle. His eyes glinted with calculating interest as he locked onto me. Very well. I'll act as the proctor. Let's see what the young prodigy can do. His expression hardened as he rounded on his son. Apologize right now. Orokyu looked like his entire world had just collapsed. Daddy is yelling at me for a total stranger? He shot me a look of pure, unadulterated poison. It's all his fault. He stole Nianduchi-ji, and now he's stealing my dad's affection. I didn't even dignify him with a glance. I grabbed Nianduchi's hand and headed straight for the exit, eager to leave this hypocritical circus behind. Lingren, wait for us, my sisters chorused, sprinting after us. Once we piled into the car, I latched onto Nianduchi's arm and refused to let go. Jay, stay at my house for a few days. Consider it a playdate. Nianduchi chuckled, gently flicking me on the forehead. Ow! I instinctively pulled back, covering my forehead with a theatrical pout. Jiahe immediately went into protective brother mode. Lingren, Nianduchi-ji hasn't even finished her semester yet. Having her stay over is way too complicated. Nobody asked for your commentary. Jiahe, I shot back instantly. Look, I wasn't taking any chances. I had to keep my emotional anchor locked down tight. Nianduchi let out a soft laugh. You're acting like you want me around, but you're really just fishing for a reaction. I felt my cheeks flush and batted my eyelashes with wide-eyed innocence. I have no idea what you're talking about. She didn't call me out, but a warm smile touched her lips. The kid really does care about me, she thought. Once my term ends, I'll take you out, she promised softly. Promise? Pinky swear, no take-backs. I immediately hooked my pinky finger with hers. Nianduchi stared down at our locked fingers, her gaze suddenly shadowing with a bittersweet pang. It reminded her of childhood days when she used to beg her own father with a pinky swear before he abandoned her and started a brand new family. As soon as the car rolled to a stop at our estate, I hopped out and tugged her sleeve. Deal's a deal. Dinner starts now, and you're not leaving until every plate is empty. Big sis Shiwan stepped in with a warm smile. You really should stay, Nianduchi, or Lingren will throw a tantrum all night. Third sis Shuing, however, muttered under her breath, if she's leaving, she should just go already. So dramatic. Third sis, you've got a death wish, I declared, putting my hands on my hips. Want me to test out my over-the-shoulder throw on you? Mentioning the judo throw made Shuing turn pale and take a tactical step back, but the accumulated frustration finally broke her patience. She turned on Shi Yuan and Qing Yue, arms crossed. Look at him, Lingren doesn't even care about us anymore. We rushed across town to rescue him, and he only has eyes for Nianduchi. Good intentions wasted on a gremlin. Let him fend for himself. She slammed the front door behind her and stomped upstairs. I stood there, chest heaving, ready to pop a blood vessel. Inside the foyer, grandfather was chatting amiably with Master Helen. Has Lingren made it back yet? Shuing forced a polite smile as she passed them. Yes, Grandpa, she bit out before storming up to her room. Grandfather chuckled softly. Kids and their dramatic flair. Master Helen stroked his beard, his expression suddenly shifting from warm to sharp. He fixed grandfather with a pointed, meaningful look. Old Lin, your household is certainly lively. Speaking of which, my pupil Helen Yu hasn't stopped nagging me about when I'm bringing Lingren and GA back up to the mountain. Grandfather's eyes narrowed instantly. The old fox. He was trying to poach my grandsons right out from under my nose. Just then, I bounced through the front door, and Master Helen's face lit up like a proud grandfather's. Ah, my favorite disciple, come give your master a hug. I instantly dropped Nianduchi's arm and jogged over, beaming. Master, when did you get here? Master Helen chuckled heartily, completely basking in the attention. But grandfather immediately crossed his arms, huffing. Lingren, have you completely forgotten you have a grandfather? Master Helen didn't miss a beat. Oh, I smell vinegar. Someone's jealous. Shut it, grandfather snapped back instantly. Say one more word and you aren't leaving with either of them. Before the old men could start a full turf war, I dropped a bombshell. Master Helen was here to take Jahe and me back to the mountain. My sisters instantly swarmed us like an anti-aircraft battery. Take Lingren away? Over our dead bodies. He's barely spent 6 months with us. Mom and Dad frantically stepped in as peacemakers, offering a compromise. Let's wait for his exam scores to drop. If he passes, we'll escort him up ourselves. Master Helen finally relented with a grin, though he added a catch. Fine, but I'm testing their foundational work right now. If their scores tank, they pack their bags tonight. The joyful atmosphere instantly evaporated into absolute dread. I felt confident enough, but Jia looked like he might actually throw up. He had spent the last 2 days cramming for finals and hadn't practiced calligraphy once. The entire family crammed into the study, holding their collective breath as the ultimate test of survival began. Master Helan clasped his hands behind his back, his voice echoing in the silence. Write out Li Bai's quiet night thoughts. Jia and I grabbed our brushes, dipping them in ink before sweeping them across the rice paper. Less than 10 minutes later, we set our brushes down in unison. Master, I'm done. Grandpa Helen, I finished too. Master Helen stepped forward, inspecting the calligraphy. He nodded approvingly at Jahe's sheet. Your progress is undeniable, Jahe. Your natural talent is staggering. He paused, his expression shifting slightly. However, it's still just a fraction shy of Lingren's level. Those few words hit Jahe like a physical blow. The bright, hopeful spark in his eyes instantly died. I'm still not good enough. Realizing the emotional damage he had just sustained, I quickly intervened, batting my eyelashes at Master Helen. So, did we pass or what? Master Helen chuckled, waving a hand. You passed. Looks like I'm heading back empty-handed. While everyone else let out a collective sigh of relief, Jahe dropped his head, spun on his heel, and bolted out of the study. He sprinted down the hallway, nearly bowling over the butler in his blind panic before fleeing the mansion entirely. Jahe's running away, I yelled, dropping everything to give chase. I tracked him down to a secluded corner of the courtyard, where he was curled up behind a massive oak tree, blindly ripping up clumps of grass and sobbing softly. I tried so hard. Why can't I ever catch up to Lingren? Am I just stupid? If I were only a little smarter, I could have skipped grades right alongside him. My chest tightened. It wasn't anger, it was pure, crushing heartbreak. The kid was battling a severe case of little brother imposter syndrome. I crept up quietly and settled down in the dirt right beside him, giving his shoulder a gentle tap. Jia jumped a foot in the air, frantically burying his face in his knees to hide his tear-streaked cheeks. Jiahe, I said softly, deciding desperate times call for desperate measures. You want to know a secret? A really big secret I've never told anyone. He peeked up through his arms, his eyes red and swollen, brimming with desperate curiosity. What secret? I leaned in close and dropped the ultimate psychological lore bomb. You want to know why I'm so smart? It's because my soul is actually from another dimension. This body might be a kid, but my mental age is 20-some years older than you. Jahe's jaw hit the dirt, his eyes widened like silver dollars. Wait, are you serious? You aren't messing with me? I gave him a deadly serious nod. Crossed my heart. In an instant, the weight of the universe seemed to lift off his shoulders. Instead of feeling inadequate, he looked like he had just unlocked cheat codes to life. He threw his arms around me in a bone-crushing hug, tears of sheer relief streaming down his face. Oh, thank goodness. I'm not actually an idiot, you're just an ancient time traveler disguised as a middle schooler. I patted his back awkwardly, though I couldn't resist a tactical follow punch. Well, duh. Look at our older sisters, even they have to listen to me. If you're calling yourself an idiot for losing to a reincarnated soul, what does that make them? Jiahe blinked, processing that logic for a second before his expression cleared completely. Right, the big sisters are geniuses too, and even they defer to Lingren. Having his existential crisis neatly resolved by quantum reincarnation theory, Jiahe immediately let out a long, shuddering breath, and promptly fell fast asleep right there in my arms, completely wiped out from emotional exhaustion. I stared down at him, blinking in utter betrayal. Are you kidding me? My legs are completely dead, and now I'm carrying a sleeping toddler across the lawn. Lingren, where are you? Big sis, Shiyuan's voice echoed across the courtyard. I wanted to yell back, but didn't want to wake my newly minted sleeping bag. Spotting a loose rock on the grass, I picked it up and lobbed it into the bushes behind me. A second later, Shiyuan parted the foliage, flashlight in hand, expecting a wild animal. When she spotted my silhouette instead, she dropped into a defensive stance. Lingren, don't move, big sis is coming. She crept forward cautiously, only to freeze when she saw Jiahe dead asleep against my chest. Big sis, quick, my legs have officially detached from my spine, I whispered. Shiyuan finally cracked a smile, carefully scooping Jiahe up into her arms. By the time we got back inside, Mom, Dad, and Grandfather were hovering in the foyer like a worried search and rescue team. After Shiyuan deposited Jiahe upstairs, I filled them in on the real reason behind his emotional meltdown, realizing just how much pressure the poor kid had put on himself trying to measure up to my unnatural standards. A heavy, guilty silence fell over the room. Mom's eyes welled up, Dad looked deeply ashamed, and even Grandfather awkwardly touched his nose. They had all missed the obvious signs. Yet, even after curing Jiahe's psychological crisis, sleep stubbornly refused to find me. My brain kept replaying the image of Nianduchu, and the impending reality of heading up the mountain with Master Helen hung over my head like a guillotine. By sunrise, I looked like I had gone 10 rounds with a professional boxer. I shuffled into the bathroom mirror and let out a blood-curdling shriek. The housekeeper kicked the door open, panicking. Young master, what happened? I pointed a trembling finger at my reflection, my voice cracking with despair. Are these dark circles bad? The poor housekeeper pressed a hand to her mouth, letting out a snort before breaking into full-blown laughter. I looked less like an elite prodigy and more like a sleep-deprived panda. I groaned, burying my face back in my pillow. I refused to face my child bride looking like a zombie. Downstairs, however, the family completely misconstrued my morning panic. When the housekeeper mentioned my dramatic reaction to my lack of sleep, Mom immediately put 2 and 2 together and got 5. She assumed I was still agonizing over Jiahe's emotional breakdown the night before. Instantly, my sisters rallied into a protective formation, vowing to make my final days before the mountain trip the absolute best of my life. When I finally dragged myself out of bed at 11 in the morning, feeling like I had at least partially resurrected, I had one singular mission: lock down my child bride. I stepped out into the hallway and headed straight for her door, only for big sis Xu Yuan to pull it open with a warm, teasing smile. Look who finally decided to wake up. We thought you were going to hibernate until winter. I pouted, pulling the pillow tighter against my chest. Only lazy bums are cute, and big sis was basically calling me an adorable masterpiece. The next second, Xu Yuan caught my dead-eyed stare and sighed. She knew that look all too well trouble was incoming. With an amused smirk, she slid a glass of milk across the nightstand. Spit it out. What do you want? I grabbed the glass, stuck the tip of my tongue out like an absolute gremlin to lap at the rim, and flashed my most devastating puppy dog eyes. Big sis, please text Nianduchu and get her to hang out with me. Xu Yuan raised a brow, her gaze deepening. I knew you only visited me when you needed a human shield. She decided to play hardball. Why don't you text her yourself? It means more coming from you. Please. You're my absolute favorite sister. I whined, laying on the flattery so thick it practically dripped from the ceiling. Cornered by my relentless begging, Xu Yuan finally cawed in defeat. Fine, but I'm not making any promises. She picked up her phone, but her thumbs stalled over the screen, paralyzed by indecision. I snatched the device right out of her hands. Move, let a professional handle this. My fingers flew across the keyboard. Meet me for dinner at 4 p.m. Lingren is coming too. I hit send and stared at the screen like it was a ticking time bomb. Xu Yuan chuckled from across the room. If he figures out you hijacked my phone, you're dead meat. Shut up, don't jinx it. I hissed, pointing a menacing finger at the door. Get out before you're demoted from my favorite sister list. Right on cue, my phone buzzed. A single word lit up the screen. Okay. I squealed and did a victory roll across the bed. When Xu Yuan reached for her phone, I swiped it behind my back with ninja-like reflexes. I was going to use Big Sis's identity to trap my child bride in a texting trap. I bolted out of the bedroom, clutching the stolen phone like a tactical nuclear asset. Meanwhile, Nianduchu was sitting alone at a restaurant table when her phone buzzed. What are you doing right now? She raised an eyebrow and typed back, eating. Before she even set her chopsticks down, another text popped up. What did you eat? Nianduchu frowned. Why is Xu Yuan texting like an over-caffeinated toddler today? She left it on read. 5 minutes passed. Seeing no reply, I doubled down with a masterclass in psychological warfare. What outfit are you planning to wear to see Lingren? Nianduchu froze, staring at the screen. The wording felt entirely too suspicious. A slow, knowing smile curved her lips. She fired back. I don't know. What do you think I should wear? Back in my room, I sat bolt upright, taking the bait hook, line, and sinker. I began seriously pondering wardrobe choices, completely oblivious to the fact that I had just walked face first into my child bride's trap. Downtown is packed, I typed back, falling right into character. To keep you from getting mobbed by paparazzi, keep it casual. Wear a hat and a mask so no one recognizes your face. A second after hitting send, my soul left my body. Wait, would Big Sis ever phrase it like that? Before I could panic, my phone vibrated with a single devastatingly compliant reply. Okay. I exhaled a massive sigh of relief. Phew. Dodged a bullet. Before I could even celebrate surviving my own stupidity, Xu Yuan barged in and snatched her phone back. Okay, playtime's over. Hand it back before. Hold on just one more minute. I squawked, clinging to her arm. Give it back, or I'm blowing your cover to Nianduchu right now. Before I could beg for mercy, the bedroom door swung wide open, and third sis Shuing sauntered in. Catching only the tail end of our struggle, she instantly jumped to conclusions. Lingren, why are you rummaging through Big Sis's phone? Shuing sneered, dropping her legs unceremoniously across my lap. And stop breaking things. I shoved her legs off me with zero hesitation. Look who's talking about failing grades. My Chinese score was 100. Yours barely cleared the national average. Shuing choked on her own spit, her face turning the color of a bruised plum. That was elementary school. Let's see you pull 100 in high school literature, smart guy. A wicked grin spread across my face. Challenge accepted. Let's settle this right now. Dictionary showdown. Whoever can recall and write down the most characters wins. Shuing snorted, instantly flashing back to the medieval torture of being forced to memorize dictionaries by Grandpa. Convinced she had found my absolute weak spot, she puffed out her chest. You're on. Don't cry when I crush you. I felt a sudden pang of pity for her. Oh honey, I spent my past life reading the dictionary for fun. Are you sure? We can pick a different game if you want to spare your ego. Nope, right here, right now, she crowed, completely walking into the wood chipper. We dragged Big Sis Xuan into the room to act as an utterly exasperated referee. The timer started, and I flew through the pages, pen scratching furiously. Shuing started strong, but 30 minutes in, she was gnawing on the back of her pen, sweating bullets as she frantically glanced over at my stack of papers. "Time's up," Xu called out, collecting the papers. She laid them side by side. The gap in our performance was so wide you could drive a freight train through it. My stack was 3 times thicker, and my handwriting looked like a master calligrapher's, compared to her frantic chicken scratch. Shuing's face burned bright red. I just wasn't in the zone today. A loss is a loss. Shi Yuan cut her off dead in her tracks, refusing to let her set a bad example for me. Before Shuing could formulate another excuse, the door flew off its hinges as the rest of my sisters swarmed the room. "Lingren, let's go fishing." "Forget fishing, there's a street race downtown." "No, pool party." They instantly devolved into a full-scale, hair-pulling turf war over my weekend schedule. My head throbbed. I had a date with my child bride in less than an hour, and my personal fan club was about to turn my bedroom into a wrestling ring. "Quiet down, all of you," Xu yelled over the din, rubbing her temples. "Lingren already has plans." Every set of eyes in the room snapped directly to me with laser-guided suspicion. Plans? With whom? Panic spiked through my veins. If they found out I was sneaking off to meet Nianduchu, I'd never hear the end of it. I scrambled for the exit, but Jiahe grabbed my arm in a death grip. "Oh no, you don't. You're coming with me. What are you two hooligans shouting about?" A stern, authoritative voice boomed from the doorway. Grandfather marched into the room, his cane tapping rhythmically against the hardwood. Jiahe immediately switched tactics, dropping to puppy dog mode as he hugged Grandfather's leg. "Grandpa, tell Lingren he has to hang out with me today." Grandfather's eyes lit up. He saw a golden opportunity to monopolize his favorite grandson. "Nonsense. Today, I'm taking Lingren out." Jiahe's jaw dropped. "Grandpa, you're stealing him too?" "What do you mean too?" Grandfather scoffed, puffing out his chest. "I haven't spent quality time with my boy in ages. You lot hog him all week." Naturally, the rest of my sisters revolted. Shuing crossed her arms. "Grandpa, you're like 100 years old. Where are you even taking him? A retirement home mixer? And besides," Xingyue chimed in, "Lingren already promised to go street racing with me. Your old bones can't handle 80 miles per hour." Grandfather's face turned purple with insulted dignity. "Are you calling me frail? I'm taking him to the antique market to cultivate some culture." Xiwan finally stepped in, crossing her arms like a prosecuting attorney. "Grandpa, Mom and Dad explicitly said antique markets are full of pickpockets and unsavory crowds. It's not safe." "Oh, so now you're questioning my authority?" Grandfather roared, slamming his cane down. "I'm taking him out today, and that's final." While the generational war raged on around me, I slowly backed toward the door, realizing this was my golden window of escape. I slipped out of the bedroom, checked my watch, and bolted for the front gates. If I didn't leave right now, I was going to miss my date. Right as I burst through the front entrance, I nearly collided with a familiar figure lurking by the perimeter wall. It was Ruochen. He flinched, nervously twisting his jacket hem into knots. "L. Lingren. I came to apologize." I blinked, momentarily thrown off. "Apologize? For what?" For my brother Orokyu acting like a complete psycho yesterday," Ruochen stammered, rubbing the back of his neck. "He's just an insecure jerk with a superiority complex. I wanted to make sure you didn't hold it against me." I almost laughed out loud. "Runs in the family, buddy." Before I could reply, the muffled sound of Grandfather and my sisters roaring at each other echoed from the second-story window, drawing dangerously close to my exit. My eyes lit up with a devilish stroke of genius. I grabbed Ruochen's arm, flashing him an angelic, bright smile. "You want to apologize? Perfect. Go inside right now and apologize to my grandfather and my 6 sisters. They're in the middle of a family meeting." Before Ruochen could process what was happening, I shoved him toward the front door, turned on my heel, and sprinted down the driveway. "Enjoy playing human shield for me, kid." Out on the main street, I hailed a cab and threw myself into the back seat, ordering the driver to step on it. Meanwhile, across town, Nianduchu was stepping out of his courtyard when a sudden commotion caught his attention. His younger brother, Ujun, was dangling precariously off the edge of a high concrete retaining wall, dangling a toy car over the drop. "Ujun, get down from there right now," Nianduchu snapped, his blood running cold. True to Murphy's Law, the second Ujun heard his brother's voice, he lost his footing and pitched backward off the ledge. "Ujun." Nianduchu moved on, pure, terrifying adrenaline. He bolted forward, launching himself through the air just in time to catch his brother's plummeting body before his skull met the concrete. The heavy impact sent both of them sprawling across the stone flags. Ujin hit his head hard enough on the rebound to pass out cold, a small crimson graze blooming against his temple. From the balcony above, a housekeeper let out a blood-curdling shriek. "Help!" The young master fell. Nianduchu hauled himself up, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird, his gaze snapping upward as total chaos erupted around him. The pale-faced housekeeper stood trembling on the step. "Miss, is the young master all right?" As Nianduchu handed Ujin over, he caught himself on his left arm, wincing as a sharp scrape tore open his skin. "Miss, your arm?" the housekeeper gasped. Nianduchu didn't even blink. He barely felt the sting, his mind entirely fixed on his looming date with me. But before he could take a step, a shrill, hysterical voice shattered the air. "What did you do to my son?" Yun Keqing lunged forward, clawing at his arm like a banshee. "Miss Yun, please, let's get the young master to a hospital first. He's unconscious," the housekeeper pleaded. Instead of letting go, Yun Keqing dug her nails in tighter, terrified he would bolt. "You aren't going anywhere until you explain yourself." Nianduchu cast a cold, detached glance at the unconscious boy. He wasn't worried about Ujin, he was just annoyed by the sheer inconvenience. If Ujin actually kicked the bucket, the blame would inevitably land squarely on him. At the emergency clinic, the doctor looked grimly at the x-rays. "Your wrist is fractured." Before the doctor could even clean the wound, the treatment room door flew open with a violent crash. A middle-aged man stormed in, bypassed the medical staff entirely, and slammed a vicious backhand across Nianduchi's face. "Family members, please step outside," the doctor stammered, stunned by the sudden violence. Xu Chen ignored the doctor completely, pointing a shaking, furious finger at Nianduchi's face. "I warned you to stay away from Ujin. If anything happens to him, I swear I'll bury you." The left side of Nianduchi's face burned with a dull, agonizing ache, yet his expression remained entirely deadpan. He stared up at the man he was forced to call a father with chilling indifference. From the doorway, Yun Keqing watched the scene unfold with a microscopic flash of triumph before pasting on a mask of fake concern. "Calm down, honey. I'm sure Nianduchi didn't push him on purpose." "Push him?" Nianduchi's voice cut through the room like shattered glass. "I didn't push him." He had half a mind to explain that he had literally saved the ungrateful brat's life. But looking at the blind fury twisting his father's features, a bitter, hollow laugh echoed in his chest. As if it mattered. The man only ever believed what that woman fed him. "Get out of my sight," Xu Chen barked, his face dark with venom. Too consumed with anxiety over his youngest son to waste another breath, he threw down a final warning. "We'll deal with you the second your brother wakes up," and stormed out. Meanwhile, I had been waiting outside the rendezvous spot for over an hour, my calls going straight to voicemail. What gives? Why isn't he picking up? Did something happen to him? Panic clawed at my chest. Without thinking, I flagged down a beat-up sedan crawling past the curb. "Mister, take me to Hongyuan Villas." The driver gave me a strange, calculating look in the rearview mirror, his eyes glinting with predatory glee. Too consumed with trying to reach Nianduchi, I completely missed the warning sign. It wasn't until the buildings outside turned desolate and unfamiliar that my stomach plummeted. "Mister, you're taking a detour. This isn't the way to Hongyuan Villas." The driver chuckled, keeping his eyes on the road. "Relax, kid. The main highway's backed up. Just taking a shortcut will be there in 10 minutes. Yeah, right. Anyone with half a brain knew heading to Hongyuan Villas meant taking the Central Expressway. Any detour out here would put us in another zip code by midnight. I forced my breathing to stay steady, instantly dialing up my inner Oscar-winning performance. I clamped both hands over my stomach and doubled over, groaning in agony. "Mister, my stomach is killing me. Please, pull over at that convenience store up ahead. I'm not going to make it." Cursing under his breath and terrified I'd ruin his upholstery, the driver swerved toward the curb and slammed on the brakes. I didn't wait for a second invitation. I launched myself out of the door and sprinted straight into the nearest mall security office. "Mr. Guard, there's a human trafficker outside trying to kidnap me." The security guard took one look at my panicked, doll-like face and immediately sprang into action. After a quick huddle, we hatched a plan. I strolled back out to the car looking entirely nonchalant, subtly flashing a thumbs up behind my back. In a heartbeat, the guards swarmed the vehicle, wrenching the door open and dragging the stunned driver straight onto the pavement. "What the hell are you doing?" The driver roared, pinned face down against the asphalt. He whipped his head around, glaring daggers at me. "Are you out of your mind, kid? You set me up?" I crossed my arms, staring down at him with icy disdain. "You're a human trafficker, aren't you? I asked for Hongyuan Villas, and you drove me out to the middle of nowhere. Don't play dumb." I didn't stop there, delivering the finishing blow. "And don't think I didn't hear you fishing for info about my family so you could ransom me later. Nice try. Genius." Right on cue, a round of slow, cinematic applause rang out nearby. A trendy-looking teenager strolled up, holding a phone mounted on a gimbal stabilizer that was actively broadcasting to thousands of viewers. "Look at this, chat. Human traffickers are getting bolder by the second, but shout out to this absolute legend of a kid for outsmarting him." The camera swung around, shoving my face square into the frame of a live stream with tens of thousands of concurrent viewers. The chat exploded instantly. "Holy crap, who is this kid? Is he a child star? Absolute king behavior. Human traffickers belong in a wood chipper. Can we talk about how gorgeous he is? Zoom in closer. I need to adopt him." Seeing my face plastered across a public stream while I was trying to run covert operations made my eye twitch. I glared daggers at the intruder. "Who do you think you are? Did I give you permission to film me? That's a direct violation of my privacy rights." My deadpan, furious little scowl only sent the internet into an absolute frenzy. Even when he's mad, he looks like an anime prince. "Keep yelling at him, kid. Feed my soul." The interloper was He Gaohan, a massively popular teen idol who happened to be hosting a promotional event nearby when he overheard my conversation with the guards. He had started streaming purely for content, never expecting to get verbally drop-kicked by a middle schooler who apparently had no idea who he was. He slipped off his mask and offered a charming practice grin. "Relax, little buddy, I'm one of the good guys." Before he could finish, A deafening wall of sound echoed from down the avenue. He Gaohan! A stampede of 50 screaming fans came barreling around the corner like a herd of rhinos. I stared flatly at the pop idol. Your fans are incoming. If you don't run right now, you're going to get trampled. He Gaohan blinked in sheer disbelief. Wait, you actually recognize me? You know what? Because you're cool under pressure, I'll hook you up with a free autographed poster. Hard pass. I genuinely don't care who you are, I deadpanned. He Gaohan's ego suffered critical damage. As a top-tier teen star, getting brushed off like an annoying gnat on a live stream was a brand new experience. Before he could salvage his dignity, a police cruiser pulled up with sirens wailing. The officers hauled the kicking and screaming driver toward the squad car, then turned to us. All right, you kids need to come down to the precinct to file your statements. Great, just what I needed. I shot He Gaohan a look that could freeze liquid nitrogen. He, however, completely misread the situation, assuming I was just shy because I was standing next to someone as drop-dead gorgeous as him. Just as the horde of screaming fans closed the distance, He Gaohan grabbed my wrist, yanked me into the back of the police cruiser, and slammed the door shut just as the mob hit the vehicle. Step on it, officer. He Gaohan hollered, catching his breath as the car peeled away. He waved brightly at the dashcam. Hey guys, minor detour at the police station. I'm ending the stream here, catch you later. He stowed his phone and turned to me with an expectant grin. So, little buddy, what's your name? I stared out the window with supreme indifference. We're off the clock, dude. You can drop the act. Back at the estate, my disappearance had triggered a 5-alarm panic. Jiahe was hiding behind a pillar in the hallway, frantically trying my number while keeping one eye on the class group chat blowing up with insane rumors. Guys, is Lingren on a live stream right now? He just got caught up with a human trafficker. Jiahe's heart skipped a beat. With trembling fingers, he clicked the attached link, only to see my face trapped in a police cruiser alongside a strange teenage boy. He went completely pale, sprinting into the drawing room at top speed. Grandpa, Mom, this is an emergency. Someone's trying to kidnap Lingren. The room instantly died. Grandfather lowered his teacup, his brow furrowing into a dangerous line. What did you just say? Jiahe shoved his phone right into grandfather's face. When my family and Master Helen, who happened to still be lingering around, saw me sitting in the back of a police car on a live stream, the heir left the room. The police hauled Lingren away. Grandfather roared, surging to his feet. Get the cars. We're tearing that precinct apart brick by brick. Master Helen didn't wait for a second invitation, bolting out the door right beside him. The two old men spent the entire walk to the driveway, bickering like rival mob bosses. If you hadn't invited him up the mountain in the first place, none of this would have happened, Master Helen snapped. Grandfather glared right back, his mustache trembling with rage. He's my blood grandson. If I want to keep him home, I'll keep him home. He's my official disciple. A master is a father for life. In your dreams, I'll legally adopt him twice just to spite you. By the time the convoy screeched to a halt outside the station, the two old men charged through the double doors, shoulder to shoulder, looking ready to commit federal crimes. They barged into the main bullpen like twin thunderstorms, cornering the front desk clerk. Where is he? They barked in absolute unison. What did you do to our boy? The poor desk officer blinked, entirely bewildered by the geriatric SWAT team that had just invaded his station. Before things could escalate into an international incident, I stepped out from the inner offices, flanked by an officer who looked thoroughly amused. I waved cheerfully. Grandpa, Master, I'm right here. The two old men instantly deflated, rushing forward to shield me behind their backs as if the desk clerk was about to interrogate me under a spotlight. Back off, he's just a child. The officer chuckled, holding up a sleek brass plaque. Relax, gentlemen. If anything, you should be throwing him a parade. Young Lingren here showed extraordinary courage and quick thinking today. He held out the award. We're presenting him with the city's official Youth Bravery Medal. Honestly, seeing the kind of composure he has, I figured his family must be military generals or top-tier academics. Now that I see you too. Well, let's just say, it explains a lot. The two grandfathers had their tactical lectures choked right back down their throats. Before they could recover, He Gaohan trotted over with a dazzling, practiced smile. Hello, grandpas. I'm He Gaohan, one of Lingren's close personal friends. I deadpanned. Who gave you permission to invent a friendship? Surprisingly, grandfather actually shook He Gaohan's hand with unexpected warmth. Ah, the young man from the live stream. Thank you for keeping an eye on our boy. He Gaohan puffed up with pride, seamlessly continuing his PR routine. Of course, though I have to ask, is Lingren a child star too, with looks like that? Before he could finish his sentence, the heavy station doors burst open once more. Mom, Dad, and my 6 sisters swarmed the lobby like an avenging army. Jiahe spotted He Gaohan hovering a fraction too close to me and immediately activated combat mode, shoving his way straight between us. He is not a star for your entertainment, Jiahe snapped, glaring daggers. He stared at me with razor-sharp vigilance, practically vibrating with the urge to physically shield me. He Gaohan, however, blinked in utter confusion, pointing a finger back and forth between us. Wait, are you guys twins? Before either of us could sidestep out of range, the unmistakable click of a camera shutter echoed through the air. You've got to be kidding me, who said you could take pictures? Delete it right now, Jiahe snapped, his temper instantly hitting a boiling point. He Gaohan just grinned, completely unfazed by the death glare. Relax. It's just a souvenir. He leaned in closer, fixing his gaze on me with a look that clearly screamed, I want to pinch those cheeks. Hey, we should collab on a live stream sometime. The words barely finished, echoing before the ambient temperature in the bullpen seemed to plummet by 20 degrees. He Gowan blinked, lifting his head to find himself completely surrounded by several tall, imposing figures whose expressions suggested they were debating what wine paired best with human flesh. What do you guys want? He Gaohan swallowed hard, his voice squeaking slightly. My third sister, Xu Ying, stepped forward with ice in her veins. Hand over the phone. Delete the photos right now. My fourth and fifth sisters materialized right behind her, arms crossed. Lingren and Jiahei's photos aren't for random strangers to hoard. He Gaohan looked like his brain had blue screened. He glanced around at the army of gorgeous women surrounding him, his voice trembling. Who are you people? Where did all of you come from? Big sis Xu Wan gently placed a restraining hand on Xu Ying's shoulder, offering a terrifyingly polite, diplomatic smile. Hello, we're all Lingren's older sisters. Would you mind deleting those pictures? We have a strict family policy about privacy. He Gaohan's jaw hit the floor as he stared at them. All of you? Xu Wan nodded gracefully. Yes, to clear up any confusion, the three of us are triplets. She pointed to Xu Yuan and Qing Yuan next. Those two are our fourth and younger twin sisters. Finally, she gestured to Jia He standing beside me. And this is Lingren's twin brother. The sheer volume of family lore nearly short-circuited He Gaohan's remaining brain cells. Faced with an absolute wall of protective siblings, he obediently whipped out his phone and deleted the photos on the spot. Even then, he tried one last desperate shot. Can I at least grab Lingren's contact info? I promise it's just for stream collaborations. Before he could finish, Xu Ying scoffed. Are you fluent in English, or just ignoring the word no? Keep walking before I help you pack. Before the standoff could escalate into a full-scale cage match, a young manager sprinted over, grabbing He Gaohan by the elbow. Thank goodness you're okay. The commercial shoot is about to start. Let's go. He Gaohan scurried away, shooting me one last frantic wave goodbye. We headed out of the precinct doors, only to walk headfirst into a wall of flashing cameras and shouting reporters. Cover blown. Before we could even process the ambush, a reporter spotted us and screamed, There he is. A pack of journalists charged forward like starving wolves. My sisters instantly locked arms, forming an impenetrable human barricade. Lingren, run. Mom scooped me up in a bridal carry, and under the watchful eye of our security detail, we dove straight into the waiting town car. I let out a massive sigh of relief right as my phone buzzed in my pocket. It was Nianduchu. I eagerly tapped accept. Nianduchu J, are you at the restaurant? I'm on my way. A low, subdued voice cut across the line, instantly freezing my blood. Sorry, I don't think we can hang out today. Why? My instincts screamed that something was wrong. Is something going on? Do you want me to come over? Nianduchu fell silent. He couldn't bear the thought of me seeing him battered and wrapped in a plaster cast. My chest tightened into a knot. I wasn't taking any chances. If you don't tell me right now, I'm tracking you down myself. The classic Lingren ultimatum worked like a charm. He finally relented, giving me the hospital name and room number. By this point, He Gaohan's live stream broadcasted to over 20 million followers had completely broken the internet. 5 of the top 10 trending search topics were about me, and my cool kid versus trafficker stunt had accidentally unlocked a massive army of protective older sister fans online. The car pulled up to the hospital gates. Mom bundled me inside, marching straight toward Nianduchi's private room. I pushed the door open to find a lone, solitary figure standing with his back to me. My heart ached at the quiet, lonely line of his shoulders. I hurried forward, slipping my small hand into his. Nianduchu Ji. He turned around, his eyes softening instantly, as if the weight of the world had vanished. But the moment my gaze dropped to the thick plaster cast locked around his left arm, my voice cracked, trembling with horror. Nianduchu Ji, your arm. My child bride was hurt this badly. Master Helen stepped into the room behind us, his face turning the color of forged iron. He fixed Nianduchi with a blistering stare. Explain. How did you get that injury? Nianduchi let out a dry, self-deprecating chuckle. Just a clumsy fall. He looked past my master, his gaze dropping to me with a soft, bitter smile. Are you here to take Lingren away with you to the mountain, senior? Master Helen nodded curtly. I am. My eyes went wide as saucers. I tugged anxiously on his sleeve. Wait, master, didn't you say you'd wait for my exam scores to drop before making a decision? Master Helen's expression hardened into granite. I changed my mind. Leaving him down here is a disaster waiting to happen. Between human traffickers and viral live streams, when is he supposed to practice calligraphy? I shrank back, instantly silenced. Curse that pop idol and his camera. Mom, however, immediately stepped between us, panic flashing across her features. Master Helen, please, can't we wait a few more days? Master Helen refused to budge, his tone absolute. No, Lingren leaves with me today. Realizing negotiation was a lost cause, Mom spun on her heel and bolted out of the room to track down Dad and Grandfather for reinforcements. Inside the quiet room, Master Helen stared unblinkingly at Nianduchi's bandaged arm. You expect me to believe you just fell? Nianduchi simply offered a tight, polite smile. Believe what you wish. Knowing the labyrinthine nightmare of Nianduchi's family dynamics, Master Helen chose to drop the subject. Meanwhile, down the hospital corridor, Mom had just collided head-on with Yoon Ke-ching. The two half-sisters shared a notoriously toxic relationship, their mutual disdain legendary within high society circles. Yoon Ke-ching let out a frosty huff, brushing past her without a word to head straight for the room. Dad quickly pulled Mom aside, his expression grim. "Why is she here?" Mom muttered, a bad feeling pooling in her stomach. Then, realization hit her like a physical blow. Wait, Nianduchu's injury. Did she have something to do with it? Dad sighed heavily. I just spoke with the head physician. Word is that Nianduchu pulled little Ujin out of the way of a dangerous fall from a high retaining wall. Ujin is unconscious, and Nianduchu broke his wrist, taking the impact. Mom's blood boiled. And they blame him for it? Before Dad could reply, a series of shrill shrieks drifted out from the nearby room. Inside, Yoon Ke-ching was towering over a groggy, newly awakened Ujin, her voice shrill with hysteria. He's the one who hurt you. He's not your brother. Instead of agreeing, Ujin burst into tears, thrashing against the sheets. No, sister didn't push me. You're lying. I want my sister. At that exact moment, Su Chen pushed open the door, walking in just as his youngest son wailed hysterically. The sight of Ujin in tears completely short-circuited his paternal logic, feeding straight into his deep-seated bias against his eldest. Yoon Ke-ching seized the opening, playing the weeping victim to perfection. With Nianduchu around, I don't feel safe letting Ujin stay here a minute longer. Can't you just send him abroad already? Shu Chen's brow furrowed heavily, the wheels in his head turning toward a cold, definitive choice. Despite my desperate wish to stay and check on my injured child bride, Master Helen dragged me back up the mountain anyway. Even Nianduchu had oddly supported the old man's decision, leaving me furious enough to chew glass. Back home, Mom tearfully packed my bags while my sisters stared in disbelief. Why is Lingren leaving again? I thought we were waiting for test scores, Shuing protested. I didn't care about the mountain anymore. My entire soul was fixated on Nianduchu's cast. Jaha piped up, I'll take good care of him up there. Earning an immediate, ice-cold glare from Shuing. Focus on taking care of yourself first, genius. As the car rolled away, Mom watched through watery eyes while Dad comforted her. Inside the vehicle, my mood was darker than a thundercloud. 2 days later, I was sulking on the garden swing when an irritatingly cheerful voice chimed in. Little junior uncle, you've slacked off on calligraphy for 2 whole days. Grandpa's going to flip. I shot Helen Yu a look that could curdle milk. Back off. He scurried after me like a puppy. Seriously, Grandpa noticed. You even spaced out during your morning practice. I ignored him. None of this was my fault. Master Helen was the villain here for breaking his promise and dragging me up the mountain early. By evening, I couldn't take it anymore. I crept out of my room, tiptoed past the main hall, and made a stealthy break for the trail. Unfortunately, the house manager had already tipped off Master Helen. The old man didn't even look up from his brushwork. Bring him back, he deadpanned. Halfway down the mountain, just as freedom was within arm's reach, 2 hulking security guards blocked my path. Young master, please turn around. My blood boiled. Move, or I'm throwing hands. The 2 giants exchanged amused grins, clearly thrilled by the prospect of a 7-year-old trying to take them down in mortal combat. I quickly calculated my odds against 2 full-grown adults and realized my career expectancy was about 5 seconds. Looking for someone, little junior uncle? A smug voice piped up behind me. I whipped around to find Helen Yu grinning like an idiot. You ratted me out. He nodded, then violently shook his head. And no, Grandpa made me watch you. I wanted to hit him with a steel chair. Instead, he grabbed my arm and started fake crying. Grandpa said if you ran off, he'd punish me. You can't leave me to suffer. Ah, yes. Master's classic emotional terrorism. Dragged back to the study in disgrace, I immediately deployed maximum emotional manipulation. Master, please. Nianduchu is hurt. I have to go check on him. Master Helen remained completely unfazed, a sly smirk touching his lips. Nianduchu already texted me. He told you to focus on your brushstrokes. What good is you showing up? You're not an orthopedist. Before I could recover from that verbal roundhouse kick, he offered a carrot. If you practice well this week, I'll consider letting Nianduchu visit the mountain. I scoffed internally. Nice try, old man. I'm 7, not 3. For the next week, Helen Yu trailed after me like an eager puppy looking for forgiveness. I slammed my bedroom door right in his face, holding a grudge of epic proportions. A week later, word of Master's return brought a stampede of wealthy collectors crawling up the mountain. One particularly bloated businessman managed to buy his way past the gates and nearly collided with me in the courtyard. An idea sparked in my head. I flashed a warm, innocent smile. Are you here to see my master? He's in the study, practicing calligraphy right now. You should go buy a piece before he closes shop. The businessman beamed, falling for it hook, line, and sinker. Once I ushered him inside, I sprinted back to my room to hatch phase 2 of my master plan. The next day, I intercepted Helen Yu as he headed down the mountain to deliver some of Master's real scrolls. I'll come with you. I'm bored out of my mind. He looked suspicious. You're not planning to escape again, are you? Please, I sneered. With your stellar babysitting skills keeping watch, how could I? Blushing and thoroughly buttered up, he handed over 2 rolled scrolls for me to carry. The second he turned his back, I clutched my stomach and yelled, "Ow!" I left my phone inside. Wait here. I bolted back to my room, swapped Master's priceless authentic scrolls with a fresh batch of my own calligraphy, and hid the real ones deep in my closet. Sorry, master. Blame yourself for keeping me hostage. Down the mountain, the businessman eagerly unrolled the masterpiece he had just purchased, expecting ancient wisdom. Instead, his eyes locked onto 6 glaring characters written in messy child scrawl. You eat and sleep like a barnyard pig. The man blinked, sweating profusely. Is the Grand Master delivering a profound, indirect critique of my lifestyle? Curious, he invited a few collector friends over to analyze the deep philosophical meaning. Naturally, the moment those art snobs laid eyes on it, they gasped. This brushwork, this unhinged yet majestic stroke, it's an authentic Helen masterclass. One collector even pulled out his checkbook on the spot. Meanwhile, up on the mountain, I was on the phone with Mom, pressing for intel. Mom, how is Nianduchu's arm? Why did it even break? Mom fell silent for a long moment before dropping a bombshell. His wrist was broken, by his own little brother. My blood ran cold. Hanging up the phone, I stared at the ceiling, my chest aching. Nianduchu's life at home was an absolute nightmare. According to Mom, ever since Nianduchu's mother passed away, his relationship with the family had plummeted to rock bottom. His piece of trash father, and that manipulative, two-faced stepmother, Yun Ketching, treated him like an enemy in his own home. And now, to top it all off, they were shipping him abroad next semester. At that exact moment, miles away, Nianduchu's phone rang with a call from his biological father. Your brother is coming home from the hospital today. Get back here and apologize to him. Su Chen's voice barked through the speaker like a drill sergeant. Nianduchu let out a cold, humorless laugh and hung up. Apologize for what? Saving the brat's life. When he had asked for the security footage to prove his innocence, the cameras had conveniently malfunctioned. Figures. In that man's eyes, I was never his child to begin with. I immediately tracked down Big Sis and pressed her for answers. Nianduchu isn't like that. Can you pull the security footage? Her reply made my stomach drop. I already checked. The cameras malfunctioned. How convenient. A chilling realization flashed through my mind, centering squarely on that manipulative stepmother. Nianduchu had clearly been set up, but stuck miles away on the mountain, my hands were tied. Just as I was pacing in panic, Jia kicked my door open, brandishing a smartphone like a weapon. Lingren, master's calligraphy is blowing up the internet. I snatched the phone. My blood froze. The unhinged insult I had forged, you eat and sleep like a barnyard pig, was currently plastered across the most prominent exhibition in the city, bearing Master Helen's signature as the proud author. The internet had officially imploded. Everyone assumed the Grand Master had suffered a sudden neurological breakdown or a midlife crisis. When my senior martial siblings caught wind of the viral disaster, they immediately packed their bags and headed up the mountain to investigate. We are so dead. I tried to slip away like a ninja, but senior sister Feng Yexue grabbed me in a suffocating bear hug and planted a kiss right on my cheek. Hey there, little troublemaker. I am not your emotional support pet, I muttered, aggressively wiping my cheek. Before I could escape, she leaned down, dropping her voice to a whisper. Hey, has Master been acting weird lately? That viral calligraphy looks nothing like his style. My soul left my body. I dragged her into the hallway, my voice trembling. Senior sister, you have to protect me. I swapped Master's scrolls as a prank, and things spiraled out of control. Feng Yexue's eyes turned into dinner plates. I squeezed my eyes shut, forcing out a dramatic tear. I'm sorry, if Master finds out, he's going to use me for firewood. Before she could process my confession, she bolted toward the study only to find she was too late. My other martial siblings had already broken the news to Master. Inside the study, the atmosphere was dark enough to suffocate a plant. Feng Yexue tried to run damage control, dragging the senior brothers aside to explain, but the damage was done. Master, face blacker than a thunderhead, summoned Helen Yu. Where are the scrolls I told you to deliver? What is happening online? Helen Yu looked like he was about to pass away on the spot. I couldn't let him take the fall for my treason. Swallowing hard, I stepped past the threshold. Master, I wrote those words. Master blinked, the gears turning in his head before pure, unadulterated fury painted his features. You swapped my masterpieces. I gave a microscopic nod. Master roared, instantly scanning the room for his disciplinary paddle. In a flash, Feng, Yexu, Wen, Yuezhang, and Kang Gaoda threw themselves between us, forming a human shield. Master, calm down. He's just a kid. Move, Master bellowed. This brat's skin is begging for seasoning. Touched and terrified by my siblings' defense, I dropped straight to my knees, holding out my palms. I'm sorry, Master. If beating me makes you feel better, please do it. Before Master could swing, Jia burst through the doors, took one look at my kneeling form, and dropped to his knees right beside me with a dramatic gasp. Grandmaster, don't hit Lingren. Take me instead. Kang Gaoda sighed. Master, look at these two. If you hit Lingren, Jia is going to stage a hunger strike. Feng Yexue chimed in. Just make him copy the classic of poetry 100 times. It'll improve his brushwork. Even when Yuezhang nodded. Indeed, the fact that his forgery fooled the public proves his penmanship has improved dramatically. That last remark finally diffused the nuclear bomb in Master's chest. With a heavy sigh, he relented. Fine, 100 copies of the classic of poetry the moment you get back. I nodded frantically. Anything to keep my limbs attached. Later, Feng Yexue took pity on me and accompanied me down the mountain to confess to the wealthy collector. When we broke the news, the man dropped his teacup, splashing hot tea everywhere. You wrote it. Feng Yexue smoothly stepped in, offering Master's actual authentic scrolls with a diplomatic smile. He is Master's youngest prodigy, after all. He happens to be the national youth calligraphy champion. The businessman blinked, then burst into hearty laughter. Magnificent, a true disciple of Grandmaster Helan. Crisis averted, the collector posted a public clarification online, which immediately launched us back into trending status. The viral masterpiece was written by a 7-year-old prodigy. Before the dust could settle, my classmate Tian leaked my academic scores, piano awards, and international math competition medals online. The internet officially dubbed me a fictional character come to life. Naturally, internet sleuths dug up my betrothal to Nianduchu, sending shippers into a frenzy. Seizing the golden opportunity, I fluttered my eyelashes at Feng Yexue during our next trip down the mountain. Senior sister, Nianduchu got hurt recently. Can I go visit her? Faced with my signature puppy dog eyes, Feng Yexue surrendered with a defeated sigh. I instantly whipped out my phone, dialing Nianduchu with zero hesitation. Nianduchu, are you home? I'm coming over right now. A beat of stunned silence followed before a soft, breathless voice answered. You're already down the mountain. 10 minutes later, I spotted him standing near the curb. Without a second thought, I sprinted across the pavement and threw my arms around his waist, my voice wobbling. I missed you so much. Why weren't you answering my texts? Nianduchu didn't offer any excuses. My attention immediately dropped to his left arm. The heavy plaster cast was finally gone. Your arm healed. I poked it gently before interlacing my fingers with his. The warm, solid reality of him washed away all my anxiety. Feng Yexue watched us with an amused, knowing smirk. Even a professional rom-com writer couldn't script a 7-year-old's love life better than this. I'll give you 2 hours, don't wander off. Once we secured a quiet booth at a nearby cafe, I immediately shooed my senior sister away under the guise of fetching water. She rolled her eyes, conceding defeat. With our chaperone gone, I leaned in. Nianduchu, did you and your dad have a massive blowout? Nianduchi's pupils contracted slightly. He tried to mask his surprise, but my intuition wasn't wrong. I believe you, I said firmly, locking eyes with him. No matter what anyone says, I'm on your side. Anyone who gives you a hard time is my sworn enemy. A genuine, bittersweet smile finally touched his lips. You're getting too smart for your own good, Lingren. Alas, our sweet 2-hour window vanished in a blink, and Feng Yexue dragged me back up the mountain. Unfortunately, our renewed online fame drew unwanted attention. Fang Yuan, utterly consumed by petty jealousy, shelled out a fortune to hire bot farms and smear campaigns against me. Overnight, the internet was flooded with hit pieces, claiming my awards were rigged by my family's influence, and that my apprenticeship under Grandmaster Helan was pure nepotism. In our middle school, Oroku lapped up the gossip with malicious glee. See, I told you a 7-year-old brat couldn't actually have talent. Before I could even blink, his brother Ruochen slammed his fist on the desk. Lingren is genuinely brilliant. Oroku sneered. You share our last name. Why are you defending an outsider? Uruochen shot back without missing a beat. I've literally watched him write master-level calligraphy and solve complex math Olympiad equations. He earned every bit of it. My curiosity instantly betrayed me. Even though I knew I shouldn't touch it, I flipped open the envelope to find a single letter and several photographs. The woman staring back from the pictures was none other than my child bride's wicked stepmother. When I unfolded the letter, my eyes nearly popped out of my head. Footsteps echoed as Xu Nianduchu walked in carrying a glass of juice, catching me red-handed. Her gaze flickered, but she simply set the glass down and said softly, You saw. Keep it between us. Panic-stricken, I shoved the papers back inside. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Before I could finish, a warm palm landed right on top of my head. Expecting a devastating smack, I squeezed my eyes shut. Instead, Xu Nianduchu chuckled softly. I'm not mad, just don't go snooping through my stuff again. Pulling her hand back, a bitter edge crept into her voice. Pretty absurd, right? Xu isn't my brother. We share zero blood relation. My jaw hit the floor. Uncle Xu treated that kid like the center of the universe, and it wasn't even his biological son. Talk about a primetime soap opera plot twist. If she hated Uncle Xu so much, why did that stepmother marry him in the first place? Just to steal the fatherly affection that belonged to my child bride. I mentally rolled my eyes at the sheer audacity of the woman squatting in a garden she didn't plant. Xu Nianduchu casually tucked the book with its incriminating envelope back into the cabinet and spun the lock shut. She handed me the glass of juice. Drink up. Didn't mean to startle you. She didn't offer any grand explanations, but knowing how clever she was, she always had her reasons. Treading carefully, I asked, why don't you tell Uncle Xu the truth? Xu Nianduchu's gaze dimmed into a self-deprecating smile. Not yet. The timing isn't right. If I drop this bomb, his father will throw Xu Jun out on the street. As much as I despise that mother-son duo, Xu Jun is technically innocent. I immediately grabbed her hand and flashed a blinding grin. No matter what you decide, Nianduchu, I've got your back. My grin seemed to sear itself into her mind, drawing a genuine smile from her lips. It turned out that in this freezing, miserable household, the only warmth she felt came from this supposed younger brother who shared none of her blood. Before I knew it, my time was up. To my surprise, Xu Jun actively ambushed me on my way out, grabbing my hand and refusing to let go. Big brother, you have to come back and play soon. His wide, innocent eyes practically begged for a promise. My soft heart caved instantly. I'll come back whenever I have free time. Little did I know, Xu Jun only liked me because I was the catalyst that finally made Nianduchu smile. My eldest sister, Lin Xiwan, rolled up shortly after to extract me from the premises. After a quick goodbye to Xu Nianduchu, I piled into the car and watched the scenery blur past. However, on the absolute final day of vacation, I dragged my sisters to the local supermarket, and the cart contents left everyone questioning my sanity. Over half the basket was stuffed with weird tools, microchips, and random hardware. My eldest sister panted heavily, wiping her sweat. Lingren, what on earth are you buying this junk for? You can't eat any of it. Only Lin Jiahe guessed my secret mission, flashing a knowing, mischievous grin while keeping her lips sealed. But before I could even sneak back to say goodbye to my child bride, Elder Helen ruthlessly dispatched Feng Yexue to drag me back up the mountain. Senior sister, it's only 5 in the afternoon, I protested. Feng Yexue forcefully shoved me into the passenger seat. Too late. By the time we hit the peak, it'll be pitch black. True to her word, I hauled my mountain of tech supplies up the slope, instantly turning Heir Yu and Lin Jiahe into my personal pack mules. They trailed behind me, huffing like broken engines. Lingren Shishu, when are we going to stop? Our arms are about to snap off. Feng Yexu cheerfully offered zero sympathy. Just drop the bags on the floor. Someone will eventually pick them up. Instead, the two of them clutched their plastic sacks like life rafts, groaning. Are you kidding? These are the high-tech gadgets he promised to build for us. If we lose these, who are we going to cry to? Locking myself inside my workshop, I tore open a women's wristwatch and went to work on a total internal overhaul. This was my custom-built present for my child bride. I wired in a real-time GPS tracker and a biometric pulse monitor. The second the wearer's vitals flatlined or spiked into danger, the watch would automatically dial my number while dispatching an emergency distress signal and live coordinates to emergency services. It took me 2 solid days of obsessive soldering to finally finish it. Naturally, Lin Jiahe and Heir Yu started haunting my doorway for the automated cleaning robot I'd promised. Without looking up from my workbench, I muttered, "They're built. Finish your lessons today and I'll hand them over." Word of my engineering shenanigans spread through the Helen household like wildfire, and soon everyone was demanding custom gadgets. Feng Yexue's eyes practically glowed with predatory ambition. Lingren, you could easily enter a national tech fair with this kind of stuff. There's one happening at the end of the month. I'm signing you up. I'm busy, I shot back, but arguing with her was like talking to a brick wall. She went ahead and registered me anyway. Meanwhile, a priority package landed on Xu Nianduchu's doorstep. The return address bore my name. She carried it upstairs, sliced it open, and found the custom women's watch resting beside a handwritten note demanding she wear it at all times. A fond, helpless smile tugged at the corner of her lips as she buckled the watch securely around her left wrist. While I was busy playing mad scientist, Elder Helen discovered my absence and went nuclear. He loomed over my senior siblings, his mustache twitching with rage. Where's Lingren? Are you all covering for him again? Whoever doesn't finish writing 100 pages of characters tonight isn't sleeping. Heir Yu whimpered internally, sweating bullets. Grandpa. Little Shishu just went to the bathroom. The old man wasn't buying it for a second. You think I'm senile? He's off playing with his stupid little toys again, isn't he? Slamming his fist on the desk, he pointed straight at Lin Jiahe. Go haul Lin Yuan into my study right now. At that exact moment, I was fine-tuning my latest invention while Feng Yexue casually browsed my completed projects. Suddenly, Lin Jiahe kicked my door open like a SWAT team. Lingren, Grandpa Helen found out you're missing. He wants you in his study right now. Feng Yexue nearly dropped an expensive circuit board. He found out? We didn't keep it a secret? Lin Jiahe gave her a tortured look. I tried to lie, but he didn't buy it. Grandpa is furious, and your punishment is guaranteed to be apocalyptic. I sprang to my feet and lunged at Feng Yexue, grabbing her sleeves with a death grip. Senior sister, you have to save me. She winced, flashing immediate PTSD at the thought of the old man's wrath. Seeing her hesitate, I instantly deployed my ultimate weapon, weaponized waterworks. I'm so pathetic, dumped up on this mountain at such a young age, away from my parents. Sister, you're my only hope in this cruel world. Predictably, her resolve melted into a heavy sigh. Fine, I'll put in a good word for you, but her expression shifted into a devious, predatory smirk. You are officially competing in the tech exhibition on the 20th. All my fake crying vanished. I recoiled like I'd been electrocuted. Sister, are you blackmailing me? She folded her arms with a triumphant grin. I already registered you. You're going whether you like it or not. She leaned in, closing the trap. Otherwise, don't blame me if I mention your recent truancy to Master. Do you think he'd prefer making you copy the Book of Songs 1,000 times, or scrubbing the courtyards for a month? My face morphed into pure horror. Unbelievable. I just got double-crossed by my own flesh and blood. Utterly defeated, I dragged my feet toward Elder Helen's study. But the moment I stepped across the threshold, I whipped into maximum sycophant mode, dashing forward with blinding enthusiasm. Master, you called me? Here, let me give you a shoulder massage. Elder Helen kept his face carved out of stone, glaring down his nose. Humph. Where were you? Sneaking off to slack off again. I beamed my most innocent, gap-toothed smile and pulled a small, high-tech hard drive-looking device out of my pocket. Master, I built you an upgrade. The old man's scowl deepened. More of your useless junk? You aren't even practicing your calligraphy anymore. If you hate writing that much, Pack your bags and get off the mountain. Don't ever call yourself my disciple again." With the skin of a rhino, I calmly set down an inkstone on his desk. "Master, this inkstone has an automatic grinding motor. Just plug it in, flip the switch, dump your ink in, and it spins itself. It shuts off automatically when the consistency is right. No manual labor required. Isn't this brilliant?" Elder Helen's eyes flickered with intense, geeky curiosity. Though he desperately tried to maintain his terrifying facade,